morning, everybody. I'm very thankful to see you all this morning. I'm thankful to welcome you to what appears to be the beginning of the end of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, as shameful as that is. I don't think it's coincidental, you know how I think, but it's after 40 days of wandering in the wilderness and making the American people suffer needlessly, some Senate Democrats finally have stepped forward to end the pain. It appears to us this morning that our long national nightmare is finally coming to an end, and we're grateful for that. At least some Democrats now finally appear ready to do what Republicans and President Trump and millions of hardworking American people have been asking them to do for weeks. As we said from the beginning, the people's government cannot be held hostage to further anyone's political agenda. That was never right. And shutting down the government never produces anything. It never has, if you study history. And so here we are. I want to remind everybody this morning of another critical point that you've heard me here repeat over and over the last several weeks. It's something that I and Leader John Thune and President Trump and every Republican leader have all said repeatedly from the beginning. We have always been open to finding solutions to reduce the oppressive costs of health care under the Unaffordable Care Act. We just made clear that we would not and should not ever do that, that is, negotiate as hostages. And I've also reminded you here every morning that this president, Republicans have not just been talking about reducing costs and fraud and abuse in so many areas and in healthcare, we've been actually passing new laws to accomplish that urgent mission for the people, and we will continue to do so. So here's where we are by way of schedule, just so you know, you're following. And if you're not at home, if you're waking up to this good news this morning, the Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026. Guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. That is the Military Construction Veterans Affairs bill, it's the Agriculture bill, and the Legislative Branch bill. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there are some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk. As you all know, and he said as recently as last night, I was with him, and he told the press, he said, we want to get the government open. He's very anxious to get the government reopened and to end the Schumer shutdown. We all are. With regard to the travel challenges, I spoke yesterday at some length with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, my former colleague and good friend, and he lamented the serious situation that we have with air travel in the U.S. He's bent over backwards, as all members of the administration and the cabinet have done in all of their areas of jurisdiction, to try to keep the government working for the people and to mitigate the pain and the harm. But the problem we have with air travel is that our air traffic controllers are overworked and unpaid, and many of them have called in sick. That's a very stressful job, and even more stressful exponentially when they're having trouble providing for their families. And so air travel has been grinding to a halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. And it's a very serious situation. So I'm saying that by way of reminder. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the Hill. We have to do this as quickly as possible. Now, we look forward to the government reopening this week so Congress can get back to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of business to do, as you all know, and we will be working in earnest. There'll be long days and long nights here for the foreseeable future to make up for all this lost time that was imposed upon us. I want to close with something that's important. I think it's important to say that this is genuine. I mean this sincerely. We applaud the 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent senator who did the right thing. They decided to put principle over their personal politics. And my urgent plea of all my colleagues in the House, and that means every Democrat in the House, is to think carefully, pray, uh, and finally do the right thing and help us to bring an end to the pain of the American people. This has gone on too long. Too many people have suffered, and it's long overdue. That's the update I wanted to give you this morning. There are probably lots of questions, but I'm going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
You know, if it wasn't for my hater, I wouldn't know that my freaking mic was not working. Hey, good morning, C Unit. It's awfully pathetic that Diaper Don is the most intelligent insult the loser left can come up with. All the rest of them are just recycled from what we were saying last cycle. I think that's funny. That's actually, we know who was actually the one doing that on his pants, but we're just not gonna mention his name. Yeah, thank you. I forgot I had it muted for the speech there. All right, so we were covering this last night, and we had 8 Democrats coming in and siding with Republicans, which gives me a little bit of hope that our government is going to get back on track. Now, if you guys haven't noticed, these guys they're totally playing politics on us. They are really abusing the people. Politicians are hardcore liars by nature. This is why I don't trust lawyers either. They lie to protect guilty people sometimes, and probably most of the time. But you know, we have to look at what the actions are of what they're doing, what they're talking about, and we have to come up with our own conclusions. What are we trying to learn? Are we trying to learn the truth, or do we want to just hear what we want to hear? Meaning that if you don't like somebody, you're probably rooting for certain news. Well, unfortunately, when you have a mindset that way, you don't really get the truth because you will only accept that which you have already made your mind into accepting. So I try to always come in a mentality of like, okay, let me see how I can judge President Trump this morning. There's no way that he's going to have a perfect record of being honest 100% of the time. Good morning, Tyler. Good morning, Lori, Brian, Ozzy, and even Angry David. Uh, Welcome everybody to the chat. I like to always say that I try to be impartial about things, and I don't like to come in and just make my own opinion and say, hey, this is it, this is how it's going to be, and that's it. There's nothing else that we're going to do or say or anything. It's just this is the way it is. I don't like to come in with that mentality because I find that you never truly are open to an actual conversation. If you and I sit down and we talk, and I already know that I am not going to accept anything else, well, it's pointless. It's useless for you and I to sit down and talk. That's just the way. That's just the way it is. Jose Lopez, how are you? Um, any questions that you guys have so far about what's going on? I know a lot of Democrats are still going to be very disappointed, even though the government is finally open back up. Well, they still have to go to the Senate, but even though the government is opening back up, people are still not happy. Now, for how many? 6, 7 weeks almost, right? 6, 7 weeks, we have been telling you guys it's not Republicans that have the government shut down. Today gets proven. We get 8 Democrats to join the rest of the Republicans, and the government it's on its way to being open again. There is nothing that you guys can tell me that will say you guys been lying, you guys are liars, liars, liars. There's no way you can say that to me because there is a receipt. We've been telling you that the House, the Senate, it's all majority Republicans, but that doesn't keep the government open. And you guys kept calling us liars. They kept calling us liars, right? But now we got 8 Democrats, which is what we've been asking for, and the government is on the way to open up. Now, President Mike Johnson doesn't want to answer questions about the government opening back up because he doesn't want to ruin the negotiating deals that's going to happen on the next step, which is the Senate. See, these politicians, they need to stop. They need to stop blaming the other party. I like what Arnold Schwarzenegger said on his interview at the Gold's Gym. He said that he wanted competition, and I agree. I am 100% with him. I am actually very proud of the way Arnold Schwarzenegger is talking today, because what I believe the government should do is you have a Republican and a Democratic party. If this one offers America this great deal, the other one should work harder to give them an even better deal. And then when this party sees that, oh, wait a minute, they can't outdo us. We got to do a better deal. And that's not the way they're working. You see, if I have a taco stand right across from your taco stand, the only way that I'm going to be able to do business in politics is the only way that they're going to make us happy. Thank you, Sean. The only way they're going to make us happy is by giving us better stuff. Now, when you're given a false hope like SNAP, it is a system that is being abused by many people. Now, I'm not going to say this is a fact, but I saw this. There was a guy, a Hispanic male, American Hispanic, that applied for food stamps, and he got $68 in food stamps. You've probably seen this. This happened about a week ago. They were at the grocery store, and they took a picture of the receipt. This lady left the receipt behind. Now, they don't care because they're getting all this food for free. They saw the balance on the food stamps was $13,000 in food stamps, and they have $4,000 in cash. They say it was a Hispanic person. They believe it was a Venezuelan woman. There's no concrete evidence of that. It's just hearsay, hearsay. It's just hearsay. But the fact is that the actual American was only getting $68 in food stamps. And this person was getting $13,000 in food stamps. How the heck does that happen? Well, I'll tell you how that happens. They keep adding dependents onto their benefit application. Now, many of you have probably already heard, right? Like Mr. Diaper Trump here says, lie. Okay, sure. Just like we were lying about the government shutdown, right? That was Republicans' fault. Yeah, we kept asking for 7 more. Now we got 8, 60 votes to 40. It passed Congress. Now it needs to go to the Senate, and then it needs to go to the President, Donald Trump, so that he can sign it off. Now, the CR has been amended, so there might be some changes on there. Mike Johnson is not going to answer any questions about that because they still have to make that solid. And then once they got actual concrete evidence of what is in that bill and what the senators have signed off on, etc., then they can come and comment about how this deal was made and what's going to happen going forward with the government opened up. Now, this scam on food stamps. Now, for just so you guys know, my patrons that come in here, you have to understand this. There is over 20 million illegal immigrants. They will be jumping into our chats. They will be on the streets complaining. I would tell you what, don't pay attention to that. Please don't pay attention to them. Ignore them because they say, don't wear that hat outside. Don't wear the hat outside in Washington. It's a blue state. Don't wear the hat outside. And you know what? I went all day yesterday, and I wear my hat all the time anyways, but I went all day yesterday. I walked into Walmart, a lot of Hispanics in there, a lot of black people, all kinds of people in there, and I wear my hat. And some people give me some weird looks, but when they stand next to me, they don't say anything. Just so you know, I'm not a little guy. But that's not the point. The point is that not everybody is afraid of the red power. Not everybody hates President Donald Trump because there is a lot of Hispanics that came and shook my hand. A lot of Hispanics came and gave me some dap. And I thought that was a very nice thing. Yeah, some numbers said it was 50. I'm going to stick with my 21 million illegal immigrants, which right now by those numbers should be 19 because 500 of them have been deported by us and the other 1.5 million have self-deported, which gives me hope that when this country gets back on their feet, we will be able to call up some people that have left the country. Now, for all of you guys that have witnessed people lying to us about the scam of EBT and SNAP benefits given to illegal immigrants. If they go apply for federal, they will not get it. But things that have happened in states like Washington State, Oregon, and even California, Gavin Newsom has given people the ability to get SNAP benefits even if they're illegal. So there's like an emergency act that they can apply on there. And they have been using federal funds so that they can fund Medicaid and all these other benefits for illegal immigrants. There is no question that the gerrymandering that's happening over there in California, it is meant for them to stay in power. That is correct. We are in a place to where we're so gullible because of information that we can't really get our hands on. Here in Washington State, they are actually auditing, they are investigating our government here in Washington State. They have been finding hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud and abuse. We need a Doge to come here to Washington State and finish the job. Washington State is getting sued right now by the DOJ because they do not want to release the voter rolls. The voting rolls will tell you who voted, if they're citizens or not. There was a reporter that was actually questioning the Attorney General, and they were asking, why do you not just comply with DOJ? Give them the information, give them the voter rolls, and then find out if our elections are actually clean. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's perfectly fine. Now, they keep saying 1974, the Privacy Act. Well, that is bullcrap, because last night I was reading the Constitution of Washington State, and it says that, yes, nobody should go and intrude into the privacy of the Washington residents. But there is also a part in there that says, except it is authorized by the law. And well, We know that by the Constitution of Washington State says that the Constitution of the United States of America is actually the supreme ruler over the Washington State Constitution. It is there. It is in our Washington State Constitution. So these people that play little legal games with you, they play politics with you and try to lie to you and tell you that, oh, it says right here that they cannot do this, but they don't tell you the other half. Like, for example, a lot of people, they say, well, the Bible says that you're supposed to love one another. Yes. You're supposed to love thy neighbor. Yes. And so you have to accept me, even if I'm sinning, even if I'm doing all this corruption. No. Keep reading. We are to accept the love that we give people, but we are not to accept their sin. You see, if you are a parent and you know that your son is doing something sexually immorally, you got to tell him that it's not right. Can you still love them? Of course. Can you support them? To an extent. You do not support them with their sin, because then you're failing as a parent. You are guilty of such sin. So you can love your child, but at the same time, you're not going to allow that sinful nature to take place. And if you do, you are an accomplice. You are just as guilty as your kids are sinning. So that's the big difference. There's the same way that people always use scripture to condemn people, but they don't give you the other part of that scripture. It is the same thing that the government and corrupted politicians do. They say, oh, the Constitution says this, and they'll read you a part of it, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. But they don't read you the other part of it, which actually completes the context of what we're talking about. And so if you don't read, if you don't go try to investigate yourself, if you don't do the research for yourself, then you're never going to know the truth. You see, this is why they'll never be able to lie to me. Now, you can fool me for a while, but you will not be able to lie to me, because I will do my research. I will go find out what the hell just happened. I don't know what you meant there. Hey, man, what's going on? Omar, how is the hat, my friend? I'm going to take a pause just for you. Omar, how's the hat? Just so you guys know, Omar, I made a promise to my little brother Omar. He is in a different state. He used to be, that's right. He used to be a Muslim. He's a freshly converted Christian. And he is a big MAGA supporter. So I told him that when we hit 10,000 subscribers, I was going to buy him a smartwatch. He didn't want that. He wanted this. And so I sent him one of these hats. This is original. This is made in America. And I got the notification today that it was delivered, and he said, I love it. And that's all that matters to me, and I appreciate that. Fantastic. Guys, if you are tuning in because of the government shutdown day 41, it was very brief, and there was no questions allowed. So Mike Johnson just come in, dropped some information, and took off like a firecracker on the 4th of July. I was waiting for a little bit more. I was waiting for some information. I will say today I was disappointed. Lucky for me, I was able to finish my coffee. Looking to do it legally, huh? So we are finally getting through a lot of people. Now, don't, guys, if you're a patriot, if you're an American, if you voted for President Donald Trump, do not be discouraged when you see videos of President Trump being booed at the game in D.C. Number one, blue states, blue cities, they will have a lot of people that hate President Trump. And let me just tell you, the reason why you are a Democrat today is because you're weak-minded. You have to understand this. I used to be a Democrat. Many of the people in here probably are still Democrats, but they are not supporting them because they are not in the right mind. They are too far left. They've gone crazy. They got too much TDS going on. Thank you for the subscribes, guys. Appreciate you. They've gone too far. So a lot of us are trying to make sense of what's going on. Morning, Mike. Mike Bivens. We do not like to be taken for fools. And so I'll say, take courage, my patriots, because you can see videos of people booing President Donald Trump. The fact is, President Trump was trying to make a speech to honor our veterans. And this is the mentality that the far left Democrats have. They want to hate President Donald Trump so bad that they disrespect your veteran service. They disrespect our military, but when they want to talk trash about Trump, they talk about how great our veterans are and how President Trump is mistreating them and is not giving them what they deserve, blah, blah, blah. They only bring that up to play on your emotions. But the fact is, they don't respect our veterans. They don't love our veterans. They don't give a crap about the veterans. As far as they're concerned, veterans don't exist. You know how I know? Because in Oregon here, they didn't even allow the veterans marching because of lack of money, they say. Bull crap. You can always raise money. You don't have to have this $100 million parades. Just open the damn streets. Allow them to march. Let them drive their car. Very simple banners. You sit out there and you give them thanks for their service. People make excuses to why other people are going through some problems, but they don't make any attempt to try to make it better. I'm going to share with you a photo that I made for my veterans. Not many people take the time to do it, but I'm going to show you a photo that I made for them. And one of these veterans, it's actually here in one of my chats. So let me close this window here real quick so I can put this on for you. I'm going to show you. I made this little post, this little picture for our veterans. Clip some stuff here, make a little collage. It's not much, I get it. But I did this with my heart, and I love it. I said, thank you for your service, veteran patriots. The only symbol, the only medal I'm missing in there is the Space Force symbol. But this veteran that we have right here, as you see right here on the left side, he is actually one of our members. Of course, that was a picture when he was younger. He's a bit older now. But, this is how you honor your veteran people. Good morning, Cheryl. You know what? I'm going to zoom in on this right here. Number one, look. Oh, my gosh. That brings tears to me. I don't know about you guys, but this is a veteran that has lost his hand and has a little thing. I don't know if I can move this up here. There you go. And this old man, I'm not sure if that's his father or if that's just another veteran. The picture of a tired old retiree veteran. The face of the happy veteran. And this one, probably my most touching. He's holding on his boots, and he's got the American flag folded, and you know what that means when they get that flag. I thought that was special. If you don't think that's special, something's wrong with you. I think our veterans are very special, and they should be honored. And so when I'm talking about this, I'm mentioning this because President Trump was trying to make a speech for them during the Commanders games versus the Lions. Some of the football players were giving homage to President Trump for what he's doing. And then a lot of the crowd was booing him. But then you can also hear cheering in the crowd as well. And so, it's very sad that people are so corrupted in their soul by the hate for one man. They don't even know this man personally. They accuse him. They raise false testimony against him. They speak as if they know for a fact that this guy is who they say he is, and yet they don't even know him in person. They never had a friendship or a relationship with this man. They never seen him work behind the scenes. They never see him do all the work that he does when he goes traveling. They probably wouldn't even be able to hang with him. The guy works so hard, they won't even be able to hang with them. I mean, libtards and socialists are having such a hard time getting up at 6 in the morning. They are lazy. Most of the people on benefits, I guarantee you, are libtards. Dude, is there any Republicans? Absolutely, sure. Of course there is. There's veterans, there's disabled people, there's actually people that need it. But you will find all the lazy people on the left side, and that's just the way it is. I mean, there's it's no coincidence that their symbol for their party is a jackass. The symbol for the Republican is wisdom, the elephant, which is a wise animal. That's crazy. You know, somebody made a meme about President Donald Trump has to be the American lion because both parties are failing this country. So the reason for us coming together here in this chat is because we want to stop that trend. We want to make sure that we are actually telling the truth and fighting for our country. How many people do you see out there in other chats doing a thank you to you for your service, veteran patriots? Not everybody wants to honor others for their triumphs and their accomplishments. You know, it used to be that you had to do something amazing in order for you to get some sort of trophy or recognition. Now you just got to come out in the open and say, I'm gay. That's your accomplishment. Great job. Congratulations. If that's what you thought that you needed to do to accomplish something in life, you are more disturbed than I thought. Whatever you do in your personal life, that's your personal life. What are you doing for this country is the question. Not just how you're gratifying yourself. What can you do for your country? That's what you got to ask. What can you do for your country? Oh, well, I can run fast. No, what can you do for your country? Not what gratifies you. What can you do for your country? You know, I was listening to the mayor of Seattle here. Harold is his name. It's funny because I was also raised here in this state. And he says, oh, I remember when I used to walk freely without being afraid of anything in Seattle. Well, I remember when I was 13 years old and I got jumped by 3 crackheads when I got off the bus in downtown Everett. That's what I remember. I remember when in high school they were playing gangs of Bloods and Crips. That's what I remember. I don't know how beautiful Seattle was back then in the 90s and the 80s. But I can tell you it wasn't that nice over here in Everett. So your life is better than my life, Mr. Herrera, mayor of Seattle. Probably never had to do without anything. Probably grew up with both parents having a lot of money. But not everybody has that luxury. And I'm going to tell you, it's not an easy task. I get it. It's hard work. It's hard work to love people when they hate you. I am surprised. I'm going to tell you right now, I am surprised that President Donald Trump is not tougher on this soft generation that we have today. I will say this, and this is just to my American patriots. Trump has a plan. Everything Democrats have been saying so far, till this day, has been a lie. And we keep proving them wrong after wrong after wrong after wrong, and they are still hard-headed. They are still ignorant because they're so much filled with hate. They're filled with so much hate they can't think. They are selfish. They are self-indulging on their sin. They are entitled, and not the good way. They are spoiled, like literally spoiled rotten. There is no seeds of love, self-respect, or respect for others. They want to act like little animals. Now they're full adults and they go to the stores in pajamas. There was this guy that walked into Costco yesterday wearing boxers, and he had a shower robe just open, just walking around like he was in his bedroom. I'm like, bro, do you have any self-respect? You are out in public. At least put some real shorts on. Put a damn jacket on. Put a sweater on. We are civil. It's a different society. When are you living? What times are you living in, bruh? Dude, you gotta pretend that you have a brain of common sense that says, oh, I should not go outside in my boxers. This is the leftist people. This is all the mental, retarded people that vote Democrat every single time. And if you voted for Democrat, I apologize. I know you learned your lesson. You will do different next time. But that's the kind of people that I see. Today, we have so much news, social medias everywhere. You see what happens in other countries when they decide to go with socialism. You see what happens when people say that they're socialists and yet they are actual communists. The latest video from Mancami. He's complaining about the conditions of this apartment building. Now, New York is already very high tax, very high priced, because the governments have been Democrats for too long. They keep raising taxes, keep raising taxes. They see that the rich people with big corporations are bringing in billions of dollars, and yet they keep taxing everybody, and they can afford to pay rent. They can afford to pay rent. And now the latest video is he goes out there and says, oh, you know what, this building here needs a lot of work, and well, if they don't fix it, we will fix it, and then we'll send them the bill, and if they don't pay it, we'll take over the building. What? Mr. Mancami? We know what communists do. Socialism, it's only a tool that they use to infiltrate into your emotions, into your brain. And you see, most people are two kinds of people that will fall into socialism. Okay? Now, one kind has a lot of qualities inside of them or disqualifications. One of them, you are too young, you don't know history, and you're lazy to work. You think everything should be given free to you without knowing that it takes money to get things done. And that's the kind of socialists that we have. Idiots, ignorant people, young, too young to know what's true. And the other kind of socialist person that will vote for socialism is that one person that feels defeated, where they have no self-worth, no self-esteem, or maybe they just literally just can't work to make ends meet, so they give up in life and they vote for socialism. That's the only two kinds of people that will vote for socialism. Now, what happens when you get socialism inflicted in your nation, in your government? You are a communist. You are governed by a communist. Mandani is going to be the biggest example that I'm going to be able to give you guys here in the state of in one of the states of the United States of America. New York will be the doom of New York, not President Donald Trump. Beast, I will try to hold back all the names that I can call you for being so stupid, but I will hold back. I will have mercy on you today. If I feel that you guys are not bringing any type of criticism, constructive criticism to this chat, you will get booted. Next comment that I see that is damn stupid, I will go ahead and kick you off. So if you're going to put a comment on there, you better put a comment of something that you think will benefit our country. No, I want you to put something that will benefit our country. If you're going to argue with me, I know you're putting a bunch of names and stupid stuff on there so that you can just disrupt my life. This is my show. This is not your show. You want to have a show, go make your own show. Put a comment on the chat that tells me, go ahead and tell me what can make this country better. Tell me how socialism benefits the United States of America. Mandani already knows that he can't get the money that he promised. He's taking some stuff back. All right, man, you don't deserve to be in my chat. Get the hell out of here. There you go. I probably kicked the wrong guy. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Travis. I hit the wrong guy out. So if you're in there, I apologize about that. I made it. I try to reverse it. Hopefully that works. Let me see. Mandani can't do anything. Well, thank you, Horacio. Rolling Grog says, speak English so we can understand you. This guy, are you are you serious, bro? Let me see. Let me see if I can get. Is there 3 Americans in here that can understand my English? Apparently, Rolling Rocks doesn't speak English enough to understand that I speak American English. Rolling Rocks is an English guy that speaks perfect English, apparently. What a moron. Guys, if you are in here, please don't hesitate to give the thumbs up on the live there. I'll appreciate that. If you guys want to make a difference in this country, you have to stop voting the way that you've been voting. Democrats, all they do is destroy. Thank you, Brian. Somebody speaks English in here. Omar says, all right, get him out. Make sure that you allow people to say what they want to say, but if they're just putting stupid things to insults and stuff, get them out of here. I want people to put comments out there that tells me how things are better under socialism. What is what Gavin Newsom doing in California a good thing? Let me see. Rab says, go check out how the socialist government of the Indian province of Kerala have lifted so many citizens out of poverty, raised literally rates, and increased life expectancy. Now, what I would tell you, Rab, is don't go so far across the ocean. Go down to Venezuela and find out how Hugo Chavez raised Venezuela and took poverty levels all the way down to 3%. But after resources are being depleted, after all the money is gone, now Venezuela is at 70% and above of poverty level. Socialism doesn't work. Socialism only works as long as the money is there. But the problem with socialism is that they don't continue to make money because they have to spread the wealth amongst the people. You can only do that for so long. You can only keep handing money to people and you expecting them to make a change in their life, but they're just being more and more and more dependent on handouts. And it stops people from trying. It stops people from going to work. It stops people from saying, I can be better. It makes people be dependent. It's like you're kicking your children out of your house when they're 18 so that they can be independent and they can learn to live in life and make a good career out of themselves and all this other stuff. And you just say, no. Don't go out there. Don't be independent. Don't go make money for yourself. Stay home. My basement is awesome. I'll pay all the bills for you. Don't worry. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying with socialism. So don't go too far across the ocean. Just stay right here in the Americas. There's plenty of socialism and the Caribbean and everything that we can talk about. All right, but thank you, Rag. That's a good one. Qatar Air Base on American soil. Yes, Qatar is our friend. We will destroy those guys so fast as they step out of line. Let's just say that. Let's see. At Rab Higgins, Indians still protesting over rape actually being criminalized. Yeah, that's not the best country, to be honest, to be making an example with. But I still, the point is valid. I mean, if there is some signs of poverty levels going down, it's okay. Let's see. Socialism has never worked anywhere, says James. And man says, bigly Trump supporter, but I will believe the check when I see it. Oh, the $2,000, guys, I don't think that's a promise. I think that's something that he wants to do, but I don't think it's been made a promise yet. But I do believe that is something that he wants to do. Until they actually said, we have released checks. don't hold your breath. I think it can happen, but don't hold your breath. Let's see. Antonio says, you don't even have to go that far. Just look at Cuba. See, there you go. Some people know communists. Some people know socialism. And we got history right here. Guys, it doesn't surprise me. You know what? I always told this story, right? When I came to the United States of America, when kids hear me speaking Spanish in school, they always say, oh, are you Mexican? And I said, no, I'm from Honduras. And they're like, wait a minute, where's that at? And I'm like, okay, well, the United States, and there's Mexico, and there's Guatemala, and then there's Honduras. It's only 2 countries away. 2 countries away. And people kept asking me that all the way through 12th grade, and people didn't know where Honduras was. So it doesn't surprise me that there is a lot of people out there that don't know why socialism doesn't work. All right, I said Travis saw something here about the Constitution. Let's see. Horacio says, Newscom destroyed a beautiful state. Horacio, he knows what he's talking about. The state's still beautiful. It's still salvageable. It can be fixed. Travis says 2028 is not allowed in the Constitution. You don't like the Constitution either. What the hell are you talking about 2028? That is a joke that he made. And also, he didn't serve 2 terms consecutively. And the reason for that rule is to avoid tyranny and dictatorship. But if we need to continue, we shall do Trump 2028. It is possible. It's been done before, and the Constitution has not opposed. So, yes, there is a big possibility, but I don't think Trump is going to do it. And I think that Trump should go back to his family and spend the next couple of decades that God may give him his life and be happy golfing and loving your family. He needs to go and enjoy his wealth. There is a lot of old people that I know of that they just can't stop working. These are real men and women. They just can't stop working. And the moment that they stop working, their life is over. That's simple. There is people that are raised, or they grow up to be this hard worker where if they're not working, they're miserable. My mother was one of them. My mother had to keep working all the time. All the time. Even when she was of retiring age, she still was working. We will tell her, no, don't worry, we'll take care of it. No, she still wanted to work. And she did that. Cancer took her away from me, or from us, but she was a hard worker. She never stopped working. So I see that detail on President Trump. He just doesn't stop working. Is what he does. Now, you will think, guys, you guys on the left side are so ungrateful. You really are. Here's a billionaire that can make deals with Qatar. Of course, being the president, that helps. The power that comes with it helps. But he has made so many investments. He can partner up with Elon Musk and go on this venture together and make hundreds of billions of dollars together. But he doesn't do that. He'd rather serve his country, because from the 80s, early 90s, I remember him talking about that he wouldn't run for president unless he really had to. He hates to see his country go down the drain. New York, he loves New York. Mandani is pissing all over New York. Americans don't see that, but I see that. We have to stand up for what's right. And right now, supporting President Donald Trump, it's the right thing to do. We cannot allow them to try to delude all the accomplishments that he has created, that he has made, that he has managed to accomplish. When you guys have good heating and cheaper energy very soon, probably this winter, I know you're not going to say, thank you, President Donald Trump. Right now, gas prices are down. You don't say, thank you, President Trump. I know the border is secured. You don't say, thank you, President Trump. I know you don't have Iran with nuclear weapons that can destroy us. You don't say, thank you, President Trump. You are migrants from other countries where you come from, where they've been at war and they've been doing all this bad stuff in your country. You don't say, thank you, President Trump, for stopping that. Thank you, President Trump, for bringing $170 billion worth of revenue back into the country. Thank you, President Trump, for at least thinking of giving us $2,000 checks because of those tariffs that we're making now. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for not sleeping. Thank you, President Trump, for flying around and talking to all these leaders around the world. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for keeping the country going. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for telling Democrats to open the government. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for telling the Democrats don't shut the government. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for anything that he does. You don't say thank you, President Trump, for giving honor to our veteran patriots. You boot him. You don't give him a chance to speak. You hate the man so bad that in the process you destroy in this country because you cannot forgive. Learn to forgive. Forgiveness is key. You got to forgive. And you're not forgiving Trump for his benefit. You're forgiving Trump for your benefit. You see, the problem is not Trump. The problem is your soul. It's your brain. It's corrupted. It's dark. It's destructive. Sin has created a lot of mental health problems. I see them in Walmart all the time. I see them on the street all the time. And these are the people that are still able to vote. And they always vote for Democrats. Democrats use the tactic of grabbing all the old people from their old people's home and they make them go vote. They fear-monger on them. And then they go and put them on the street to protest. They don't care about their health. They don't care about their mind condition. They just care about using them. They don't care. They have proven us, Democrats have proven us by shutting down the government that they don't care about Americans. What I don't care is illegal immigrants because they're not supposed to be here. This is not their country. They are not our responsibility. They have their own country. They can go and protest down there. They can go and complain down there. They can do whatever they want in their country because that's where they belong as citizens. As citizens, they have a voice over there. They don't have a voice over here. They don't have rights over here. American citizens do. And all the people, stupid people in here that want to give illegal immigrants rights that belong to citizens, you guys are dumb. You say, we don't do that. Ayate. Ayate. You don't even know what that is, probably. We have to make sure that Americans are taken care of first. America first. Very simple. If we take care of America first, we will be able to help others outside of our country. For those of you who say, I have, oh my God, their empathy. Oh, they just come here to work. Well, it's not their country. You don't come to somebody else's land and force yourself on them. You see, this country has fought battles with blood. Many people were sacrificed, killed, wars, battles, all kinds of stuff. Now we are a country of laws, civilized, with governing rules for everybody on the territory. See, the Navajo are peaceful people, but the Comanches and the Apaches were fighting for territories. There was a lot of native tribes fighting for territory. We're not doing that. We're not fighting for territory. All of this land is now the United States of America, period. Conquered. Some of it bought. Some of them dealt and agreed with. The strongest have made this country what it is. So now all of our natives, all of the migrants of the times, all of the people that are here, now we have laws and rules that everybody needs to abide by. So stop talking about stolen land and all this bullcrap because that just tells me how ignorant you are. I got Navajo Nation on my side. I got Apache Nation on my side. I got Cherokee Nation on my side. I got Choctaw Nation on my side. I have a lot of tribes, Native Americans that are on my side that believe that the United States of America is one people. Now, do they have reservations? Of course. Do they have sovereignty there? Of course. Of course they do. We love our natives. We love our migrants, but we don't need our illegal immigrants. It's very simple. Forget about it. And let me tell you something. The reason why gangs have not been dealt with is because we have always had the same weak-ass government in office. If we didn't have to deal with all these drugs coming out from South America all the way through the Mexican border and through the ocean and all this other stuff, if we didn't have to go through all the fights that we had to go and make peace throughout the world, we will be attacking our local, violent, criminal states and cities. Look what happens. You say, well, they go out in the world and they try to destroy the regime in Venezuela and this and that. And, well, what about America? What about it? What about it? We send the National Guard to Chicago, they get pissed. We send the National Guard to California, they get pissed. We send the National Guard anywhere. And you morons on the left get pissed all the time. Talking about martial law, talking about why is military on the ground. Well, doggone it, you keep complaining about crime in your city, and your government, your local government is not doing anything. What do you expect President Trump to do? Everything he does to try to help you, you guys keep putting them down. So what the hell do you want? If you don't want to help, if you don't want to support, then get the hell out the way and let us do our job. Stop bitching and complaining about this and that, and all you can do is throw insults. How about you come down to reality and start tackling the issues that you're supposed to? You know why you don't do that? Never mind. I don't even know why I asked that question. You're a criminal. You're an illegal immigrant. You are a retarded. You are a retard because you don't know how to think. All of the people that come to my channel that subscribe, I'm going to tell you something. All those people want to make a change in this country. Those of you here that keep defending criminality, illegal immigration, those of you that keep putting America's values and interests last, you guys don't belong in this country. It's a shame that if you are an American, it's a shame. If you're an illegal immigrant, or even if you're an American citizen but you're a damn criminal, you need to get deported from this country. You need to be put on a separate island, somewhere where it's not cool. Somewhere where the beach is full of sharks and everything poisonous. That's where you belong. You ungrateful mofos. You benefit from the greatest country on earth, and you do nothing to protect it. Nothing. You guys are the scum of this country, of this nation. All the people that stand up for what's right. Listen, I don't care. Democrat, Republic, I don't care. What I want to hear is that you stand for America. You gotta stand for America. All the sacrifices, all the blood that have been spilled in this land is done. It's done. We are now a nation. Together, we are nation. Travis, technically, I'm illegal, he said. Well, hey, you better make sure that you are not illegal, period. Otherwise, you get your ass deported. We don't want to see you deported. A lot of veterans that supposedly served were actually deported. Why? Because they didn't do their papers. Why? Because they lie in their application. And then they go out there and say, oh, my God, they deported American citizens. Yeah, well, they're not supposed to be citizens in the first place. Oh, they deported residents. Well, they're not supposed to be residents in the first place. Which war, Roxanne? Which war? But Trump's America is not what we fought for. We are not a racist nation. Number one, we're not a white nation. We are a nation of many ethnicities, and that's what we are. So for people that say this is a white country, not saying that you are, Roxanne, because I just saw your comment. But if people think that this is a white nation, you are racist, and you got to recheck yourself, okay? This country stands for liberty for all. And when we say all, we're talking only about Americans and residents. which will be future citizens, hopefully, if they can maintain a good, clean record. No criminal activity, and they will be approved for citizenship. But they have to show that they love this country. Let's see what else we got here. Columbus said, I'm getting deported back to India, is where he said we're from. I don't know what you're talking about right there, my friend. You lost. You're lost. Let's see. Melissa. Let's see what Melissa says. At Roxanne, the hell it isn't. It is exactly what we fought for. Good job, Melissa. Stand up for your country. Brett says, laugh aloud, grow up. You're talking about an ideal state, and America is not. Oh, my God, this guy, what the hell? We have a constitution. And by the way, for you morons out there that don't believe that the Constitution of the United States of America belongs to American citizens only, you're dumb. It does not belong to illegal immigrants. Paul Salsi knows. Vets before illegals. 100%. Antonio says, we are one of the most diverse country on the planet. 100%. And we got to respect that, and we have to make sure we fight for unity, not preferences over one over the other. 34 fake felonies. That's right, Anthony. There's no way this guy's a citizen. You know why, Trev? Because I am more patriotic than you will ever be. You don't know what it's like to be a patriot. You don't know what it's like to really love a nation and everybody on it. You don't understand what love is. You know why? Because you don't even love yourself. Now, when I say I love everybody, it doesn't mean that I agree with their lifestyle. You can be a drunk. You can be a woman. I don't care what you do in your personal life. I am not here to preach to you about salvation. Now, when I preach about salvation, that's another talk. But right now we're talking about the politics of this country. What makes this country move? What makes this country great? What makes this country strong? And illegal immigration is not one of them. Now, with that being said, I need to go grab some water. And I want to say thank you guys for your likes. Thanks for your love, for your appreciation, for everything that you do here to support me in my chat. Let me grab some water and I'll be right back. All right, thank you so much for allowing me to take that break. Man, I needed some water really bad. These trolls surely make me talk. And I want to go ahead and start talking about a little bit of things that have been happening in California. Well, I know there's a lot that I can talk about what's happening in Washington, but I love to touch California because Gavin Newsom has been getting away with murder and everybody is clapping for him. Let me tell you something. Every politician has a goal in mind. And what we pray and hope for is that every politician that is running for service is that they really, truly love the people that they are trying to serve. Now, you guys already know my plans of, running next year. We'll see what happens here in Washington State. It's a lot of work. There is a lot of work to do. And, it's going to be tough. But you know what? We're still going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot. Travis says, enjoy, guys. FYI, I don't agree with Trump. Not all Republicans are stupid. I don't believe this. And I don't think all Democrats are stupid either, but the ones that vote for the same people are. Thanks for stopping by, Travis. You take care, bro. So, Gavin Newsom has been making President Trump look bad every single step of the way. And what I can't believe is, amen, Cheryl, Jesus, Lord. Jesus Christ is King, King of kings and the Lord of lords, host of hosts. Amen. Uh, I really don't understand. I don't know how else to be able to share the truth with people when they don't even know what the truth is. Their moral compass is so destroyed that they don't even know what that is anymore. And that is something that should scare every single one of you guys, because um, I think that it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. That's what I think. Let me bring Trump over here in the window. Give me a second. I have something else that I want to share with you guys. Guys, if you've been with me here so far, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. I have this team over here. They suck at editing and changing camera views and all this stuff, if you haven't noticed. It's a one-man show, ladies and gentlemen. One-man show. I don't see Cool Cat Renee here so far, so hopefully he's doing good. He is a great supporter of the show. And let's see here. Let's minimize that here. All right, I will take some questions from you guys before we go to our next video clip that I want to show you. We'll see if we have any real questions on here. Cheryl, you're 100% right. He is the President Platinum. Let's see. Having a medical exception isn't judging service. Let's see. At Down Home Diva. Oh, man, you guys having your own conversation. All right, fantastic. Let me see. I got... Let's see. The lawmakers speak on the floor, Senate. Are they even saying anything? Nothing. All right. We'll leave that one there for now. Let me make sure this is the right one. It says live, but you know how it is when they say live. Let me see if I have any speakers yet. Here's one right here.
Let us pray.
Oh, prayer.
Eternal God, we thank you for the progress we have made on this journey to reopen the government. We refuse to give in to the fatigue of despair because you have filled us with the buoyancy of hope. Lord, you know the hopes of the helpless. You bring justice to the oppressed. You see the troubles we face, for you are our all-wise King. Continue to shower us with your blessings, instructing our lawmakers with your wisdom as you use them for your glory. And Lord, bless our veterans. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., November 10, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Roger Marshall, a senator from the state of Kansas, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
I like how they have this. They open up the floor with prayer, a written prayer at that, and then they do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then nobody has anything ready. Nobody has anything prepared to start the conversation going. Like they have to sit there, and then what do they do? I don't know what these people do in this house. To be honest, I've never been one of those things, so I can't really speak too much on it. All I know is that if I was coming into one of these things, I got to have my stuff ready to go. I am ready to go and debate, and I know what we're talking about, and then we can hit that. For people that want to come in here and debate me, number one, I don't work for you. This is what I do for a living. You want to debate me, and you want to try to make sure, you want to show yourself to be this macho guy or this brains, pay the piper. Other than that, I want to say thank you guys for joining me and for being here with me. I think that if you're looking for the information on the 41 days of government shutdown, that was very brief. There was no questions taken. So don't look for anything else on that unless Democrats want to come in and whine and complain about it. But on my end over here, let me make sure that I have the last cover here. I want to share some news here if you guys haven't heard them yet. Excuse me. Give me 1 second here. I want to show this clip. This is Brandy Cruz from Washington State. She's a very smart girl, and she actually has some good information. And I wanna go ahead and play her this little clip. Now I haven't heard it, but I always talk to you guys about Washington State, about taxes being raised, of how President Donald Trump has managed to lower the pricing on everything, but yet Democrat states, they keep raising taxes, which keeps everything up on the high end of the price, and then they allow price gouging, because they fear-monger businesses and they raise prices. See, this is what the tactic is for the Democrats. They fear-monger the people, the businesses. They raise taxes and they do all this stuff. And then the economy looks bad. They do this so that we can then be judged that we didn't do anything for this country. And that is farther from the truth. I was speaking with Trinity the other day, and because she accidentally jumped into my TikTok live, but I asked her if there was a difference on the pricing. She said all prices are down, gas is down, and they have about a 20-something cents tax on gasoline. Boy, here in Washington State, if it wasn't for the taxes that is put in by our local government, our gas right now would be at $2.86. But because of the taxes that our government here has imposed on us, Washington State, the gas price was $3.89. So imagine that. Is that President Donald Trump's fault? No, that's the local government that keeps raising taxes. Whenever you ask the mayor, why do you allow people to be criminals 5, 7 times and they're still out there? And he says, his reply is, well, we don't know why they're doing that. So we're trying to fix that. No, it doesn't matter why. What matters is that you make an example that nobody is above the law and nobody can break the law. And if you break the law, you make an example of those who break it so that others are discouraged from breaking that law. But these governments don't think that way. I don't understand where the hell they got this mentality from. They look at another country and they say, oh, it works over there. Well, shit, do what works for us here. Forget about what another country is doing, and let's do what we're doing here, because this country is greater than that country. And if this country is greater than that country, it's because we've been doing something right. The moment that we start copying other countries' dilemmas and activities or laws or whatever is when we will start becoming like them. We don't want to be like them. We want to be like the United States of America has become. All right, with that being said, let's take a listen to Brandy Cruz here.
That's at stake for Washington voters is a potential income tax. And you might be thinking, Brandy, there's no income tax on the ballot. Oh, yes, there is, okay? An income tax is absolutely on the ballot, because if we don't start to chip away at one-party rule in Olympia, they are going to push through an unconstitutional income tax, but it's not going to matter because basically they do whatever they want. This was a story that came out over the weekend from the Washington State Standard.
Unconstitutional, but because it's Democrats, it doesn't matter.
We'd also heard some rumors and rumbling of this. Washington State Democrats look at imposing income tax on high earners. The idea is brewing ahead of the 2026 legislative session. It would target those making above $1 million. Our state is one of 9 that does not tax wages. And of course, this has been the prize that Democrats have had their eye on in Washington State for a long time. And I really believe that this is what they have been working toward as they've passed new tax after new tax after new tax. I think they want you to feel so taxed out that they'll come to you and they'll sell this tale of, let us just do an income tax. We'll get rid of all the other ones, all these taxes that have a disproportionate impact on the poor. Let us pass this tax that would tax only people making over $1 million. Come on. Few of us make only over $1 million. We're not going to have to pay this tax. It's just going to be the richies of the rich. And I'm worried that they're going to be able to sell that to enough Washingtonians to make it possible. And when they say, and this is how, again, they'll spin it, you know how this works, tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. And that's worked so many times. But when have those taxes ever stayed in the form that they were first passed in? I mean, look at the capital gains tax. It was like, oh, we're just taxing the Jeff Bezoses of the world. And it's like, no. And then immediately they come back and they reduce the threshold and they reduce the threshold. So if they were to try to fit through and get through and it passed, the state Supreme Court, which I think isn't a problem because the state Supreme Court doesn't give a damn about the Constitution, either the federal or the state constitutions. And enough people would be duped into believing that, oh, it's just on people who make over $1 million. That's not me. It's not going to impact me. Well, yes, it will in 2 ways. First of all, as soon as they get it through, they'll start to lower the threshold. And what they want is an income tax on every single one of you. And if you think for 1 second that they wouldn't do that, or that at the same time they'd eliminate some of these other regressive taxes, I mean, wake up. You're just fooling yourself. But let's say they were to keep it at just people making over $1 million. Where do you think those people are going to go? They're going to leave. They're going to go somewhere else. The state has already shown that it doesn't want people who make a lot of money here. So what happens when people who they've targeted this new income tax at leave the state? Well, they were already going to spend all the money that the new income tax would bring in. So then that...
Hold on, Brandy. And that's a great point. And this is what I said a couple nights ago. They'd rather lose those big corporations, businesses that are going to bring a lot of money for us. They'd rather lose them. And that's a great point that she made there. You probably didn't catch it. Now, that's because you don't follow the state taxes that they put on us. But we know what happens. See, this is the problem with the Democrat government right now, and they can fix it if they wanted to. But here's the problem. They are all DEI hired and voting. People here that are loyalists to Democratic Party, they just check, all Democrats. They don't care what happens. As long as they're Democrat, that's what they vote for, okay? And that's the people that are ruining our state. Why? Well, besides, there is some illegal activities going on with the voting thing. But we'll investigate that later. But what happens is this. They Like, for example, here, they raised $9.5 billion taxes this year, right? This year. $9.5 billion. Now, this is supposed to be for the next 3 to 5 years, supposedly, right? Next year, they're going to do another tax increase, and then next year, another tax increase. They do that every year, okay? They went from a healthy $16 billion budget to a negative $32 billion budget. Why? Because they make these budgets and they say, okay, boom, $9.5 billion in taxes for the next 3 years or whatever. And they say, all right, here we go. Boom, this project, this project, this project, this project. And before you know it, most of the money that was going to be taxed was from a big corporation. And they say, you know what? I had enough of this bull crap. I'm out. And now the business goes out and they're over there like, oh my God, oh my God, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And then they go out there and they have to figure out how to make the money that they already are charging us for future taxes. They spent it before they even got it. And now they have to raise taxes again in the same year. And that's the problem with them. It's like what I was telling my wife the other day. I said, baby, if we have a credit card, okay, the way that a credit card is supposed to be used, listen, you need something. It's $1,000. Okay, well, you don't have $1,000 to spend on that, but in the next couple of checks, you can pay $500 each, and bada bing, bada boom, you pay that debt. I said, that's great. That's how it works. But that's not $1,000 free money. That's negative money. And so if you use it and you don't have that money coming in, well, you got to wait till that money comes in order for you to use that credit again, right? So the government is doing that. They're spending everything that they're raising taxes on, but they haven't received that money yet. And they don't take into account that a corporation as big as Boeing or Microsoft or Amazon or anything like that is going to leave, and then they will take all those taxes that they're not going to pay with them, and then they're screwed. And they have to keep taxing the people, and they got to use money here. They do a lot of money laundering, and then they lose all the money, and then we are stuck paying the tax. If you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I don't know what I can do to help you, to be honest. But that's how I see it. So she made a really great point on that one. Brandy Cruz has been cleared. She has been taking the pills to heal herself from Trump derangement syndrome. Many of you need to take these pills. They work, and it will make you happier. It will even make you look prettier. So, ladies, take them pills, TDS pills. It will replenish the youth in your life, and you will have a lot of less stress.
Is going to fall on you, as so many other things do. Businesses leave, okay, well, we don't want to cut our budget, so we're going to have to make up that revenue somewhere, and they come to you for it.
Yep.
So this is just insane. And Governor Bob Ferguson, he was at some leftist conference over the weekend, and he was asked by the State Standard about this new proposal coming from Democrats. And here's what he said. The headline, Washington Governor Ferguson skeptical of tax increases in 2026. During an appearance in Seattle on Wednesday, he also offered hints about some of his other priorities for next year's session. So he told the Standard that he's reluctant to support major new tax increases in the session that begins in January. He said, quote, we did raise billions of dollars in revenue earlier this year, and I'm skeptical of additional revenue at this time. Okay, remember when he was skeptical just a year ago of increasing taxes? Remember when he campaigned for governor this time last year, saying we need to get our budget in order and our spending and taxes under control? And then he spent the first 2 months of the legislative session pretending like he wasn't eager to sign new taxes. And then what did he do? He signed the largest tax increase in state history into law. So him saying he's reluctant to support any new taxes. Just a year ago, he said the exact same thing. And then he passed like $12 billion in new taxes. So I don't believe a word he has to say. And the fact that he won't come out absolutely and say, no, I'm not going to support an income tax, even if it's on a high earners, tells you everything you need to know.
There you go. You see how I'm not making shit up? This is a Washingtonian, and she's a very good reporter. She decided to get out of the press because she didn't like the BS that were stopping her from speaking her mind and telling the truth. So my respects to her. Brandy Cruz, guys, if you guys haven't heard of her channel is called Undivided with Brandy Cruz. Check her out. Ladies, this will be actually a great channel for you guys to watch. I believe she goes live at 1 p.m. I don't get to watch her that often because now I'm doing live sometimes through that time. Or I'm preparing to do my own stuff as well. So check it out, guys. Check her out. Very good information. So everything that I tell you about Washington State, I'm telling you, I'm giving you, number one, what is common sense. Imagine if I was an expert in taxes. Imagine I was an expert in economics. Imagine I was an expert in all the math that needs to be done. Imagine I was an expert in all these fields. You would think that they would be a lot better than me. I'm just using common sense. That's it. I'm trying to put A, B, C together. That's all I'm doing. So these guys should do a lot better, right? So if you're going to spam stuff like this. Spam that right here. Spam that. Spam. You have to understand, when you come into this channel, you are stepping into MAGA Nation. And so if you step into MAGA Nation, just so you know, you're not going to change our mind. We are already for America first. We're already making America great. We want to make every single one of our states great. We want to make sure that all American rights is respected. Americans first. And that's where we stand. So if you are in this channel, you come in here for the first time, just know this is MAGA Nation. Make America Great Again Nation. It does not mean that you have to be a Trumpster. I am now an official Trumpster because I'm sick and tired of people accusing me of that. And, well, why not? The man works hard. The man is honest. He is very strict, disciplined, and that's what this country needs. And he is doing just that. Now, guys, I have this little health bar up in the top left. If you haven't noticed, every time that I have subscribers added to my channel, that health bar goes down. Every time there is a super chat, that health bar goes out even farther. And then one of you guys can actually take me out, and your name can be put up there. That is the name of the game. Take the boss out. And when the boss, a new boss is mentioned, we play a theme song that goes like this, and this one belongs to Donald Trump today. Enjoy. Hit it. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining.
I have gone
like a boss, like a patron, like el jefe. All right, I want to show you guys this one video. This video, I don't want you to think this video is real. I haven't officially declared it a real video or recent video, even though it says it's recent. But this is called a teoliberal. And liberal for Hispanics is not the same as the Democrat liberals that we have here in this country. But I want you to listen to this. And the message, forget about the images. The message is clear. Check this out, Dirty Money. Check this out.
month and a bit without groceries in my house. Homeless. Because everything is very difficult right now. Yes, we are struggling a little bit.
The line of motorists who arrived this morning in search of food at the food bank in Francis, in South Los Angeles, was endless and at times stretched for several blocks.
Thousands of undocumented migrants are deserting the main democratic cities in the United States. The total suspension of federal food stamp and debit card programs for immigrants has triggered a wave of mass exoduses. The dream is over. Honduras is already going backwards. We
Want to return to our country. We went to a dream that was not given to us, and when things are not right, we have to return to our country.
keep asking for help where there is none. We no longer receive free food. A group of families complain on the streets of Chicago, where lines in front of food banks stretch for entire blocks only to find empty shelves. There is not enough food here because sometimes those who come by car pass by and there is nothing left. The federal government's decision to abruptly cut aid is coming to an end. A budget that exceeded $10 billion annually in assistance to non-citizens has left hundreds of thousands destitute. Now, with food stamps being cut, I have gone a month and a bit without groceries in my house. Homeland Security officials confirm that the migrant food card program that distributes electronic vouchers equivalent to up to $1,000 per month per household has expired in cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Denver, where migrant populations make up 20% of residents. We haven't seen the worst of it yet, I think. So by the end of the month, many people will be here at the food bank to pick up their food. The impact is devastating. Recipients who previously had access to weekly rations of free groceries, including rice, beans, powdered milk, and donated warm clothing, are now facing the reality of a collapsed system. Food banks operated by organizations like Fearing America are reporting a 400% increase in demand since the shutdown, with lines lasting up to 12 hours a day. However, inventories are running out in a matter of minutes, leaving entire families without options.
This closure is creating a humanitarian emergency because we are talking about life's essentials such as food.
Analysts at the Migration Policy Institute project that by the end of November at least 500,000 migrants will have abandoned their temporary residences in democratic states, opting to voluntarily return before import raids intensify. Said goodbye to her partner of more than 30 years to leave for Mexico. My life went down the drain. The fear of winter is
I will point out, guys, that breaks my heart. It does. It does break my heart. But, you know, you listen to these people, right? They've been here for 30 years. You think that in 30 years, they would have saved enough money to make their own house in their country? Absolutely. But they chose not to. I don't know. If they are depending on welfare and free handouts, well, when those free handouts run out, they didn't do anything for this country. Obviously, they couldn't support themselves, so I'll be very reluctant to think that they paid enough taxes to make a difference in our country. Now, you see how fast the food banks go out? Like that. It didn't used to be like that. I mean, I know minorities and migrants have been doing that for a long time, and to be honest, before the massive invasion that we had, even with all the illegal immigrants that we already had, the food would go rotten because they just couldn't give it away fast enough for people to use it. You know, Mike Vivens, we call him Dollabama. But let's go ahead and continue to listen, because what I want you to understand from this is that they are moving back. They're self-deporting back to their country because there's no more freebies for them. Listen to that. And the guy at the beginning said he was promised. They were promised an American dream, meaning somebody offered them money. Somebody offered them that they will get benefits. There was a contact that they had to tell them that they would be taken care of. Otherwise, they would have never made the trip. What does that tell you? You can come up with your own conclusion, make up your own theory of what I'm telling you, but this is what I see, and I'm going to tell you, if I was an illegal immigrant and I live in Honduras and somebody told me, hey, you know what, if you come to this country, if you're in need and you feel like, you know, you're being too poor, if you come to the United States of America, we will give you help. If you stay here long enough, we'll fight and make sure you get papers. But we want you to be faithful to us. If we need somebody to protest, you got to be ready to protest. And exactly what they're doing here is just that. Why do they go into the streets and protest? Because they get handouts like this. Some of them make money. Some of them get this help all the time. And that's why they keep pushing for Democrats. Not all the time, but lately, in the last 10, 12 years, I can tell you that they're pushing for Democrats. I will count as far as the first term of Obama, because he promised a lot of things to us Hispanic people, and he didn't deliver any of them.
Palpable with temperatures that could drop to minus 10 degrees Celsius in the Midwest and heavy snowfall in the Northwest. The lack of warm clothing and caloric foods poses a mortal threat. In Denver, where the first frosts are already being recorded, groups of migrants have begun publicly demanding emergency supplies. We need food for our children and coats for the coming cold.
Migrants demanding food supplies and clothing, etc.
These demands, which have escalated into spontaneous protests, underscore the dependency created by years of unconditional subsidies.
Bueno, you live in a blue state, blue city? And how do you know that there are nothing but citizens in there? You go around and ask them, hey, you're an American citizen? Hey, you're an American citizen? Hey, you're an American citizen? You don't know that. Canadians are white. They look American. Unless you know what the Canadian accent sounds like, you will think that they're Americans. Bueno, open up your eyes. Try to use that brain for something, will you?
At the heart of this exodus is the so-called Caravan of Return, a spontaneous movement that has united more than 15,000 migrants in a massive march from Chicago to the southern border. It began on November 1st in...
Bro, is that me talking on the video? That's not me talking on the video. What the hell are you talking about? It is not me talking on the video. Why you say I'm spreading lies? I'm sharing a video. You say you go to the food bank. Apparently, you go to the food banks and you spend on SNAP. I get you. How do you know everybody is an American citizen where you go? You just made a generalization about the people that you see at the food bank all the time. How do you know they're Americans? Bro, come on. Don't tell me you hate people that give you something that you don't agree with, because that's not logical. It is illogical to think the way that you're thinking. To hate Republicans for thinking the way they are, it doesn't mean anything. I'm sharing the video. If I agree with it, I'm going to say it. If you don't agree with it, then you don't agree with it. It's that simple. You are in MAGA Nation channel. That's just what it is. What that means is that there is Democrats, Independents, and Republicans that think alike to put America first, and they like this information, so I'm giving it to them. It's that simple, man.
In Cook County, the caravan advances on foot and in makeshift vehicles, bound for Laredo, Texas, to cross back into Mexico. Now, it says, he will return to his native Honduras.
No, not anymore. They have already lost the desire to go to the United States. Why would we go there?
Informal leaders, many of them former shelter coordinators, estimate that the group could double in size in the coming days, drawing families from Milwaukee and Detroit. There is no future here without government help, says an organizer.
You're right, Travis.
Who reveals that alternative routes include buses chartered by Mexican
You're right, Travis. Thank you for that advice.
NGOs to Mexico City and, in isolated cases, charter flights funded by European foundations to countries like Spain and Germany. These operations, which transport some 2,000 migrants per week, are based on bilateral agreements projecting a flow of up to 100,000 air returns by March 2026.
Get him, man.
Thousands of people are no longer trying to find what they were looking for in the United States. They think that perhaps that dream can be found in Chile or Spain or Argentina, or perhaps that they can start new lives in Venezuela.
You know what I'm going to point out, guys, is this. This is my opinion. You know, Chile has problems. Venezuela has problems. Nicaragua has problems. Every country has some sort of problems. Mexico has problems. The problem with the mentality of these illegal immigrants and all these criminals that come through here, that they think they are victims, right? So they think that the reason why they're not prospering in their country is because the government is too horrible. Oh, there's just no work. There's no jobs. There's no jobs for all of us, blah, 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 blah. If there are no jobs, Why don't you make one? Create a job. Stop blaming others for the things that you cannot accomplish. Do something. Now, people come into my channel and they're like, oh, God, you don't even have a job. This is my job. This is what I chose to do.
Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Quorum call. No. Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that's due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S 3168, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of federal employees and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
The objection is heard. The bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I'm glad to be able to say that 8 Democrats joined Republicans last night to take the first step to reopen the government. And in the very near future, we will be voting on a final package, a clean continuing resolution until January the 30th, and 3 bipartisan full-year appropriations bills. These bills are the military construction, VA, agriculture, and legislative branch appropriations, 3 of the 12 bills that Congress needs to pass on an annual basis. And what that means, Mr. President, is that year-long funding for SNAP, for WIC, for veterans, for essential farm programs, and for a number of other critical priorities will be met. Mr. President, I said that we will be voting on the final package in the very near future, and I'm hoping that will be hours and not days. We're on the 41st day of this shutdown. Nutrition benefits are in jeopardy. Air travel is an extremely precarious situation. Our staffs and many, many other government workers have been working for nearly 6 weeks without pay. I could spend an hour talking about all the problems we've seen, which have snowballed the longer this shutdown has gone on. But all of us, Democrat and Republican, who voted for last night's bill are well aware of the facts. And I'm grateful that the end is in sight. But I would encourage every member of this body, Democrat or Republican, pro-bill or anti-bill, not to stand in the way of our being able to deliver the coming relief quickly. The American people have suffered for long enough. Let's not pointlessly drag this bill out. Let's get it done, get it over to the House so that we can get this government open. Mr. President, as I have emphasized since being elected Majority Leader last November, I remain deeply committed to advancing full-year appropriations bills through regular order. And we've drafted this continuing resolution to extend to January 30th specifically to give us more time to get this bipartisan work done. I look forward to taking up additional appropriations bills on the floor in the near future. Mr. President, after 41 days, I'm grateful to be able to say that we are close to getting the government reopened. And again, I ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, of both parties, to make it possible for us to quickly pass this bill. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsoo-Brooks.
All right, but there you go. So one of the things that I'm making a point of on this video is that the illegal migrants are saying, if they're in Mexico, they're saying we don't want to go to the United States of America because there's no hope for us there. So they're going back. So that's a win for the Americans, okay? Now, there is illegal immigrants here in California and other states, right, where they have already depleted all the resources that were offered to them. And now they're being told that they can no longer get those resources. And, well, now they're saying that there's no hope for them in this country, so now they're going back to where they came from. I think that's the way that it should be. They should go back to the country they came from. Now, you guys know if the United States of America likes to help people, we can help people in other countries. But the problem that happens with that is that when we just go and give money. So I'll give you an example, okay? And I'll give you an example. In Honduras, we have received hundreds of millions of dollars, literally hundreds of millions of dollars. For what? For infrastructure, so that we can provide housing and fix some social issues that we have in Honduras. But what has happened? The government has stolen the money. I know you guys don't believe the government be stealing anything, but they do, and the people never get the help. So just imagine if you were able to give Hondurans over there a small house, right? As the governor, as a president of that country, they can allot a lot of property to build houses for free because they get hundreds of millions of dollars from the United States of America. So it's not going to cost the Honduran government anything. You know, they will just go ahead and use that to bring housing to people. But what happens with that is that they see, oh, hey, look, free housing. Yay, everybody, let's move to Honduras. And then you get a flood of people from Nicaragua, from other countries, because that country is giving away free resources. That's how it works. That's how it happened. This is why you cannot just send money and, hey, good luck. You guys do what you need to. No, you can't do that. You literally have to have some sort of representation and be like, for example, let's say the United States of America gives Honduras $100 million, right? This is to help end hunger, etc. It can be done. It can be done. First of all, to build houses over there, they don't have to be luxury homes. People right now, they are living in a 4-wall house made out of wood, which is very horrible wood, by the way. And then they divide the rooms with sheetrock, plywood, not sheetrock, plywood, or curtains. So imagine if you actually give them a concrete house, which is cheaper in Honduras than it is here, obviously, and then you actually separate the bedrooms with a door, or even if you have an open whatever, but the roof is better, the walls are better, you help them with the housing. Now they can go to work. They don't have to pay for property taxes, or some do, but they don't have to pay for property taxes, and all they have to do is go to work so that they can make ends meet to eat and survive and put the kids to school, okay? So they can do that. Now, I know a lot of business people in Honduras that have gone from sharing a room with me and my brother, and now they're business owner in their own company, and they have tens of employees. They don't have hundreds. They got like 20, 30 something employees. But they got tens of employees in Honduras, where people will say it's impossible. You can make a business. You know what's impossible? To make money from night to morning. What people don't want to hear is it takes a lot of hard work to make money. You think that I sit here 12, 16 hours a day sometimes doing my lives, working on the projects, working on videos, etc. You think that's not work? It's work. And you can do it too if you wanted to. Now, we got plans for next year. We'll see how that goes. I already got some people that are trying to be helpful and are supporting us on this run. We'll see what happens. But see, in Honduras, people here, it's hard work, and they don't want to do it. They want that quick buck. They want that quick dollar, like the United States of America. And so now that we have no benefits left for them to abuse, now they're finding themselves going back. Now, I don't know how old these clips are or how old this video is because, it says just a couple days ago, but it could be old. The problem is this. Maybe these people don't know that they can self-deport. They don't have to migrate in caravans from the United States down to whatever country. They get a plane ticket. They get a plane ticket or a bus ride down to the country, and when they arrive at the country, they get $1,000. These people don't have to just take off and go crazy. No, they can go home, get $1,000. If the benefits run out here in the country, they are going back to their country. So it's a good thing, And I can tell you something. The victim mentality, it's a sort of a demonic spirit. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you why. Let me rewind this and see if you catch this. I'll go back to the same point, hopefully. Where is he? Let me find it. Where is he? Let me go from here.
All in the Northwest.
See, look at this. Now, this is the Telemundo Noticias, okay? Telemundo News. Listen to this. I'm going to show you right here on the screen. I know Americans, Melody, pay attention. I know you guys think that what we're telling you is a lie. I want you to see, listen, watch, just watch. I'm going to show it to you right now. If you're Hispanic, you can read that. 23 million families depend on SNAP. Now, this is a Telemundo Noticiero news reporting. It's only talking about the Hispanic community. 23 million families depend on SNAP.
West. The lack of warm clothing and caloric foods poses a mortal threat. In Denver, where the first frosts are already being recorded, groups of migrants have begun publicly demanding emergency supplies. We need food for our children and coats for the coming cold. These demands, which have escalated into spontaneous protests, underscore the month, and now they would rather beg on the streets than look for work. We have a lot of senior citizens here, a lot of them, and there are also a lot of people with disabilities, so they depend on us because the SNAP is simply not enough, and especially now that it is going to be cut off completely, they are going to depend on it even.
Did you hear that? Let me replay it. Pay attention. You say they don't get SNAP, right? Listen.
A lot of them, and there are also a lot of people with disabilities, so they depend on us because the SNAP is simply not enough, and especially now that it is going to be cut off completely, they are going to depend on it even more to come and get as much food as possible. An additional layer of controversy arises from resale practices. Migrants would receive weekly batches of groceries equivalent to $500 in market value and resell them in informal markets for up to 70% of their price, generating extra income that exceeded $2,000 per month per household.
Damn.
Economic desperation drives another alarming phenomenon, the mass auctioning of belongings. Migrants organize impromptu auctions of their meager possessions.
Migrants.
Furniture, portable appliances, and vehicles purchased with assistance cards to raise funds for the return trip. All with the urgency to liquidate them before possible deportation. ICE sources warn that any goods not transported will be confiscated in removal proceedings, leaving families in absolute ruin upon crossing the border. Everything that doesn't belong to you is left there. They didn't give you a chance at anything. No, just as soon as they grab you, you're out. In El Paso, a black market for bus tickets has emerged with prices tripling for seats to Tijuana, where 50,000 migrants are expected to arrive in the next 2 weeks, overwhelming already overwhelmed Mexican shelters. Meanwhile, American society reacts with a mix of relief and resentment. 68% of residents in Democratic states approve of the end of debit cards, recalling how migrant families with 5 or more children accumulated up to $1,500 per month, exceeding the local minimum wage. We pay taxes so that they can...
Wait a minute. $1,500 in food stamps exceeds the minimum wage. Think about that. Why would you go to work for minimum wage when you can just sit home and get $1,500 in food stamps? Why would you go to work? You're stupid if you go to work, is what they're saying. You see, when people get assistance, but they still can't pay the bills, they are desperate. They get stressed, and they go look for ways to make money. One of those ways is to get a job. But if you allow them to have free housing, and if you allow them to just get free cash, like the story that I heard about this, they say Venezuela, we can't say that's a fact. This is just hearsay. It's they left the receipt behind, and the receipt showed that they had a balance of $13,000 worth of food stamps and $4,000 of cash allowance. That's what the receipt showed. That is crazy. That is crazy. Now, I don't know if that's a true story, but this right here I know to be true. Okay?
Can live better than many Native workers. Statements collected in Detroit, where anti-immigrant protests have blocked access to food banks, are read.
I will tell you this from personal experience. If I'd had, maybe I had a sickness or some disease or something, okay? I will tell you right now, it is better for me to not go to work and get full free health care and food stamps. It's better for me not to go to work, or vice versa. But it's better for one of us not to go to work so that we can qualify for these benefits. There is no incentive for me to go to work if I'm depending on food stamps and on the government. The incentive to go to work is gone. Why am I doing this? Because I still need to make money. So this is my job. If you guys don't like it, too bad, so sad. It's what I decided to do, my choice. My body, my choice. Ah, man, I couldn't hold that in, guys. I had to say it. But yeah, but this is my job. So anytime that somebody helps me here, this job is only possible because of viewers like you. Man, that sounds like a damn PBS commercial.
Here today to look for this, and we will see later how it is done. How we are going to solve with donations what is possible. Trump looms as a final catalyst. In a meeting in Florida on November 3rd, he announced that deportation rounds will be more brutal than ever, promising a deployment of 50,000 additional ICE agents and the use of surveillance drones in neighborhoods with high immigration density. No more sanctuaries for those who abused our generosity. We will pull them out like weeds, Trump declared.
If you don't like the AI, I can do this on the original language, and then I can translate it.
Esta retórica ha acelerado el éxodo en las últimas 48 horas.
This rhetoric has been realized in the last 48 hours. The stupidity of people with AI. It's just a translator. It's dubbed so that I don't have to do it myself because I'm not going to be able to translate that fast with these people. That's why we use the AI translator.
Voluntary border crossings have increased by 250%, with Mexico reporting the arrival of 8,000 people per day, which is more than 100, which is quite a lot, 100 vehicles that come with entire families. These 100 that I am telling you are people who are already coming to settle entirely in Mexico.
In my case, I'm going back to Mexico City to continue working and see if I can return to my country.
Migrants who once dreamed of the American dream sell their last blankets for a return ticket.
When I used to eat, now I eat wherever I can. I'm a single, retired woman, and what they give me isn't enough. And so this month, coincidentally, they didn't give me any more money.
With winter approaching, the exodus is accelerating. In Minneapolis, a convoy of 500 vehicles left this morning for the border.
Now, I want to point out that... Hold on, Maria. I want to point out that some of the people that are on SNAP, of course, are Americans, and they are also suffering. The example of this woman that was getting $13,000 in food stamps and $4,000 cash, who knows how many children she put on the application. But the guy was making a point that he is a Hispanic American, and he applied for food stamp benefits, and he was getting $68 a month in food. Pathetic. Think about that. An American citizen gets $80, $68 in food stamps. When I applied before, just for myself, they gave me $116 in food stamps. I did that for 3 months. It didn't do jack squat, but yeah, you know, in one way or another, it did help somewhat. But illegal immigrants get more benefits. I don't understand how that works. I know there's emergency, procedures and emergency money set aside for emergencies, not for invasions of people that want over here and say, I'm seeking asylum. Give me money. Give me food and clothing. It's getting cold out there. You need to give me this. You just can't do that. You can't do that. Let's see. Melody, number one, let's make it clear. Grandma, you need to calm down. First of all, you come into my channel. This is my channel. If you're going to come here to insult me, you can use your freedom of speech and shove it up your ass. Freedom of speech is meant to be used in a respectable, peaceful manner. If you're going to come into somebody else's channel just to insult them, get the hell out of my channel. As a matter of fact, I can block you and ban you. You'll never come back in here. But what you're saying is stupid, and nobody's begging for anything. I am being thankful and appreciative of the people that support me. And that's what I do. I do my job. My job is to entertain and bring my opinion and give the news and share what I see. If you don't like it, you don't have to be in here, but you also don't have to sit here and try to insult me for no reason. If I am talking about you, then you're guilty. But I am talking about generalizing other people that are doing this. And if you are doing that, then I can see why you get upset. But that's not what this channel is about. Okay? So I hope you understand that. Thank you, Craig. They put $10,000 on their EBT card initially. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. I have never gotten even more than $400. When was it? 200 something dollars it was for me and my two kids at some point. This is decades ago, but still, I have never seen people get that much money. And then you wonder about how much money gets wasted on EBT. Like, I think that there has to have, what was the chart that we were reading on Snap? This is for Americans. For Americans. The Snapchat was that there was, the Snap benefit was that there was a limit of, I think it was like 20, what was it? No, what was it? 1,600? Shit, I can't remember what it was. But there was a limit. So like once you get to like 6, dependents or something, the benefits don't increase. That's it. This is your max. And I think that's very smart. I think that the limit in a family should be 2 parents or one single parent and 4 children, max. Your benefits should stop at 4 children. If you're stupid enough and you keep making more children when you can't even afford to feed the ones that you have, that's your dumbass that is creating that burden to other people in this country. Well, you're this close from being blocked for being a dumbass as well. But the point that I'm making is don't be stupid. The benefits belong to the American people, but as Americans, you also have to be responsible for the usage of those benefits. Now, if you can sit here, I can have you call in, and then you can do this show for the next couple hours and see how much you can talk. See how many points you can hit. Let's see how many truth you can tell without mumbling and stuttering over there. Let's see how good you do making these channels. As a matter of fact, if you were that good, you will be doing this kind of channels. You don't do it because you can't. And that's a fact. That's right, Güero. You know what? Toma, way. I know what you're saying there. I know what that means. That's not this. That is this. Take it all the way in there, all right? All right, they're still not saying anything on here. Let's go ahead and see what Maria has to say from an hour ago.
Mac, well, the Senate taking a major step toward reopening the government overnight, voting 60-40 to break the filibuster and advance a spending measure. A final package vote set for the coming days, and if the bill clears the Senate, it will move to the House, where once it's passed, we'll move on to the president's desk for signage. And then the government can officially reopen probably by the end of this week. GOP leaders are now promising a December vote on extending enhanced Obamacare subsidies, which have been the Democrats' main sticking point in this record-long standoff, 41 days. Open enrollment is currently underway. Americans have until December 15th to enroll for health coverage beginning New Year's Day. Joining me now is Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
I always love spending time with you, Maria.
Well, this is a long-fought fight. I want to talk to you about everything you just did in the Oval Office the other day with the GLP-1 drugs and how President Trump and you and your agenda are making things more accessible for people at lower prices. But first, give us your reaction to the government likely reopening.
Let's be clear. I'm not trying being part of anybody. My opinions are my opinions. What I believe is what I believe. You are a moron, Adrian, especially from the Bronx, if that's the mentality that you have. I am not trying to be like anybody. I am me, and this is what I believe, and the people that subscribe to my channel also approve of it, and they also have the same mentality. They think for themselves. They're not retards and they are not followers, blind followers like you and Melody and everybody else that wants to be negative about what we're trying to fight for, which is America first. If you guys are illegal immigrants, deport right now. And if you are illegal immigrant sympathizers, why don't you deport yourself with them as well? Keep them company and help them be successful in their venture.
This week, and what was achieved last night?
I'm over the moon, happy that we're going to get the government open, get all these federal workers back into their offices. For me, it means I've got actuaries and insurance experts that can help crunch the numbers and figure out what makes sense. It's also the right thing for the American people. You should not be negotiating important issues, in this case, the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, under an extortionary situation where you're holding the government hostage. So opening the government up, allowing everyone to go back to work, getting air traffic control and all the other things you've been talking about, for me, a focus on health care is important. And you brought up this issue of a potential vote for on the ACA. This whole debate for Republicans is about fraud, waste, and abuse. During COVID, there were these enhanced, very generous subsidies given because it was an emergency to Americans who are in that category of 1 to 400% of the poverty level. They even gave it to folks who were making more than 4 times the poverty level because they wanted to be generous. It was COVID. It was a pandemic. The pandemic.
Dr. Oz, hold on a second. Let me give some libtards a little bit of information from their leadership. Sorry, my patriots, you're gonna have to put up with it. Hey, Anna, how are you?
Mr. President. Majority Whip. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday the Senate took a major step forward on the path to reopening the government.
Just so you know, we're still covering the live of what the Senate floor is doing right now with trying to reopen the government.
The bill before us is simple. It's clean, it's bipartisan, it's a continuing resolution, and it funds the government through January. It's paired with 3 full-year appropriations bills. So let me repeat that. Appropriations bills for the full next year. Now, these are bills that have already passed the Senate with bipartisan support, broad bipartisan support, I would add, and they were negotiated on a bipartisan basis with the House. They're fully funded in terms of veterans care, and look, this is critical. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. Our veterans need to know that we stand behind them. It's also fully funding on food assistance. SNAP, women, infants, and children, that's what we're debating here on the floor of the United States Senate. I believe it's reasonable, it's responsible, and it's ready to go. Let's remember that this shutdown has caused serious pain to many, many American families. People who have stood in line around the block at food banks all across the country. And that's because 42 million Americans missed their SNAP payments. Flights were delayed and canceled because control towers are understaffed. People there working are overworked. TSA agents and air traffic controllers have been working for the last 6 weeks without getting paid. Yesterday, there were 2,300 flight cancellations. It looks like it may be even more than that today. Yesterday was one of the worst travel days in the last 2 years, and today may be worse. This shutdown has hurt our economy, and it has hurt our country. Now, the government is finally on the path to reopening. This is the right result. This is what the American people need. They need certainty. And opening the government provides that level of certainty that the American people want, especially heading into the holidays. So I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank my colleagues in the Senate and both sides of the aisle who voted to support that. You know, the president stood strong when Chuck Schumer stood here and demanded tens of billions of dollars be sent from the federal treasury directly to the bank accounts of health insurance companies. President Trump's leadership protected taxpayers and continues to protect the country. Now let's be clear about what comes next. The Senate is going to use the next few months to pass the additional appropriations bills that will completely fund the government for a full year. There is a pressing need to strengthen our economy, to secure our border, to invest in our military, to promote fiscal responsibility, And we have to do that after 4 years of high prices and an open border. That's what Republicans in this body and across the hall are fighting for. And let's be clear, Republicans are making the appropriations process work again. Last year, Senator Schumer refused to bring a single appropriations bill to the floor, even though the appropriations committees passed out bipartisan, many times unanimous appropriations bill, but yet the minority leader refused to bring them to the floor. That's no way to run the government. That's no way to run the Senate. It's not leadership. The debate ahead is also about the many failures of the Obama health care law known as Obamacare. This is a debate that Republicans welcome. Mr. President, health care in America is broken and is unaffordable, and it broke the day that they passed Obamacare. Costs have exploded. Obamacare premiums have gone up 221%. That's what happened since the law passed. And recall President Obama at the time said premiums for families would go down by $2,500. It was all wrong. Democrats have no answer for that other than more direct subsidies directly from the federal government, directly into the bank accounts of the insurance companies. Republicans believe Americans deserve high-quality, affordable health care. Americans haven't gotten that since the day Obamacare became law. It's time, Mr. President, to reopen the government because Americans have waited and suffered too long. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
All right. And that's that. Now we're going to watch Dalabama come in here and give his 2 cents in. I will take some calls in, but you guys better behave, otherwise you get hung up on. Dalabama, I want to hear what he has to say about this. I will give you the phone number in there in a second. Darius, yes, you are welcome back. You better behave, you punk. One of our brothers, but he's a little rebellious. We got to keep him in check. Can't trust this guy too much. I'm just kidding, man. We're glad you're here, okay? We're glad you're here. All right, Dalabama, come on in. There we go.
Good afternoon, everybody.
There is no audio, and that's not me.
From the very beginning of this year,
Somebody on Fox muted Dalabama.
and Republicans have failed to deliver on their core promise to lower the high cost of living in the United States of America. In fact, what Donald Trump and Republicans said is that costs were going to go down.
Man, that is
on
cold,
day one.
Man. They didn't even. Let me see if he has.
Down,
No,
they're
nothing.
going up. Inflation is going up. Under Republican policies, housing middle-class Americans and everyday Americans to be able to go see a doctor.
They forgot to put the volume. See, I'm not the only one that makes that mistake.
And so House Democrats and Senate Democrats have been fighting.
That's the way I show you love, Darius. You have left an imprint in my heart. I can only call you names now since that one day you threw an insult at me.
For everyday Americans
now,
in the United
that's
States
just the way that I'm going to talk to you until proven otherwise.
Because the reality
All right,
is
Alabama's
America
microphone
is
was
too
not turned up.
And far too many people are struggling to live paycheck
Poor
to
guy.
paycheck.
We'll continue to talk until
can't
they actually
drive. They can
put his mic
barely
up. Let me
survive.
fast forward.
And that's why Democrats
Let me
have been
fast
waging
forward.
this
Let's
fight.
see.
The overall federal workforce,
Nothing.
American people,
Nothing.
over the last 7 weeks to vote.
Ah, man, poor guy.
It's a patriotic fight.
I refreshed
We're waging
it.
this fight on behalf of the
Nothing.
American people.
Oh, man, that's
Five
sad.
states that are most
Let me
impacted
see if maybe
by a failure to extend
maybe
the
Fox
Affordable
4
Care
has
Act
it.
tax credits. Alaska, Mississippi, and
no,
Tennessee.
that's the same one.
45%
How about
of the
CNN?
people
CNN, come on. How about Forbes?
Our fight in the House of Representatives will
Nope.
continue.
I think the mics up on his
to address
on the
Republican
podium are not
healthcare
turned on.
crisis. We'll continue that fight today.
Let me see if
tomorrow,
somebody else
this
has
week,
it.
Next week, this month, next month, this year.
I
next
can-
year.
I
We're gonna
can hear
continue
just a little
that
bit,
fight to
but-
fix our broken healthcare system and lower the high cost
Yeah.
of living for the American people.
Let me
And the
try
American people know that we're on the right
this
side.
one.
Was a 29-year-old named Mariah Plant.
Yeah, all the networks have it the same way, so I think they didn't turn his mic on. They didn't want to hear this guy talk.
Her older brother is nonverbal.
Oh, man, that's sad. Poor Alabama.
24-hour care.
All right.
And Mariah is able to provide that care.
You can
to
hear
her
him?
older
I can't
brother
hear him. Okay, so if you can hear him,
lovingly
it's
and
fine.
affectionately, because of Medicaid that Republicans have now cut by the largest.
Anybody else
amount
can
in
hear him?
American
Let me
history.
see.
Her hospital
Oh, okay.
in rural West Virginia
I think I
is
can
at
hear it.
risk of closing because of Republican policies in their one big ugly bill. And at the same time, this 29-year-old loving caregiver for her older brother gets her health care from the Affordable Care Act. And it's affordable because of the tax credits that Republicans now want to rip away from her. Mariah Plant. Very different than the people that I represent in Brooklyn, New York. But she's an American, just like I represent hundreds of thousands of Americans. And that's what House Democrats are doing. We're fighting for the American people. I have not spoken to them. Thanks.
Different topic, President Trump announcing widespread pardons.
That's as loud as I can turn it up, guys.
Well, Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control. Like, he can find the time to pardon a serial fraudster like George Santos, but can't find any time to sit down with Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country in order.
No taxes on tips. No taxes on Social Security for our retirement elderly. Up to $10,000 on American-made car loans interest.
To address the health care crisis that Republicans have created. That's devastating people in urban America, rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America. And so what we're seeing with these toxic pardons and commutations coming from Donald Trump is more of the same. And look, the American people know these extremists on the Republican side have gone too far. And the crazy part about it is that they went too far on day one of Donald Trump's presidency. And it's been downhill ever since. On day one of Donald Trump's presidency, this guy pardons hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers, 140 of whom were seriously injured. Life-threatening injuries in many cases. And then unleash these people on communities all across the country in ways that put those communities at risk. And what we've seen from Donald Trump since day one, since those toxic pardons of those violent individuals, is more of the same. From a person who promised to lower costs on day one, but doesn't give a damn about the American people. And what has taken place over the last 41 days is that the American people have seen Democrats fight for them, fight to make life better for them, fight to drive down the high cost of living for everyday Americans, and fix.
It is contagious to come into my channel and argue with me. First round of beers for me at the bar, guys. Just calm down, calm down.
our broken healthcare system, in the face of this overwhelming Republican assault on the healthcare of everyday Americans, and Republicans continue to stand up for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Yeah, as I've indicated, listen, Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats over the last 7 weeks have waged a valiant fight
True that, Russell.
on behalf of the American
True
people.
that.
And I'm not going to explain what a handful of Senate Democrats have decided to do. That's their explanation to offer to the American people. What we're going to continue to do as House Democrats, partner with our allies throughout America, is to wage the fight to stay in the Coliseum, to win victories in the arena on behalf of the American people, notwithstanding whatever disappointments may arise. That's the reality of life. That's certainly the reality of this place. But we're in this fight for all the right reasons, because the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people is completely and totally out of control. Life hasn't gotten better for everyday Americans under Donald Trump and compliant Republicans. It's gotten worse. And the American people know it. And we've got to continue to stay in this fight until we end this national nightmare. And that's our commitment to the American people. We're in this fight until we end this national nightmare and can get back to a place where we continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. Thank you.
Hi, Vis. Get him off the air. All right, we're still keeping an eye on the Senate here, on the Senate floor, and we're going to hear some information here from Dr. Oz. But I will allow you guys to make a phone call here pretty soon. Ken, we all know he is full of hot air. Turn my earpiece off. All right, so here we go. Here's my phone number. If you want to go ahead and call in. And the answer that I have for you guys today is, how is socialism going to help our country? I want you to answer that question if you call in. That's it, nothing else. Stick with the subject. How is socialism going to help our country? I think it doesn't. It doesn't work. That's the way that I started the channel today, and it just doesn't work. Communism will eventually take over. Mandani in New York, it's already showing his communist tactics. He is complaining about a landlord that doesn't have enough money to fix up the building. He says if the landlord does not want to fix the building, they're going to hire somebody to do the job, and then they will bill them. And if they don't want to pay the bill, they will take over the building from that landlord. How about that? That is communism at its best, my friends. If you guys don't want to see that, that's all right. I understand. But that's exactly what I'm seeing happening here, okay? So with that being said, if I have another question that you guys want to debate me on, I will go ahead and put it in the chat. But that is the question that I have today. We don't have sitting jobs. Sorry. Well, dirty money, I do. I have to sit down for this job. I'm losing the little bit of the ass that I have left over. As we get older, that thing starts to go away. But we're going to go ahead and listen to Dr. Ross here. He's having an interview with Maria. And let's see what we can hear, if there's anything new on there.
pandemic's over. We're not at war with the virus anymore. So Republicans are arguing all the shortcuts that were created over the last several years that led to fraud, waste, and abuse at massive numbers need to be reformed. And I'll give you just two numbers that listeners ought to be aware of. Half the 24 million people on Obamacare don't use the insurance. Now, if you buy insurance with your hard-earned dollars, you're going to probably use it for a prescription, a doctor's visit, no use. We believe half of those people, 6 million, literally don't know they have insurance, don't care that they have insurance. They're phantom enrollees. So that means the taxpayer is paying for insurance on, for example, Medicaid, and paying for you to have an Obamacare policy. Full freight. The insurance companies are happy with that. No one seems to mind, except, of course, the taxpayers who have to foot the bill twice. So these are the kinds of things you've got to clean up in order to get the ACA into a different place for next year. But meanwhile, open enrollment, as you said, is progressing. No hitches at all. Folks are signing up. Most people have very generous policies. And here's the basic number. The average person on Obamacare pays $50 a month for their insurance now. It used to be $37 this year, which means you're paying $13 more next year than this year. And that's the reason we shut the government down for 6 weeks, according to the Democrats.
I mean, there's also fraud, which was uncovered. I mean, you were able to uncover more than $1 billion in Medicaid money being spent on illegal immigrants.
Uh-oh.
Just found it out last week. The president was asking. The Democrats said it wasn't a problem. They wanted to repeal the one big beautiful bill. So we decided, trust but verify. So we audited the books of 6 states. We only have a few months of data from only a few of those states. We already have over $1 billion that we've identified of monies that were spent from, again, federal taxpayer dollars spent on illegal immigrants. And here's the catch. If you're in California and you want to give Medicaid to illegal immigrants in California, maybe that's your choice. We can debate that later. But you can't take money from taxpayers in Texas and Florida and pay for your illegal immigrants, because they're not doing that in Texas and Florida.
Yep.
And that's what's been tolerated for far too long. It undermines the system. And my job is to protect our most vulnerable. I am laser focused, and I'm a heart surgeon. So, my day job is taking care of people who are struggling with health issues. I want to make sure they have coverage. But if you dilute the coverage that we've dedicated to folks on Medicaid or to the ACA, to people who are not eligible for these programs, that's not only is it wrong, it's illegal, and we're going to stop it.
Unbelievable. I mean, what an incredible opportunity for you, Dr. Oz, after this incredibly stunning and proud career that you've had in medicine, to be able to move the needle for average people in America with this most favored nation policy on pricing, as well as allowing access to these GLP-1 drugs. I saw you in the Oval Office with President Trump last week making these announcements, this major deal that the president did with Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, to make GLP-1 weight loss drugs more affordable and expand Medicaid and Medicare coverage for the drugs. Tell us about this major announcement, your role in it, and the major benefits that you're expecting.
So the president early on said that he's not going to allow Americans to pay 3 times more on average for the same medications made in the same factories than the Europeans are paying. It's just not right. Just like NATO mandated that we have an equalization of responsibility fighting an external threat, we need the same thing internally. So the president literally calling me all the time. We were joking about it in the Oval Office. You were there once when this happened, but he would call and check, and he's a great leader. He wants to know what's happening, and he's been passionate about this for decades. It's just wrong that
Dr. Oz, give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second. Well, first of all, what I think, okay, that on the healthcare, the way that healthcare should be, man, where do we start? So, oh my God, where do I start? There is so many things that have happened. Okay, so you guys will think this is stupid, but it doesn't matter. This is why I think the way I think. I'm going to tell you what I know, and hopefully you understand why I support what I see and why my opinion is the way that it is. Here, I'm going to give you a scenario. And many of you probably already know this, and you've probably already seen this. But we have a problem. We have a problem. Now, I used to work for a company, and this company has they have a labor, and they have a pricing to get a fix for a specific problem, okay? Bear with me. Just follow. The pricing is about $200, okay? That includes $100 labor and $100 for the product. Now, this is what the price is. This is what it costs to get this problem taken care of. Now, if it is a insurance claim, if an insurance company is going to pay it, people can up the price to $400. Now, what happens is insurance companies, okay, number one, insurance companies, they make a lot of money. Why? Because a lot of people don't even use the insurance. Like they'll never have to use it because about 5% or less of the products have problems. And then the rest of them are good. So what happens is with healthcare, now because I know that example, I can tell you, in healthcare, I went to the hospital one time and I said, I don't have healthcare insurance, right? So they took me in and I got this bill for $865. Now what they gave me an IV. Now they say that most of the price comes in because they took me in through an emergency room, right? And I'm like, okay, well, that's a lot of money, but okay, I understand. Then for the same type of treatment, I came back and I get insurance. Now my insurance claim for the same type of work, IV, same emergency, they now charge over $3,000 and I got to pay 20% of that. You guys know how much 20% of $3,000 is? It was $3 and more, $3,000 and more, but $600, right? $600 is what I had to pay out of pocket. Same procedure. What happens? Well, the insurance company just got screwed. Every time somebody uses insurance companies, they screw the bill and they charge the maximum allotted that an health insurance company will pay. So what happens? That forces insurance companies to raise their premiums, to raise their insurance coverage pricing. And they give you less coverage. And they give you more of that bill to pay out of pocket. Now, that's just part of it. On top of it, it's prescriptions. Very expensive. Now, thanks to President Donald Trump, he's already worked on prescriptions. Prices are down. They're more economical. They're cheaper. And we're talking about good, expensive medicine is now affordable. Okay? It's still expensive to me, but it's way, way affordable. Now, we fixed the prescription problems and the pharmaceuticals, taking advantage of the Americans by selling them high drugs. Now, another problem with the healthcare system and big pharma, representatives, servants of the people in Congress, senators, etc., none of them should receive any money from big pharma or from any healthcare facilities. None of them should get a kickback. There's a lot of money that these motherfuckers get. None of them should get 1 cent, not 1 cent. So what do we got to do? We got to make sure that in this case, we need to regulate hospitals. What can we do to help hospitals? If they're already doing this, that's great. But what can we do to help hospitals? How about this? No taxes on hospitals. Maybe some hospitals don't pay taxes. I don't know how that works. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But if they pay taxes, that's one thing that I can say that will help them. Can we help them regulate their facility? If they're paying property taxes, if they're paying this surcharge and all these other taxes, we can deregulate that And then we can cap health insurance companies. But we got to make sure that, oh man, it's just like a big thing, bro. I cannot explain everything. There's a lot of work that has to go into it, okay? And that's what I think. I think there's too much work to go into why healthcare is as expensive as it is. Insurance is only gets more expensive because it keeps getting used and abused. If insurances were able to pay with the actual pricing of what services cost, I think that insurance would be a lot cheaper than what it is today. So that's where I'm at with that. And I think that President Trump has a good health care plan that he's going to put in, mainly to benefit the American people. He wants all the money that is set aside for Medicaid to actually go back to the people so that they can purchase the own insurance that they want. Now, I don't know if you guys do your taxes yourself, but no, I don't think we need universal health care, but there is a way to get some sort of universal health care, and I'll get there, my friend. I'll get there. I think that people should have a choice of health care insurance with whoever they want, okay? So instead of giving the government that money should go back to the people and then let them decide which health insurance they want to have, if they want to have that. Now, before, when I used to do my taxes during Obama, and it carried on a little bit through Trump, and then Trump got rid of it, was if I couldn't afford Obama health care, which I never could afford it, then I can go and get another health insurance, but I couldn't afford those either. The problem was that every time that I would do my taxes, I have to pay a tax or a fee or a charge because I didn't have insurance. What kind of bullshit is that? Because I can't afford insurance, you're going to charge me for not having health insurance? That's the biggest bullshit. And who got that money? The government. And who in the government got that money? Who knows? Corrupted politicians. That's where I'm at with that. The other thing that I noticed that they did with that, it's that as much as you Democrats like to cry and whine and complain that the rich are getting this and the rich are getting that, Obama healthcare, the Obamacare, benefits rich people, not poor people. During COVID-19, they added some subsidies to it. They abused the system. People making over $500,000 were getting free health care. Why? Why are they getting free health care? They don't qualify. But yet, they're doing it. So no more to that. Big, beautiful bill cancels that shit. We cancel illegal immigrants getting health benefits. We cancel illegal immigrants getting SNAP. Canceled. Big, beautiful bill. It is made more for Americans. And what better way than to tell Americans, hey, listen, you need to give something to this country. Go to work 20 hours a week. That's all they have to work, part-time. 20 hours a week, and you qualify for your SNAP benefits. You qualify for your free health care. Now, this is where I'm going to go with the universal health care talk. I believe that the one way that we can help a lot more people continue to receive these health benefits, it's by allowing the qualification bar, money-wise. See, right now there's a bar where if you make more than $35,000, you don't qualify for the benefits. If we can raise the bar to $5,000, I think that will help a lot of Americans in our country. Now, will that be a permanent solution? Of course not, because inflation is still going to go up. The only way that we can try to maintain our economy at a lower level and maximize products is to make sure that we don't have illegal immigrants in this country. A lot of the revenue that is created here in the United States is sent abroad. I mean, just Mexico alone gets $46 billion every year from migrants and illegal immigrants working in the States sending money back to Mexico. It helps their economy. So let me get this straight. So they get SNAP benefits. They say they pay about 96 to $100 billion in taxes every year. You're like, oh my God, they're helping the economy. No, they're not. Because while they pay $100 billion in taxes, they used over $300 billion of benefits. And you say, how? We don't get to ask that question anymore. We don't get to ask why or how. Look at Chicago. Mayor Johnson is in trouble. He's in hot water right now. He's in hot water right now because people are waking up. They ask him a question. How do you know who is your American citizen and who's your illegal? You got all these black people, don't nobody know where they come from. If you're black or Hispanic, all of a sudden, you just got to be in a neighborhood where there's more blacks and Hispanics and nobody knows shit about you. You can just blend right in, like if you're black into a shadow, into a shady area in the middle of the night. Come on, we're not stupid. Think. Think like a criminal. So you can figure out how you can figure things out. Does that make sense? If you think like a criminal, you can figure out how to figure things out. That's probably like a really horrible English right there, but it makes sense in my brain. The translation seems to be solid. I think the point is there. DHS responsibility to catch fraud. Well, I played a small clip. If you on my channel, but you guys called me a liar anyway. It doesn't matter what I showed you guys. I show you proof. I show you document. I go to the government's website. I go to the SNAP benefit website. I show everything, and you guys still don't believe. Okay, nothing that I said made any sense. Okay, you tell me everything that I said. You get a chance to type a lot without being disrupted. You go ahead and tell me what kind of health care will benefit the United States of America. Americans, not illegal immigrants. Go on and tell me. I give you all my examples from insurance fraud, from price gouging to policies, and what we can do to make the prices cheaper for health insurance. Now you go. Now, how come Ken understands and you cannot understand, Darius? Maybe you just don't have a brain to understand. The capability of your random access memory in your brain is just not working. You need to get an upgrade, my friend. I am neither, Carlo. Let's see. It doesn't cancel anything. There is no policy in there. It just cut the money, idiot. Now, if you're a moron, dude, go read the big, beautiful bill, will you? Go read it. I read the damn thing. Go read it yourself. Don't come over here and disrupt my opinions, bro. Unless you go read that bill, don't say shit. The only thing that you're telling me is what somebody else has told you. Darius, you know why, Darius? Because you don't listen. It's the exact same thing that I told you on the call. You don't freaking listen. You're hard-headed. Are you a retard? Just an honest question. Are you a retard? Because if you are, then I will understand and I will just not bother to explain things to you. Because I understand that. Oh, the weather, that makes a lot of sense. You, my friend, got no hope. No hope of survival in this country. All right, well, I gave you guys a chance, okay? Well, let's continue.
Americans are taking advantage of. So we went to all the pharma companies with the president's guidance, and Secretary Kennedy's passionate about this. But the people who really did the work, Maria, are Chris Klump, John Brooks, Inma Hernandez. These guys are barracudas. They went in there with top tier pharma executives and negotiated hard-nosed tactics to get the exact response we needed, which was an equalization of drug prices. So we now have in America most favored drug pricing for the single largest, most expensive category, which is these GLP-1 weight loss drugs. Maria, the Upper East Side of Manhattan is currently the top place where you get GLP drugs. That's not where the obesity epidemic is hitting us. It's hitting us in Mississippi and Appalachia and poorer parts of the country. So this program...
My insulting you, Darius, it's because of frustration of you cannot understand. I'm frustrated for you. That's why you get a bunch of insults. Now, when people come into my channel, they come insulting me right away. Right away. So, do me a favor, Darius. You want respect, but so easily disrespectful. Let me tell you why. Your brain doesn't captivate this motion. You think that by not insulting me, you think that by not insulting me, you're being respectful. But let me tell you what you don't understand. You wasting my time is disrespectful. Don't waste my time. If you ask me a question and I spend 5-10 minutes answering that question and you say nothing makes sense and then you say something stupid after that, that's disrespectful. Don't waste my time. If you don't want to hear my opinion, don't ask for my opinion and get the hell off my chat. It's very simple. If you ask for my opinion, listen to it. If you don't care for it, don't say nothing. Then there you go. If my answer is illogical, it doesn't make sense, it's very easy for you to just leave the channel. It's very simple. But don't waste my time. That is disrespectful. See, you don't understand that. You only understand what fits in your little brain. That's not how it works. All right. I don't appreciate that, Widow. You crossed the line. And I am not going to sit here and be distracted by idiots. So if you guys don't want to come back, by all means, do your thing. All right. Let's go ahead and continue. Listen to Dr. Ross here. We have a long day today. We are still watching the live from the senator's floor. But in the meantime, let's go. Illegal payments exposed.
Program allows all Americans to get access to drugs at a fraction of what they currently cost. Right now, drugs, if you buy them at list, is about $1,200, $1,300 a month. The drugs now are going to be about $125 on average. There are different tiers. We have a program to allow it to go to Medicaid patients called Generous that Abe Sutton created that is designed to allow governors now to dramatically drop the potential costs of these drugs for the Medicaid population where we really need help. That's where the obesity epidemic is literally killing us. And we have a moral hazard on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, in affluent areas.
They are,
as
bro.
much of these drugs as they want.
They both are. They're like twins.
And losing weight, but
And C-Unit, 100%, brother. I see you. Sorry, I can't reply to every comment, guys.
the poor parts of the country are dying of diabetes and hypertension, heart attacks and strokes and kidney failure. So now we don't have that moral hazard anymore. This generous model is going to allow it for the governors. We have Medicare, the program I run, allowing Medicare beneficiaries to get the drug for.
He's in timeout. He's in timeout for 10 minutes. Him and dumbass Weddle.
$50 a month. You pay 50, we'll pay 200. Taxpayers happy, and here's why. Within 2 years of that ink drying in the Oval Office on Thursday, we predict we'll be saving money. There's so much benefit from reducing the expenses of taking care of dialysis patients and heart attack patients and dementia patients that we will be saving money for the taxpayer by buying these cutting-edge drugs. And these pharma companies are rapidly evolving this technology. We have pills coming out. I just learned, I'll break it to your audience, by March, we will have pills replacing the injections for these patients as well. That's at $150. It's even cheaper. So we are dramatically changing the face of obesity. But one big statement, one big plea. Maria, you were kind in your words to me earlier. My whole life has been built on educating folks, empowering people. Lose weight the right way. Diet, exercise.
Yep. 100%, Dr. Ross. You are right. Here, let me see, Knife. What you say about rent? I can speak about rent. The big beautiful bill just cuts money away from those programs. It's not policy change. No, that's not what I want. Darius is like Melody, Knife. If you want to get rid of the illegal immigrants, you got to make it that boss is getting in trouble for hiring illegal immigrants. You make it the landlords get in trouble for letting your, yep. So Knife, yeah, you're right. But so here's the thing, Knife, that there was a rule where you could not hire illegal immigrants, and the way that that they make sure of that is they would run the social security of that person. Number one, when they when they hire you, before they officially let you in and all this stuff, right? They tell you to bring your social security card. Why? Because your social security card is going to show you that, one, your social security is legit, because they're going to put that in the system, right? The system that shows the social security access, that shows that social security is legit, the name on it, and they will verify your name, and they'll check the birth date on it, and they'll make sure that your license and everything matches to that information. And then that's how you get the official, you're hired and welcome to the team. Now, what they were doing, and this is, I can think as far as maybe late 90s, in some of the jobs that I did, what they were doing is that, of course, illegals will use a fake social security number. They will get hired. But then once the results came back and they said, okay, well, all these social security numbers in here are illegitimate, and those people will be called into a meeting, and then they will actually get deported by ICE. And that's how that worked. And the reason why companies were doing that was because every single illegal immigrant that they will hire, at least here in Washington State, for every single one of those illegal immigrants that they hire, the company had to pay a $10,000 fee. Now, that was supposed to be in place. I don't know if that's been taken off. I really don't know. But I can tell you that that actually makes sure that the people were being hired were residents, people with visas were allowed to work, and, of course, citizens. That doesn't happen anymore. People just hire people, and they write down the social security number, they report that for taxes, but the IRS doesn't call ICE and say, wait a minute, this person right here, John Doe, well, he doesn't have the social security belongs to Jane Doe, so he is illegal. And then that's how that works. And I think that that needs to happen, continue to happen. Now, when it comes to the apartment communities, we did not enforce, we're not immigration law, we're not ICE, we don't do any of that. We are just there to rent people, and all we want, hold on.
President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to come to address my colleagues today in the Senate, Mr. President. During the course of this shutdown, what has now become the longest shutdown in American history, there are a lot of people around the country wondering about what has been at stake in this debate and in this argument. And I think with every day that has gone by, it has become clearer and clearer what is at stake. I have heard my Republican colleagues, including the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate, come to the floor to say over and over and over again that not a single Republican in this chamber, not a single Republican in the United States Congress voted for the Affordable Care Act when we passed it in 2010. And for them, that's a badge of honor. That's a badge of honor that they recall from the last extensive debate we had around here about health care. And I deeply regret the fact that they are so proud of not having voted for the Affordable Care Act. It's true, there was not a single Republican in the Congress that voted for that bill. And that bill was far from perfect, I'll admit that. Even at the time, I was leading the fight for a public option to be included as part of the Affordable Care Act, Mr. President, because I thought it would be a very important part of constraining costs for the American people in our healthcare system. I'll say more about that in a minute. In the end, it was not included. In the end, we couldn't overcome the objections of the special interests who wanted to not deny the American people that choice, but it was an important case to be made, and we made that case. But I voted in the end for the Affordable Care Act, even though the public option was left out of it, because it did some really important things for the healthcare system in America. And most of those had to do with making sure that the insurance companies couldn't throw you off your insurance just because you got sick, that cancer and other conditions could no longer be a pre-existing condition, that you could still get health care even if you had the misfortune, as I have had, of having cancer, that there would be no lifetime cap that would prevent you from being able to provide health care or mental health care for your children or for your family just because things had gotten expensive over a period of time. And these were really critical decisions that were made as part of that bill, in addition to the expansion of Medicaid across the country, to be able to ensure that more working people had the chance to be able to afford health care. Which brings to mind one of the really unusual, the unusual context in which we have health care debates in America, which is that we are the only rich country in the world. We are the only industrialized country among all industrialized countries where health care is not a right of citizenship for everyone who lives in that country. And notwithstanding the fact that we have less access to health care than any other industrialized country in the world, it costs twice as much in the United States. It costs twice as much for the federal government. It costs twice as much for our society. And most important, it costs twice as much for the people that we represent in our various states, including in the state of Colorado.
Now, one thing I want to point out. Okay, I had to finish about the illegals and the rent. I also want to touch up on the EBT thing for helping businesses. You guys remind me of that. Let me see. Maybe I can just make a couple of notes here. Let me get my WordPad so I don't forget. I do think those things are important to understand and to know. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to try to see if I can make some notes so that I can answer you guys' questions, okay? There's a couple of things that I want to talk about. I want to say something about this healthcare thing that you guys are not thinking about. And it's all part of this, let's be dependent on the government to take care of us. You guys got to think outside the box, and I'm going to tell you why. Let's see. So EBT helps businesses. Okay, we'll see. What's the other one? Healthcare, I'm going to address right now. Okay, apartments for illegals. All right. So we're going to go ahead and put those two notes in there. I'll come back to it. Hopefully I don't forget to look at my notes. All right, I want to point something out here, guys. We are arguing, debating about free healthcare, universal healthcare. Let me tell you something. Why don't you worry about staying healthy? Why don't you worry about, instead of being diabetic and needing hospitals to take care of your needs, how about you stop eating so much damn sugar? How about you stop eating so much damn sodium? How about you stop learning what foods make you inflammatory conditions? Like tomatoes, they are an inflammatory fruit. If you have arthritis in your joints, don't eat tomatoes. It will kick the shit out of your arthritis. One thing that I can tell you, you don't want to be diabetic, and stop drinking so much damn soda. And stop making the excuse that you need a healthcare system. Do you know how many Americans don't even go to the hospital? They don't even go see a doctor. They live their entire full life without even going to a doctor. And you guys bitch and complain about healthcare. You got a cold? Oh my God, I had to go to the hospital. Shut the hell up. What did you guys tell me to do? Drink some tea. Get some vapor, steam. We know. Vicks. What did I say about medicine? The medicine does not cure you. It doesn't cure me. It suppresses the effects, the side effects. Oh, no, not the effects. Yeah, it suppresses the effects of a cold. But it doesn't clear it. right? So we want to make sure that, wait, what? Knife, don't be disrespectful. This is my chat, bro. This is my chat. And if you feel offended by what I say, you are guilty. If the shoe fits, put it on. Now watch. Dirty Money, Sean, Ken, a lot of people in here, they don't insult me. You know why? Because it's not to them. They don't get offended because it's not to them. Those who get offended, they have guilt inside of them. And that's the difference. So before you put a comment on there, just saying, you're putting yourself out there, that's your choice. But if I say you're stupid, if you are, you're going to put a comment on here, right? But if you're not going to say nothing. Look at Ken 0074 Life. It says, that's right, they never go to the hospital. Boom. Sean Kearns, go get him, Dennis. Okay, there you go. I got people on there that, oh man, forget it. Why would I even explain? You guys won't get it anyways. But the fact of the matter is, if I get enough sleep, now I get sick because I don't get enough sleep. I get that. Okay, here, this is the people that need health care. If you are a veteran, you should have health care. You know, PTSD, maybe you lost a limb or something, health conditions because of that. I get it. If you were in an accident, I get it. If something that it was out of your control, I get it. You need health care. But when you're going in there because you're diabetic, that's your fault. That's your fault. I weighed out 300 pounds, and the doctor told me I was pre-diabetic. And I said, oh, so I'm not diabetic. No, I'm pre-diabetic. Okay, what do? Do I keep drinking sodas? Do I keep drinking all this sugar? Or do I want to reverse that? How about I lose weight? I'm at 260 pounds right now. I don't drink that much soda. The only soda I drink is a Diet Coke once in a while. The worst thing that I do in my life is to drink my coffee. That is my addiction. That is my drug. As a matter of fact, just reminded me to hit the water up again. But what I'm saying is I'm not trying to insult you because you're here. None of the people in here is who I'm addressing to, right? If you get offended by my words, it's because you are that person that I'm talking about. But I'm not calling you out directly, just so you know. All right? Now, if you attack me directly, then your name is mentioned because then you're being stupid. If you have nothing good to say to me, you just don't say it. My nephew was diagnosed as diabetic as a newborn. Was it his fault? The point is that because he is a diabetic, you know that you have to regulate the sugar intake. If he has conditions, of course, things that are not of your control, I said. But things that are for your control, see, you guys don't listen. Why do I even bother explaining? All right, I'm not longer going to explain to you guys because you guys are hot-headed. You don't get it. If you know, like my example, I was pre-diabetic. I am no longer pre-diabetic. Thank God. I had to make a change in my life. Why is it that more Americans now need more health care? Because obesity. You guys missed the whole speech from Dr. Oz. Why? Junk food. Who gets junk food? People that work hard for their money are not going to go get junk food. They're going to get the food that they need to survive and to give to their family. They're not going to spend money on just cookies and Oreos and Ahoys and all this junk food. They're going to buy some meat and get some rice. You don't want to eat too much rice because that can also turn into sugar and make you diabetic as well. You want to have beans. You want to have some eggs. You got to have all these types of foods. And just remember, if there is a condition, then you have to make a decision, right? Well, Unit, I mentioned that if it's something that is avoidable, that's the part that he missed. If it is avoidable, you should work for that. But you can't come over here now and talk shit to everybody and be pissed off that healthcare is so expensive. We've made it expensive. We made it expensive. We keep blaming this government and all this other stuff, but we made it expensive. Every time you have a fever, Rec, you're out of here. Every time you have a fever, you go to the hospital. You don't self-treat. You don't do that. So that's what I want to point out about healthcare. That's what Bob Kennedy is doing right now. Trying to make sure that we are aware of how we can be healthy. We don't need doctors unless you break a bone, unless you have a disease that you have no control over. That's the people that need the hospital. But if you're healthy, if you take care of yourself, you don't have to depend on healthcare. You know what they tell me at the hospital? They tell me that a lot of homeless come in there and say, oh, I don't feel good. The pain is here. The pain. All they want is a fix. They want a fix at the hospital. And that's what they go. And you know why they go there? Because universal health care. Because they get free health care. You know what's going to happen? They can say, no, we're not going to treat you. They got to treat them. They make them suffer, but they still treat them. And you know who pays the bill? The taxpayer people. That's who pays the bill. Because what's the hospital going to do? I'm going to put these people in collections? They don't give a crap. They're not out there trying to get credit. They're not out there paying actual bills. They're homeless. Hundreds of thousands of homeless. Go to the hospitals, get free health care for free. They don't work. Doesn't matter if they're legal or illegal. It's people abusing the system exist. And with that being said, that's all I got to say about healthcare right now. The next step was we were talking about rents for illegals. So, in apartments, in houses, nobody cares about your legal status. But they do care about checking identification. If you are a migrant and you want to rent an apartment, you can. You just got to show your passport. Do we see if it's authorized to be legal? No, we don't give a shit. We just got to make sure that passport matches your Washington ID. And if you don't have a Washington ID, the passport is more than enough. You don't have a Social Security, you have an ITIN number, we can run that. If you can find a way that we can all verify who you are, it doesn't matter your legal status on this country. That's why they get to live in apartments, even if they're illegal, okay? But you're right. See, I think it was, who was it that said this? It wasn't C-Unit. It was somebody else. I think it was Knife. But you're right. I think that the government should step in and be like, hey, listen, we noticed that there is a lot of illegal immigrants that are renting apartments from you. They should not be allowed to rent apartments. Let me tell you how the vetting process works. If somebody wants to come into this country and they want to stay with you in your apartment, here is how it works. Number one, you cannot have somebody in your place more than 15 days. Otherwise, you can get, I was about to say deported, but no, you can get evicted from your apartment. So what happens? If you are being vetted, you have a family member, he is going to come here for 6 months. The first thing they're going to ask him is, okay, how are you going to be down there for 6 months? Well, I got a brother, he's got his own place, and, he's going to put me on the lease for the 6 months. I'm not going to work, but I'm going to live with that person. Bada bing, bada boom, done. Okay, he gets to sent over here, comes out for 6 months, goes to the apartment, and he says, okay, my brother's going to be here for 6 months, and then after that, he has to go back because he's not, he's not a citizen, he's not a resident, he's just visiting. Okay, you can do things like that. But if you're going to come in here and then just rent an apartment, all of a sudden you can't have rent. Now the landlord is going to have to wait 2-3 months before they can evict you, and that's rent that they're not going to make, and that makes apartment communities raise the prices for other renters. And so it's a big cycle. It's not just taxes. It's not just this. There's a lot of things that come together for raising prices. One of the worst practices that I hated doing when I was a leasing agent is calling around to see what the price was for renting an apartment in other neighborhoods that were kind of around ours. And every time that they were renting higher than we did, we raised our price, and then they raised their price, so we raised our price. Why? Because we were still getting 95% occupancy, meaning that the apartments were still being rented. So the price keeps going up, and we keep raising it because everybody in the community is raising their prices. This is what happens with inflation. When you have too many people in here, you got a higher demand for everything, and everything goes up. It has nothing to do with Trump. It has a lot to do with illegal immigration, and that is that. Oh, Graham, thank you, bro. I see you, man. I see you. You know what? We still got a collab, man. We still gotta do that video collab. Graham, it's actually an American. He is, let me see. He is a white boy, 6'5", don't take shit from nobody, very American, very MAGA nation. He is my little brother, and I love the fact that he is a true patriot to this country. So you honor me by coming in here and saying hello, Graham. God bless you, brother. Ozzy knows. He's one of our little brothers, and we support him. We definitely have to collab, and I want to talk about illegal immigration with you, Graham, and maybe some tariffs. I want to talk about illegal immigration because illegal immigration is bad. Migration is good. Illegal immigration is bad. Massive illegal invasion is horrible. It is catastrophic, and it affects everybody. All right. So I know you hit these points. You're actually very good, and I love it. Let's see, the second one. The other one was, who was it that said that EBT helps businesses? Let me tell you what happens with EBT. I forget the name. I should have put it next to it. My bad. But the problem with EBT, and you think that it helps benefits the businesses, is this. There has been so much fraud found out about EBT that you have a lot of people, homeless people, that are out there begging for money. You know, people that are getting a lot of benefits, a lot of food benefits. They use what they need to survive for a month, and then they go sell the rest of the benefits at 50% off so that they can get cash in money. So the benefits, I will say this. If you really think that small businesses need to be benefited by food stamps, I think that you're looking at the wrong way. The way that small businesses should be benefited by is by having working taxpayers coming in and giving you business. Accepting EBT, of course, it does help, but it doesn't mean that that is the way that it should be, okay? So that's where I stand with EBT. So does it help small businesses like stores like 7-Eleven, Arco, AMPM, convenience stores, and all these places that take EBTs? Of course, because they will eventually get that money from the government. But it doesn't help the economy as much as you think, because these people that are using the benefits are benefits that are being paid for by taxpayer dollars. And so if these people are not really working and they're not paying into the tax system, they're not really helping the economy. They might be helping you as a business, but they're not going to help. Melody, I think you're done. I think you're banned from my channel. I don't think that's going to help anybody because if we keep saying that SNAP benefits are benefiting us, it's not going to work. We're never going to get people to go to work. I made so many examples that people rather stay home and do nothing because they get more benefit than they actually would make money. And on top of that, if you get welfare, most likely you are going to qualify for that free healthcare as well. So that's what that is. Let's see. Impossible says they get caught and arrested for this all the time. Yeah, man. And you know, we want the benefits for the people that need it. And it kind of goes in hands, right, with, let's see. It's actually don't involve any health recommendations. All right, Lucy's talking with somebody else, okay? I know, man. Ozzy's been in the background, but Graham brought him back to life. Graham says, Euro and Travel says EBT raises prices with free money. Yep. See, I got to have this guy. We got to collab with this guy. Let me see. You know what, Graham? I don't know how to invite you. I know I can add your webcam. I use Streamlabs. Maybe you can help me with that later. We should do a conference call and see how that works. Really would love to collab with you with video and audio. Very good, very good. I think prices have gone down with less EBT this month. To be honest, we're kind of listening right to the Senator floor, but I don't want them to open up the government. I really don't. I think they should just nuke the filibuster and watch how this country goes to being great again. Because if they nuke the filibuster, anything that Republicans want to put in to help Americans first, it will pass, and there is nothing that Democrats can do to put a halt. Meaning illegal immigrants are not going to keep getting health care benefits. States and sanctuary cities are going to have to abide by the law because right now they're getting away with all this money that they're getting, and this is why sanctuary cities are still alive. The problem with sanctuary cities, now that I mentioned that, is that they support criminals and they don't help ICE. They don't help us get criminals out of the way. They only support criminals because they get paid. The more people that we have in our state, the more money they get back from the federal government. And we're not playing that stupid game, all right? So if you guys think that I'm rambling a lot over here, it's because people are asking a lot of questions about different subjects. If I come in here and I talk about one subject, you guys will all be mute. Nobody will be communicating. You guys won't be hearing nothing from me. So if you don't ask a question, but somebody else does, all right, I will answer that question the best as I can. And you know what? It doesn't matter what I say anyway. I can show you receipts. I can show you facts. I can show you data sheets and stats and all this stuff. I can show you videos of politicians saying their lies to your face. I can show you how they're lying, and you still won't get it. So this channel, again, is a MAGA Nation channel. If you don't agree with us, it is what it is. Sean Kern says that Melody Serena, Dennis is honest, honorable, compassionate, successful, professional, treats everyone equally, follows the law, a great American citizen. Need I see more, man? You guys love me too much. I appreciate it. Fantastic. Let's say Survival Behind Liberal Lines is if you are posting in chat, you need to give a thumbs up as well. Man, for real. 5 more, guys. 5 more. All right, let's listen to the senator finish his speech over here, and let's see how far we are in this live.
People in Colorado, as we meet here, are struggling with the cost of housing, the cost of food, the cost of President Trump's uncertain and unpredictable tariff policy. But
I want to point out that when he said that, he didn't believe it. Watch what he does. Watch what he does when he says that about the tariffs.
It costs twice as much for our society, and most important, it costs twice as much for the people that we represent in our various states, including in the state of Colorado. People in Colorado, as we meet here, are struggling with the cost of housing, the cost of food, the cost of President Trump's uncertain and unpredictable tariff policy.
He don't believe it.
But they are also continuing to struggle with the cost of health care because we are spending twice what any other industrialized country is spending to get a worse result. I know the President knows this, the President of the Senate knows this, because he's a doctor. And I've heard him talk about the condition of our health care system. Today in the United States, our life expectancy is 6 years shorter than it is in any of those industrial.
Hey, I just want to say shout out, Graham. Thanks for stopping by, brother. I love you, man. You keep doing what you're doing. You're doing an awesome job.
Country. What greater indictment could there be of this system? In the 1970s, we had the same life expectancy as the rest of these countries. In fact, we were in the middle. And in the years since, we have fallen farther and farther and farther behind as we have spent more and more and more money.
Yep. That's true.
Because the system we have is so shot through with benefits for special interests, among other things, and a complete lack of transparency.
That is true.
Which is a fancy way for saying that literally nobody has any idea what anything costs in our healthcare system. I know the presiding officer agrees with that. You can't tell what anything costs. When you show up to fill a prescription, when you're in the emergency room, we've worked together on the surprise billing issue, which is an important part of this. If you're a senior that's trying to get your prescriptions filled, you go from one pharmacy to the next to the next. I'll never forget, as long as I serve in public office, and probably for my lifetime, the conversation I had with senior citizens in Puebla, where they basically were telling me that their entire retirement was spent fighting to get prescriptions filled that their doctors had assigned them.
All right, so if you guys don't know yet, one of the amendments that they're doing on here, I believe it is for farmers to get some benefit coming back to them. Of course, our military. That is part of the things that they're trying to amend. So I hope that they come out with a very good one. And you know, you're right. The Democrats do want the farmers to fail. I will point out the housing pricing has been going up before Trump came and put those tariffs in. Tariffs has nothing to do with housing or rental agreements. Tariffs has nothing to do with that. And I can tell you that 100% has nothing to do with tariffs because I was a leasing agent for 5 years. 5 years. And the tariffs had nothing to do with anything. Prices were going through the roof because the demand was getting higher. There is a big difference between tariffs raising prices because people that do business importing a lot from high tax or high tariff countries for introduction of product into our country, they have to raise the prices because that's how they choose to do business. That's the only way they know how to make money. So those people get affected, I get it. But these high prices on gas, no, we're pumping oil. Gas prices went down. I pointed out here in Washington State, it's over $1 in taxes. It should be $2.89 gallon right now. And it's almost $4 a gallon right now in Washington State. How do I know that? Because I live here. I fill up my tank every week. I go to the store, prices look normal to me. I just bought 5 dozen eggs for $9.49. It's up about $1.50. I get it, inflation. If the government keeps raising taxes, which here in the blue city and state of Washington, because of those taxes being raised, the regulation is also a tax. A fee is also a tax, since everybody wants to say tariffs are taxes. The Constitution only protects national interests and taxes. Tariff, if you want to look at it as a tax, is an international, it's an import charge. But the people is not really directly affected. It's just the people that will eventually pay the price depending on the product. But if we have it here domestically, if the farmers build their product here domestically, then we wouldn't have to pay that tariff, would we? So there you go. I made an example. If you haven't been here, I made this example before. I know a guy. He's a photographer. He made this hot sauce, right? Now, he wants his hot sauce. Now, the hot sauce is really tasty. He says it's really good. Okay, I believe it. But he says this. He says, I want to sell this hot sauce at $30 a bottle. Now, the bottles are like, like this big or whatever. But, he says, It is the presentation. Now, I don't give a shit about the bottle, to be honest. I just want the sauce, the hot sauce. That's all I want. So he says, I need to import from China, and now I'm in a pickle because the high tariffs, I won't be able to get it here. And so I made a comment on his page, and I said, wait a minute, so why don't you just get the bottles here in America? He's like, oh, I got to pay $1,200 just to get this design and here, and then well, bro, hey, listen. If you bottle with regular designs that they already have, it is the sauce that counts. It's not the picture or the shape of the bottle. Who gives a shit about that? If you want to do a business and you want to have custom-made bottles and you think that that business is going to be successful, by all means, do it. But if you have to depend on China, which can hold you hostage at any given time, they can raise prices at any given time, and it doesn't really benefit America, it benefits China, why are you willing to give them that business? You see what I'm saying? Pay the piper. Pay the fee to get your custom-made glass. And then bank into selling a lot of sauce. If you really believe your hot sauce is amazing, then you got nothing to worry about. Do you think that Tabasco and Tapatio and all these other sauce makers that are here, locally made, do you think they really care about the design of the bottle that much? No. And they make bank selling their sauce. True or false? You'll be the judge of that one. So there is a big difference on blaming Trump for everything that we have failed to do. The governor, Ferguson, the scum that we have here in Washington, I will say this. When I run against him, I will try not to call him names. But I will point out everything that he has failed to deliver to the people. And we'll see. I'll try to behave. But if he steps out of line, I am going to go off on him like a damn firecracker. I'm going to tell you that right now. Whew. Man. There's a lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff to unfold. You guys have no idea what the hell is inside my brain. I wish that you guys could. No. We don't blame Obama either. But Obama did promise a lot of things, and he didn't deliver any of them to us Hispanics. Don't think that I wasn't over there routed up, and I was like, no, he's going to win. He got it. He's going to do this. He's going to do the right thing for all of us. Tabasco does make big money, baby. Yeah, that's local. That's American-made. I have a lot of people that I used to support, hundreds of thousands of Mexicans, Salvadorians down in California, and we all supported Obama because of immigration reform. All DACA document holders was going to become legal, and everybody that had a permit to be here was going to be legal, and instead, 3 million of Hispanics got deported. So that backfired. And that's when I was supporting Democrats. And then President Trump came in on his first term. America first, I supported. I didn't vote for him. I was not an American citizen then. But I did support him. And, once I became a citizen, I've been able to vote for him twice. One of them times we lost. The second time we won. I think that's a good enough explanation on the tariffs and what we need to do for illegal immigrants to get out of our country.
Describe them. Seniors in other countries, in other industrialized countries, don't spend their retirements doing that. Only in the richest country in the world do seniors have to do that. And that's because a lack of transparency, a lack of clarity is built into our healthcare system from top to bottom. But we took some important steps in the Affordable Care Act. I wish that it had included a public option. It didn't. I think that the rate of rise of our health care inflation would have been a lot less. And by the way, that is what...
Hold on. Apparently you guys don't want to hear about the senator. So, all right, Knife. I want you to tell me, why do you think that is? Why do you think prices are going up? Like, honestly, what you really believe. Why do you think prices are going up at the store? You see, when I'm looking at this, I see everything from the When I pay for my groceries, I look at the cashier, I look at the people that work there, how much does it cost to rent the building, how much do they pay for fuel to deliver this product, how much does that company have to pay in taxes to deliver that product because of the cost of fuel, how much does the company that has to package that, and how much is the other company, how much are the, I'll give you a hint already. Tell me why prices are getting higher and higher. There's a questionnaire. Hopefully, everybody is honest. Let's say, for example, I have a really bad problem. I got arthritis on my tailbone. So I can technically say, we are disabled. But no, I'm able to work. I'm able to move around. I'm able to do this. So no, I don't qualify. So I got to find a way to make money. You're looking at it. Let me see. I'm waiting for Knife. There we go. Let's see. Knife says, yeah, when you go to do something, you ought to take and do your research to see what the cost and effect is. Okay, so you say prices are going up, you're watching videos, but forget watching videos. I want you to come to your own conclusion of why would you have to raise prices if you were a business owner? Mind you, you're a business owner, but there is nothing that you import. So tariffs will never affect you. Tell me, why would you have to raise taxes? I'm sorry, I kind of gave you an idea already. Why would you have to raise the price at your business? Mm-hmm. Let's see, Ben. Let's see what Ben has to say. I haven't read Ben comment. Let's see what he says. Groceries are coming down in Arkansas. Oh, there you go. In Arkansas, in the Biden administration, I buy 60-count great value eggs. In the Biden administration, they got as high as $32 a box. Now that Trump is back, it's $11. There you go. There's one example. But I want Knife. Okay, here we go. Knife says, that's what a liar does, call somebody else a liar. It ain't that. I'm lying, and it's not telling the truth, and you don't want to hear it in War Channel. Listen, I'm giving you a chance. Listen, stop putting dumb shit on my chat. I ask you a question. As a business owner, what will cause you to increase the price of your business? What will cause you to increase your product price? There's no tariffs. Why would you raise the price on your product? I'm trying to simplify here. Dirty money, man. This guy is a tough, wise man. Hey, Ben. Thanks for joining. Okay, Carlos says, does he not realize they stopped buying products for my especially me because of the tariffs? Carlos, I don't think you understand. Do you need me to ask you in Spanish? Here, for all of you that are Spanish in this chat, let me ask you the question in Spanish, see if it makes sense. Para todos los que son dueños de negocio, dame una razón por la que tendrías que subirle el precio a tu producto o a tu servicio. No eres afectado con las tarifas. Nada de lo que tú haces en tu negocio exige tarifas. Entonces dime, ¿qué te haría tener que subir el precio en los productos de tu negocio? Let's see if that makes sense to them in Spanish. Antonio? Okay. I love it. Now, Knife hasn't answered this damn question. I wish he would, because the question is for him. But Antonio, you're right. You're right. The amount of demand. I think Jose was trying to say, don't buy foreign. That is also. Let's see, knife. Here we go. You have the right to not believe me, but I'm here trying to keep everybody level. What the fuck, bro? Answer the damn question. What will cost you if the tariffs are not affecting you? What will cost you? That's right, Jose. That's one of them. What will cost you to raise the price of the product that you're selling, even if you're not being affected by tariffs? Why would you raise the product price? Oh, people don't listen. Well, dang, man. I only got so much patience, man. Jose, what the fuck are you buying? All right, some of you make me laugh. I appreciate that. Dirty money. Oh, man, I should make you the boss just for that, man. Darius, lay off the guacamole. You'll be fine. All right, fine. Let's give Darius some time. Darius, you tell me. Let's say this is a scenario. You are not being affected by tariffs at all as a local business owner. As a local business owner, what will cost you to raise the price of your product or service? A couple of people here already mentioned a couple of things. Low band, well, yeah, of course. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, all right, Dirty Money, I apologize, man. Guacamole, that was a deep cut. Greed? No. Yeah, but no. Tell me, what will cost you to raise prices? You have to raise prices. There is a reason, and it's a legitimate reason. But what is that? It's a few things. There's a few things, okay? Close, low band, close. It is part of it, but it's not. That's not what I'm getting at. If you don't know, just say, I give. And then I'll give you a couple of things. I already gave you, I gave you a bunch of them, but you guys missed it. Let's see. If you buy from a country that President Trump has put tariffs on, no, tariffs has nothing to do with this. What else will cause you to raise prices? I'm trying to help you think. Let's see. You support a leader and a party that are the reason why developed countries around the world view the U.S. as a third world country. No, that's not true. EBT feeds capitalism. Stop the EBT queen. Dirty money. Stick around, man. Don't go anywhere. Dirty money, man. I love the way you're talking, man. You're cracking me up, but this you're throwing some facts out there. All right. I don't see nobody. They never want to say they give. Okay, let me see. Knife. Here we go. Insurance companies should pay for minor procedure. What the, bro? Is Knife a bot? This guy's throwing some random ass comments out there. That's not the question. Let me see. Darius, here we go. EBT and snap jokes are so elementary. Well, you're not answering. Do you give? Oh, Jose. Jose, you're a business owner, aren't you? I think Jose Carrasco has to be a business owner. You have to be a business owner. Now, for all of you that have grown up to be to be dependent on Snap, you guys will never answer the question, I guess. Ben says, well, if local prices go up. Okay, that's one of them. Yeah. So here's the truth. The reason why product prices goes up, of course. Here we go. Ben says local prices go up, but that's just an effect of what is being caused by the actual reason. Okay. Now Jose said a couple of things, but Jose Carrasco said no competition. Okay. If there's no competition, you will raise prices. That's the business mentality. If there's competition, well, you got to compete with prices. The better pricing gets to sell the most, right? Okay, Jose Lopez also says that he runs a business. Okay. Damn, Dirty Money, he said that was not a joke. No, not greed. That's not what raises prices. That is one, that is not the reason why you have to raise prices. That is, you want to raise prices. No, why do you have to raise prices? All right, we're gonna give no, just common sense. Hey, Jose Carrasco doesn't own a business, but he says it's common sense. As a consumer, he understands. Okay, awesome. I get that. Renee, 100%. Supply and demand. That will be one reason. Absolutely. Let's see. I don't know why you think you're right. I don't know, Jose Lopez. Why am I right? David, stop being so damn angry. Sometimes you're so angry, you got to get put in timeout. Let's see. Native Americans live on reservations. Yes. I don't know what that means. But yes, they do. All right, here we go. I would agree with the bro. I have given Knife so many opportunities to answer the question and nothing. Let's see. Another reason. Property taxes. Business tax regulations. A lot of regulations. Every amount of money that you make in a business can hurt your business if the government keeps taxing you. That is why you will raise the price of your product. If the rent goes up, it's because property taxes went up. So now you got to pay more for your space that you're renting to do your business. Now you got to pay more for your product to be delivered to you because of the cost of tax that has been put on gas. Now you have to pay more for your employees. Now they have raised the minimum wage. It used to be $12, now it's $16. Well, guess what that does to the business owner? They got to raise the prices on their product. What happens when the electricity goes up? Well, when the government tries to put more regulation, which is taxes, more regulation on business owners, especially energy companies, because they're making bank, so they put a tax on them, and any type of business, no matter what tax gets put on them, they will raise the product price so that they don't have to pay that tax that has been raised. That's doing business. That's how that works. And this is why I am not a business owner. I think we have to do a lot of deregulation, a lot. We need to cut taxes a lot. Now, why do I say that? You're like, oh my God, the economy, you're going to break the economy. The economy is going to go down the shit. No, it's not going to go down the shithole. The reason why prices are so high is not because we don't have the means to pay less. It's because, and this is the one part that Darius was right, it's because of greed. And the other reason in government-wise, the reason why they charge taxes and everything is because they're greedy. And on top of being greedy, they are so incompetent that they don't know how to run a budget. Imagine if you can't run a budget in your house, how are you going to run a budget for a state? How are you going to run a budget for even for a city? If you can't keep your house in order, how do you expect to keep your country in order? You can't. You know what? Berniel is he's a friend of mine. He's from South California. He's a business owner. Got a couple of stops. Berniel worked his ass off. Mows his business. He's a business guy. He's an entrepreneur. He's doing this. That's right, Ben. Drill, baby, drill. Let's go. Come on, Americans. Give me some American patriotic signs in there. Let's go. Boss Trump. Here we go. There you go. Only members can use those, but just so you know. That's right. We're drilling. And we need to continue. I listened to Governor Abbott, and I like some of the things that he puts forth. He's going to run for governor again. Now, I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know. How many terms does the governor get? Does he get 2 like the president? I think we had a governor for like 3 years over here in Washington. I'm going to look that up. Let me see. Governor. Term limits. Look at that. Governor term limits vary by state. Some states have no limits. Imagine that. Can you imagine, Patriots, if by some chance, we win the governor's spot in Washington State and we actually make a difference and make it for the better, and the state starts flourishing again, and there is no term limits, man, we can really prosper Washington State. And I will tell you something. If we succeed, Oregon follows. If we succeed, maybe, just maybe, California follows. And maybe we can start to convince people that there is good people out there that can make a difference for our country. They said that we couldn't close the border. He said, yes, we can. He closed it. He was right about that. There you go. Just one simple answer. Güero, welcome back, you dirty Güero. I told you I was going to put you in timeout if you don't behave. Everybody that don't behave gets to be put in timeout. And you know what I think about my president? What I think about my president is he is the boss. Like a boss, Trump. MAGA Nation, baby, let's go. Woo! And I will tell you guys, no, you know what? I'm not going to tell you. I am working on a new hat. Now, Berniel, my friend from California, he's sending me a hat for the Dennis Herrera show, he says. Now, you guys already know that I got the blue one, right? I got this one right here that I made. And he's going to send me a red one. So, oh, wait a minute. Somebody got triggered because of my hat. I apologize. I don't want to trigger people. Let me take this off, guys. I don't want to. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. I'll just put something different that won't trigger you. There you go. That way you guys don't have to be triggered. It's, don't say that I wasn't nice. I am trying to oblige here. Like a boss. Let's go, baby. All right. Where were we? I think I made my point there. Brian says, like a boss. See, all my members on here, they love the boss. I will tell you this, Brian. I went and I tried to find a different beat, a different song, and I have a membership that I can use this audios, okay? But I try to go through this whole list of songs, and I just can't find a better one, man. That's the one that fits better for the boss. I got hundreds and hundreds of songs, but this is the one that I found the best. There is another one that kind of reminds me of the whole lowrider era that I can probably put in there, but I got to go find that one. But nonetheless, all right, let's see what you guys are complaining about. You say, what was President Trump right about? I showed you one thing. He said, mention one thing. Well, they said that he couldn't close the border. He said, yes, we can, and he did it. They said that you cannot build a wall. He is building it. They say you're not going to make Mexico pay for it. They are paying for it, whether they like it or not. Those tariffs is how they're paying for that wall. That's right. Get them. All right, here we go. We're going to give Russell is in the house. Let's see what we got here. Russell says, folks are about to learn there is a difference between helping the needy and subsidizing the lazy. Glad I read the comment. Somebody has common sense in here. Berto Montoya, we want I think he says our money. You wanted the government open. Where is our money? Montoya, you spell our with O-U-R, okay? Let's see, what do we got? Okay, Knife, did you say anything about Well, it's the cost of the manufacturer, what they have to make the product, not to mention raising the minimum wage every time. Fucking finally, freaking says something that I'm on talking about. Businesses have to pay more, you pay more for the product. Exactly. Now, what makes it worse is what? Regulation taxes, cost of doing business taxes. On top of that, you're going to pay your income taxes. So there's a lot of that. Plus, if you're going to have employees, you got to provide health benefits. If you're going to have employees, you got to pay LNI. You got to pay into LNI. You got to pay into unemployment insurance, which a lot of companies, they actually take off like a couple of dollars, $2, $3 per paycheck for unemployment benefits. And so they pay the rest of it, but they still take a few dollars off your check. So all of that raises prices and products and groceries and everything. But this has been happening for decades. It went really high in the Biden administration. Now, I'm not gonna blame Biden because he didn't do. I mean, we can, but let's not blame Biden for that. Let's blame the local government because they keep raising regulations. As a matter of fact, you know what's happening here in Washington? They're trying to pass a new bill that if you own a weapon, a gun, your Second Amendment right, remember, nothing can infringe that right. They are trying to pass a bill. Hey, Scott, I see you. Thank you for the wave. They're trying to pass a bill that if you own a gun, you got to have gun insurance. And the more guns you have, the more insurance you got to have to pay. So, for example, they want you to have coverage up to $25,000, I think is what I saw last. And if you have multiple guns, well, now you have to pay more for insurance. I don't think that's right. I think it's bullshit. I don't know who's making money off of this or how they thought that was going to be right, but that's infringing into our Second Amendment rights. That's happening here in Washington State. Now, we have a lot of crime and stuff, but that's not a big deal. Let's just take your guns away because you don't want to buy insurance. You see the tactics that they're playing on us? That's how they play it. I don't think I want to listen to this senator here at all. Let's skip to the next one. It's probably going to be worse, but let's skip to the next one so we can get caught up with this bill. Okay, right about here.
As part of this agreement to reopen the government, on what to do about the exchanges. So we need to be thinking and talking about the solutions that are out there that benefit the American people.
Actually, yeah, you did. Man, we had to get to the video. I've been talking for so long. We had to get to the video. Yeah, so on the business part, okay, you already know regulation, taxing, etc. Businesses can't go on. They can only raise prices so much. They go out of business. A lot of business in downtown Seattle have closed down. Big corporations are leaving because of the regulating and the taxing on the businesses here in Washington State. So you have to understand something, and I understand something as well. I understand that if we're going to have companies here, well, they're going to have to pay the price for doing business. Absolutely. Derek, I am at work. This is my job. They have to compensate the city for any type of buildings that they're going to make, depending on the product. Is it going to be something that's going to be affecting our ocean, our lakes, etc.? I get that. That's some of the things, but that doesn't require a tax or a fee. That is something that should be in the budget for somebody to be an auditor, for example. Businesses are sick and tired of being taxed the crap out of them. You have to understand, as a big corporation, they got to make billions in order to keep growing because anything can destroy that business in a second, right? Let's see. I hope that was enough. Dirty Money says, Darius Head, I'm a downrange retired vet who still works the oil field, you idiots. See, this is why names are calling. This is why people call you names. Let's see. Hold on, man. Stop spamming me here before I kick you. Let's see. Oh no, the work police. It never fails. Let's see. Mania says because Dennis is what you hate most. Derek, a landlord. All right. Said Knife says take notice. This is the third or fourth time I put this on here. The cost of materials and payroll and business owners doesn't have to pay sales tax. Well, there is taxes. There is a cost of doing business tax that you can use in your tax return. Your tax filing. Yes, of course, but people, as Darius said, can be greedy, and they can do price gouging, and we mentioned some of this. And I mean, I don't blame them because, like for example, if I go put gas, well, if I go put gas at Costco, right? I just filled up my tank yesterday, $3.89 a gallon. At Chevron, it's $4.79. Same gas, $4.79. Now, Chevron says that they put some extra stuff on there to make the gas better, but guess what? My car doesn't need that shit. My car runs on regular gas. And Costco gas is more than enough for my gas to work at its ultimate. So Chevron charges another $1 on top of the $1.03 taxes that we have here per gallon of gas. And if you go inside and you got a bottle of water like this that you can buy from Costco, 32 bottles I think it is, for like $4. There are 32 bottles of water in there. If you go in there, they'll charge you $2 per bottle. $2 times 32, 64. You got to make 100% profit. You know why? Because that product is going to sit there. You got to pay rent. You got to pay electricity. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay the running car business. You got to pay for a phone line, maybe. You got to pay for other stuff on there. So the product doesn't just sell right away. So you have to market it. You got to make 100% profit on everything. Otherwise, you go out of business. You know, plus, you know, the owner has been working many hours because they can't afford to pay employees because of the money that they're not making. So even though they are charging more, when I go into a convenience store, I am aware that is a convenience store. Therefore, I am going to pay a convenient price. Lord Narrow says $4.79 is a California price. I get mad at $2.25. You are not the only one, my friend. I get pissed off when I hear those. But at the same time, you know, inside I'm glad because it proves that the president is doing the right thing. And I always blame the local government, always. So if we get in office, right, if we get to be governors here in Washington, it's not going to be fixed from night to morning. It's going to take a long-ass time to fix. But I will tell you something. There is a lot of NGOs that will be canceled. A lot of it. And I am going to be vetoing a lot of shit that goes through the floor. And that's right. As the governor, you are the commander-in-chief of the whole state. And I will make sure transparency is 100% in that government. The only things that won't be transparent, it's meeting that has to pass in between what I want them to do. But everything that has to do with taxpayer dollars, 100% transparency. We're not only going to have the channel on the government page, but we will also allow the news reporters to come in there with their cameras and listen to the whole thing if they want to. It will be transparent. I think that's key. Knife says, going to answer you again. Costa, what the? Bro, Knife doesn't freaking listen. I just agreed, yes. And I added, oh, never mind, forget it. I don't even know why I try. Bro, I think Knife is a bot. I think Knife is a bot. It has to be. Nobody's that stupid. Let's see. There's plenty of grocery store chains that pay their employees similar wages and will charge $2.99 for a 24-pack of water. Oh, okay, that's good. $1.99 on sale. Yeah. You know what the problem is with that mania? It's that the reason why they do that, you do know that water expires, right? It's not good to be in plastic bottles for too long. As a matter of fact, when I went down to Samoa, I've noticed something. I don't know you guys, but sometimes I like to pay a little bit more for bottled water if I know that the bottled water is good. So I will go and try to buy like Smart Water, for example, right? And then I bought a Smart Water bottle in Samoa, and I think they left it outside in the sun for too long. It tasted gross. Maybe there was something bad inside, like who cares? You know how bacteria is, right? Plastic in the sun, water, growing some sort of bacteria inside, etc. And it tastes like shit. So what happens? I went and I bought, I knew you like it, Paul. I went and I bought a local water bottle. The Samoan name was something Vai. Vai means water or drink. And I tasted it. Oh my gosh, it tasted so good. So it was local. You didn't have to travel for too long. I noticed a lot of stores, they don't understand that because they don't think, right, in the way that we are informed. So they leave this, pallets of water cases outside in the sun, and you can't do that. You got to keep that in the fresh, temperature control, at least room temperature, not hot. It's bad for you. And so when they sell it cheap, is because they're actually trying to get rid of the shit that they have in the store. Now, that's a big difference. If you take a look about the expiration date on a lot of stuff that you buy, you will notice that some stuff is either expired or very close to expiring. I can guarantee you that most people don't even check if the products are expired or not. I don't do it all the time. I do it sometimes. So I know that there's a lot of people that don't even do it once. Virgil says it's tap water. Yep. Filter. I use a zero water pitcher. Yep. I do buy this from Costco. Not that I'm promoting here, but I do buy my water from Costco. And my brother-in-law buys the 5 gallons, and then he has a filter on top of it. So he gets the 5-gallon water delivered, and on top of that, he also has a filter, and the water is perfect. So convenience store, you're going to pay $5 for a $2.35 bag of chips. Maybe you'll pay $8 for a $5 or $4 bag of chips. The price is most likely to be double. I just went and bought some with no food stamps, real money. I went and bought a pack of, my wife likes the Ahoy chocolate chips and my kids. So I bought this box. It has 3 packs of them. It was like $7. If I go to a convenience store, it will be $7 for one of those things inside the 3-pack. And so that's how I know. But again, it's a convenience store, and we know the price is going to be up there, right? If you guys go with me to the island of Honduras, you will know that the beer, for example, right? The beer, it's like 25 cents. No, I'm sorry, not 25 cents. It's $1, okay, $1, which is 26 lempiras, $1. If we go to a tourist place, we're going to pay about $5 for that one beer, okay? That's because they have to bring it into the island. They have to store it. They got to keep it cool. They got to pay for electricity, etc. You know what I'm saying? So I'm well aware of that. But that's how it is. It's a convenience. You're in a tourist place, right? So in land, I will pay $350, 350 lempiras for a fried fish with banana chips, etc. And in the island, I will pay. But that's by the way, that's about what is that? $10 is 260. So I would say about maybe $14, right, for a fried fish, full fried fish. In the island, that will actually be doubled. So that's kind of how that works, right? So you have to look at the pricing that way. Let's see. All right, David says. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go back up. Where was it? Man, David says what? David Franklin says, dumbest hat I ever seen. Man. You know what? I like to please my crowd. You're right. I apologize about that. You're right. Oh, there you go. That's much better. Now, you can't complain about this one because this is the best hat ever. All right? Best hat ever. All right, so read that comment. Lord Narrow says people of poverty won't understand, but once you have a whole house water filtration system, it's quality life upgrade. Absolutely, 100%. I agree. Let's see. I'm smart enough, says Knife, not to pay for water like that. I get it from a well. I hope you still have a filter, my friend. Don't want to see those culiches inside your belly, and that cannot be a good thing. Let's see. What it says, okay, I might have said something wrong. Yes, I do need money. Hey, start your own channel. Maybe you start making some money. You see how many super chats I got today? None. Nobody appreciates the hard work for free. Let's see. Yes, why doesn't water companies put them in glass bottles? It's a lot safer. Well, because glass bottles break, and they can also have the same harm when it comes to like oxidation, right, from the caps that they got to have. So there's always something, bro. The whole thing is they have to use the water and sell it fast. So the cheaper they sell it, the faster they'll get rid of it. And so for a lot of convenience stores that buy by bulk, okay, they don't always get to sell all that water before it expires. And so they have to start lowering the prices so that they can actually make up the money that they pay for that water. But they never lose money. They always make money. I'll give you an example. I think I saw about 5, 10, 15. So I saw 20 cases of water bottle from Costco at this gas station. If they sell 10 of those, they already broke even. Okay? 10 of them. So if they sell all 20 of them, they will have made double their money. That's how that works. David says purifying water in Africa, they put plastic bottles in the sun. Yeah, and that's not bueno. It's not bueno at all. So Dirty Money says, well, so have I, and I put them out my life. I can hold that against Don. Let's see. What do we got? Dirty Money. Yep. I forgot to read it. Okay, so you and Wedo have a conversation. Okay, police matches your mic now. Aw, that's right, police. Yeah, 100%. Now there's no complaints because it matches the mic. I love it. I appreciate it. Yeah, Ken only drinks filter water. Well, if you were thirsty in the desert, you will drink anything. Maybe not. Just the inserts about Don. Okay, Life says, like, when they were trying to get rid of vape juice, grape juice, you mean? I don't know what the hell vape juice is. And have it priced out of the market, they put 40% tax from the main government. Oh, okay, so it is vape. Yeah, and the main government on vape products and classified it as tobacco. Man, that government's been making so much money off smokers here in Washington State is ridiculous. And that doesn't go to the people. It goes to the government, and they go ahead and they laundry that money through NGOs. I really want to know how they do all that stuff. I will definitely be pushing for some audits, I'll tell you that. I am going to be more than happy to welcome the DOJ and DOJ to come in and do some some audits in our Washington State government. And I'm going to be very excited to be there. If it's possible, if God allows. All right, Derek says, come on, Dennis. Take a stand against racists. Take a stand against mania, and let's see you get a set that actually be a good man, human. Number one, I don't know who the hell is racist. I don't know anybody that's racist in MAGA Nation. If you know any, you should give them the message. If I see them, I would tell them as well. All right, let's see, Ben. That man wasn't around in the 70s, that asked, and there's always glass everywhere back in the 70s. Yeah, and but remember that they're still doing a lot of investigations with our health stuff. They say that even this, they say, is probably not a good thing for me to be actually drinking because of the plastics in it. They say we get more plastics in our brain than we are supposed to, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe somebody lied to me. But you know what? I don't care about certain little things like that. Okay. But if it is something, we should really consider it. Let's see. We can now see what this channel actually supports. Yes, MAGA Nation. If you guys didn't know, we are MAGA supporters in this channel. Not because Trump, well, it is part of it, because we learned to love him and we appreciate our president. We voted him in, absolutely 100%. But it's not just because he's Trump. It's because what he has been doing for our country. That's why we love him and we support him. And that's why all American patriots are in my channel. You'll see. I know right now everybody talks all this shit and all this negativity, but one day we're going to be able to have more receipts, and I will hold those receipts and say, well, if you believe that Trump was doing that, and if you believe this was happening then, well, this is what I've done. And then when I give you the receipts and I give you all the facts and then you see the changes, you're still going to say, liar. So what is the point? The only point is this. We don't do it for merit. We don't care to be called the American citizen of the century. I don't care about any recognition of that. All I care is that this country is taken care of. And if I get a chance to be here in Washington as a governor, it's going to be very sweet. And I think that once we figure out how to stop all this illegal voting, controlling of the voting rolls and all that stuff, I think that we're going to have more fair elections. And if I do a bad job, then they'll kick me off. But if I do a good job, there is no term limits in some states, they say. But let me see if there's term limits here in Washington. I know we had a governor for, 3 months? Let's see, Washington State. Let's see what the limit is here. Oh, no term limits. That means that I can be governor until I grow old and die. So I will tell you something about me. I'm very honest. Can I be wrong about some things? Sure. Not on purpose, but I can be wrong about things. But I'm very honest. I am sincere. And I want my people to succeed. Now, you can point to the Christian side of me and say, oh, what a fake Christian. No, Christianity has nothing to do with it on this term. This is my belief. I believe my job is to take care of my household first. I take care of my household, then I can take a bigger task. If I can take care of all of my constituents, which, by the way, my constituents are residents and specifically citizens. Citizens are the ones that put me in office. Residents and migrants don't, and they shouldn't. My constituents will be every single American Washingtonian that lives here. Okay? Let's be clear about that. No, sir. There's a lot of Hispanics. We got natives, we got Hispanics, we got Asians, we got all kinds of people here in Washington State. But if they're citizens, that's all I care about. American citizens. You notice that I wasn't racist. Elevation, you're racist. You guys come in here and start talking about ethnicities. I said American citizens. You guys are so racist that you probably think that I mean white people. That's not what I mean. And don't play dumb, because I know exactly what you're saying. I am not racist. As a matter of fact, I actually want everybody to be of different races. But I'm not going to push away the white people either. They have the right to exist as they always have. We're not going to put one race over the other. There's only one human race, by the way. It's the human race. Pigmentation of your skin, that's different. All right? You want to call that a race, that's on you. But I shouldn't even call it that because I know better. Okay? Sometimes I call it that because that's what we're used to hearing from people telling us what to do. But I don't believe that. So there's that. Let me see a couple of more comments. And I think you guys are bored. So I'm going to call it. For you libtards, you can leave my chat. And for the rest of you guys that want to hear the senators talk, we will continue listening to them. All right?
Of course, what the issue is underlying, people cannot afford their health insurance. They cannot afford their health care. Those are two different things, by the way. The cost of health care is what dictates, theoretically at least, the price of health insurance. If you lower the cost of health care, then you will lower the price of health insurance. I saw this as a physician practicing in a hospital for the uninsured for 20 years. I should say the uninsured and the poorly insured. There have been middle-income people who could not afford their insurance and or could not afford their health care. So how do we get out of it? Well, first, it's complicated. We've got to be creative, and we got to abandon set positions. Sometimes we're in this chamber, and all we do is stick to our guns, and if the other party suggests something, we automatically reject it. We've got to move beyond that, not as, oh my gosh, the other side proposes, I reject, but rather, wait a second, let's listen. Is there a solution here that can benefit the American people? Now, Obamacare tried to make, and has tried to make, health care affordable, health insurance affordable, by just throwing billions at it. And the problem with that doesn't make health care affordable. It just makes the health insurance premium less expensive for those who are on the exchanges. But this actually drives up the cost of insurance for some and does nothing about the underlying health care costs driving up the premiums for others. So what's my proposal? I would propose that we, instead of paying insurance companies to manage more of our billions, why don't we trust the American people to manage their own resources, to manage their own care, with something which I call a pre-funded federal flexible spending account. Now let's first talk about the enhanced premium tax credit, which is the center of this discussion. Just a primer. Let's get the basics. There are two types of premium tax credits used to fund insurance for those who are on the Obamacare exchanges. One is the baseline tax credit in the original Obamacare law, which helps pay for the premiums for those who earn less than 400% of the federal poverty level. But that didn't control cost, and so during the...
This is what libtards do. They try to find something to give you a little gotcha moment. Let me tell you, Knife, I know you're probably some teenager that is trying to figure out what life is all about. The fact that I say that I could be wrong doesn't mean that I've been wrong so far on everything that I've said, because everything I said I believe is right. Don't get it twisted, little brother. Don't get it twisted. The fact is, nobody's perfect. Nobody will ever be 100% accurate or perfect. Get that to your little thick skull.
The COVID epidemic, the Biden administration put in something called the enhanced premium tax credit. It provides some additional benefits for those less than 400% of federal poverty, but it gave additional benefits for those above 400% of federal poverty. If you will, acknowledging that Obamacare had not controlled health care costs, and premiums on the exchanges for those above 400% have become unaffordable. So, let's be clear. The discussion we're having now is not about the baseline premium tax credits. It is about the enhanced premium tax credits, which started under the Biden administration. So, it begs the question, why were enhanced premium tax credits necessary? Well, as we said, the cost of health care has continued to rise. And you can argue that if you're going to an insurance company and you're saying, we're going to give you more money if health care costs more, that they do not have the incentive to help control those health care costs. Now, I am not here to bash insurance companies. They are essential to our society. So just put that out there. But if you have the choice of giving the money to the patient for her to manage it or giving it to the insurance company, I think we should give it to the patient. So.
That's what I said.
The question is, can we put in programs that lower the cost of health care? How long will they take effect? And what do we do in the interim? Well, it's too soon.
Knife, you will never find the absolute truth, because the absolute truth is only what you accept. You will never be able to find it. Now, when you say that I'm only looking at one side of the information, I have covered every single side on the other side of the aisle and what we talk about in here. The reason why we're here is because we're tired of all the lies from the other side. They've been lying to us about everything. That's why we are on this side today. And so to come in and say, like a lot of libtards that come through my channel here, and they say that we're lying. Everything we say is a lie. Everything we say, we get insults. Everything we say is liar, liar, liar. Listen, you might think you know the truth. I believe I know the truth. So your absolute truth does not exist because that will depend on what you want to accept as such. And that's not how it works. Philosophy is not going to ever be true. Not 100%.
This coming year to put in programs to lower the cost of health care. But it's not too soon, which is to say we can put in programs that empower patients to manage their cost and give them the money as opposed to giving it to the health insurance company. But to do that, we got to think differently. So,
Betas. Hi, Rush.
How do we lower costs for the coming year for the individual who's on the exchanges? Now, it's important to realize that the total cost of having health insurance is not just the premium, but it includes the deductible and the copay.
That's true, Ben.
So if you can help with the deductible and the copay, that is as effective or even more effective than helping with the premiums. So what I'm proposing is something which actually helps the patient become a wise consumer of health care, helping her with the premium and the copay, working with the health insurance policy, with
Knife. Who shut down the government? You want the stand for truth, justice, and the American way. Who shut the government? Yeah, the generation, they're starting. They're starting to step up for what they believe. Go ahead. I want to hear you say, who shut down the government? It's easy to demand. It's easy to demand, isn't it? I want. And you have no solution. You bring nothing to the table. Anybody can say and point out the obvious. Hey, that water's dirty. Hey, it's hot. You can point out everything that you want, but the point is, you don't know how to fix it. You don't know how to provide a solution. Every time I say something, I believe I give a solution to the problem. And if I don't, then I need to give you a solution for that problem. For example, when I say, how can we help our veterans and maybe provide better benefits for American people? I said, get rid of illegal immigrants. When I say we need to help our economy, I said get rid of illegal immigrants. Why? More housing available, less traffic on the freeways, less demand will force every price to come down. And yet, people still pay the same tax. Projects are still being done. You don't have to try to raise the minimum wage because everything is so expensive. All the raising the minimum wage does is make everything even more expensive. That's how that works. Make sure every American can work 1/8 of an hour job and afford to live? No, you work your ass 8 hours a day like everybody else. Make sure, you're pointing out things that you want, but there's no solutions to that, my friend. You are not an entrepreneur. You're not a business owner of all trades. You're not a tax expert. You're not an economist expert or anything. And even if you weren't, if you were able to give me some numbers or some examples, I will believe you. Then we can talk. But what you're giving is what you want, not what needs to happen. Saltwater, thank you, man. No liberty here yet. Not that I've seen yet. It's probably too drunk, hangover to come to come to our live. Yeah, but expect everything. Yeah, people expect everything. Let's go chat, double tap that screen, subscribe, and hit the notification ball. Oh, bell. Let's watch Dennis live, a true patriot. Thank you, Saul. Appreciate it. Democrats equal, I work at Starbucks and want to be a millionaire. This is true. I've heard that before. Clean the well before worrying about the sink. That's true, Dirty Money. You got it, bro. That is true. Ben says, my dad always said, wish in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one comes through first. I don't know if I read that right, but that's still funny to me. All right, Bruce says, remember when Obama introduced the Affordable Care Act and said every family would drop $2,500 in insurance premiums? I can never afford that Obamacare, man. Till this day, I still can't afford it. Dirty Money says, less murders, less dope. Let's go. See, we can say all the things that we want, but that doesn't mean that we are going to fix it. No, David, somebody else. Let's see. Salt says, I'm a general contractor in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm a charter boat captain on my own business. Oh, man. Very nice. Sounds very nice. My man, Dennis, patriot, a legal immigrant that has become an American citizen. Don't forget that part. Came here legally, loves our country, represents our flag 100%. You know, the reason why I don't have my flag out there is like I'm trying to put it like right in the middle, and I don't know. It's a big flag. I need to get a smaller flag probably by now. But I am waiting for 2 American flags that I'm going to put on the side. You guys are going to love it. Let's see what else we got. Dennis, I'm 60 years old, own 2 businesses. I still can't afford the Obamacare. Man, it's impossible. You are 10 years older than me, my friend. So respect, big bro. Let's see. What else we got? Ben says, I went to a vocational school and learned welding when I was 18. In 1983, I'm retired now, and I have a nice house and a 60-foot houseboat on Lake Bull Shoals, Arkansas. Man, that's very nice. Enjoy it. You deserve it. You work for it. Absolutely, 100%. Let's see. Finding Greatness says, I am a business owner, and if I can get a job done in 5 or 6 hours, I will try, but sometimes it takes 12. That's for sure. But it's what I have to do. I agree. I actually did a business fixing televisions. And I used to fix the old, maybe the CRT televisions, big bulky projection TVs. I used to fix the first LCDs when they came out, the plasmas when they came out, and then LCDs and then LEDs. And the reason why I was able to do that job, I never had a lot of money. It was very hard in my time to get a business loan. Now, the business loan will have to be very high so that I can have enough money to rent a building or an office space for at least a year. And so I was never able to get that loan. Some people are, blessed. They're lucky to be able to get loans like that. I remember I was a big competition for big companies that used to fix TVs over here. And what's really crazy, and this is a true story, it's funny because I would find certain places where I can advertise. And there was this great marketing place where if I advertised with them, right, it's free. But they monitor all the calls that come in. And if I booked an appointment, then I would pay them $20 for booking an appointment. Now, the reason why that was making me money was because I have a service fee because I used to come to your house to fix the TVs, okay? And so depending on how far I had to drive, I would charge anywhere from $65 to 150, right? Depending on how far I had to drive. So I cover a pretty big area. And I was always busy, so I was making good money. I mean, I was making about $12,000 a month. That's not bad. And I had my own hours, and I was answering my phone anywhere I was. I collaborated with old school technicians. They gave me a lot of tips. They complimented me a lot, and who knows? Maybe some of them will still be out there, and they'll come out when I run for office. But they gave me a lot of tips that helped me out. I remember when the market changed for us, the insurance companies, they wanted to, instead of us diagnosing the problem and then charging the labor and then charging for the part replacement, the manufacturers now were all going warranty only. And what that means is that they will pay us whatever we charge for the trip to go to the customer's house, take the TV apart, diagnose it, and then that's it. That's it. The customer has to call customer service, and then they'll order the part for us. I don't have to do that anymore. They'll order the part, they'll send it to the shop, and then I can grab it. Boom, charge another trip. I mean, it was good money. It was good money. And I will tell you this. All you libtards, you don't have to believe me, but this is honest truth. I've always been very good with people. I bet you all these idiots over here that hate me, that come through my channel, that supposedly don't like me, but they keep coming over here, if they met me in person, they will talk to me differently. And only because I'm very open, I am very done with everything, right? I talk to all the technicians. I talk to the CEOs, the vice presidents of Samsung, of Pioneer, even the owners of, what is that brand? Vizio, what was the other one? There was a couple of businesses that will sell used parts that we use because there were used parts, but they were new. So this was like TVs that maybe that got destroyed, the screen, but the boards, all the electronic boards are all perfect, in perfect condition. And so they all offer me, peep this, and it wasn't offered to everybody. They all offer me the job. And they said, there's only one thing that we need from you, and we can sign a contract. They said, if you get a strong front store, if I get an office, right, a space, a physical space where people can walk in and do all that stuff, they said, you got our business. Now, let me tell you right now, nobody gave me anything to get a place. And even though I was making $12,000 a month on this work, it was not enough to secure an actual office. And believe it or not, I still didn't qualify to get a business loan making that much money. And I showed my receipts and deposits on the account, etc. So it was very unfortunate that I didn't catch that break, but it would have been at least about $1,000 daily guaranteed money. And all I had to do was drive, go to the customer, diagnose it, and just tell them, okay, call this number. Let them know this is what's going on. And they will call me, and then I'll just make, pretty much I will just make the labor and then my trip charge. But I wouldn't charge them for the parts. I wouldn't even have to troubleshoot with them, really. I think the deal was that I would just have to drive. Yeah. So I didn't diagnose. I will drive with the part, and then I will install it. And if that part didn't work, the customer has to call again. They will order a different part, and then they will pay me again. Yeah, that's how it went. They will pay me again to come and do that service call. So it was guaranteed money. And you just think about all the service calls, even just in Everett, Seattle, the whole Snohomish County, King County. I service all those areas because I was able to drive everywhere. So just Costco alone, you got thousands of TVs that need warranty service. And so having Samsungs, having Pioneer, having Vizio, LG, they all offered me the job, but all I needed was a storefront, and I couldn't get it, so I didn't get it. I missed my chance. Other companies were happy because I was their biggest competition. Yeah, I love service calls. I used to love coming in, being nice to the people. Even people that were really rude to me when I first started there, I would leave and they would smile at me and say thank you for your service. And I just like I was always so excited. I felt accomplished. You know what I mean? Like I felt when somebody gave me thanks, I was like I felt special. I need that attention, and it makes me feel that I did a job. I fulfilled my duty, and I was very proud of that. So that's my story when it comes to doing business. And a lot of times it's you just don't have the money. You just don't have the money to be able to invest. So needless to say, of course, I lost that opportunity and I had to stop. Because after that, the companies that actually did have a storefront, they will even hire people from Oregon, technicians. They will give them their car, and the technicians will live here in Washington, and then they cover all of Washington. And that's how it goes. Competition takes people out. Big companies will take everyone out. Yeah, 100% salt. But you have people like when they come into our chats, right? They know that this is conservative per se. I don't even want to call that because I don't have sides. I just want what's best for this country, and I would think that a lot of people would want that as well. And it seems like nobody on the left side wants that. They just hate Trump. And I just tell people, stop concentrating on Trump. Forget about how much you hate this guy. Enjoy the things that he's doing for this country. It doesn't matter who does it, as long as he is actually doing something for our country, and he is. We watch the lives all the time. As a matter of fact, let me check on to see if we have any lives going on right now. Let me see here. No, we didn't finish listening to us. U.S. Supreme Court makes stunning ruling. No. Washington State plummets to 45th place as progressive policies destroy our state, our economy. And look at that. That's another creator, another guy that does a very good job, actually. Probably does it better than me. Colombian asylum seeker detained by ICE at New York City courthouse. Good job, ICE. Let's see. Market experts warn New York's economy is headed for a meltdown. They don't have to tell us that, do they? We already know. Benja, I don't know what the hell you're talking about here. Hold on. Don't be. She led to the flatter house. Your own captain, your own shit with the price. If you have to ask me what Trump has done for this country, I don't know how many times we can tell these people. Like, nobody watches the news. Nobody watches the press conferences. Nobody watches President Donald Trump when he's bringing all these presidents into the White House. Nobody watches when he goes to their country, sign deals, agreements, take photos together. I don't understand. I don't understand what this question is. Let's see. Let's see what we have here. I'm waiting for President Trump to make a speech, and let's see. No, that's not what I want. All right. Nope, don't care about chases. Don't care about that. Mm-hmm. Man, these guys are so polluted. I'm not going to watch that. Let's see. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I miss Trump. He needs to make some speeches. Cipher signal. We got some information, but that's not what I want. Oh, here we go. Trump threatens air traffic controllers, guys. CNN must be telling the truth. Let's listen to that. Let me see. What is this? How old is this thing? Let me see. Trump delivers bone-chilling speech. Move out immediately. I haven't heard this. Let me see. Hold on, Mr. President. Yeah, I think it's live because I can't rewind this one. Let's see what he's saying.
There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with it. They should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to L.A. It's so badly run. But if we didn't get, if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, you wouldn't, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
It's true.
On Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out.
I miss listening to President Trump, but that is not live. That was from a while back, it sounds like. Because that speech sounds very familiar, and he said 15 days in D.C., and D.C. was way past 15 days by now. But man, I miss listening to him, and I really am having some Trump withdrawals. I need to hear him speaking. I love to hear a leader that actually is fighting for our country. Let me see. Man, it's too bad that these guys are putting stuff in there live, but it's not really live. Sounds you know what? There is one another person that I like to hear, and that is McEnany. Let's see. This is a Trump derangement problem. Sounds about right.
It took apparently a lot of courage to get this done on the Democrat side. 8 Senate Democrat caucus members voted with Republicans to break the filibuster, a massive leap toward reopening the government. But it's just the first step. And those Senate Dems have sparked a fire of rage, igniting a civil war among members of their own Democratic Party. So they are taking some heat now for the decision they made to put the country and suffering Americans ahead of their own politics. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner. Here with...
You know why I'm laughing, Patriots? Because Because these libtards that come in here to insult us and say their little comments is like watching a movie where the Catholic priest comes in and starts throwing holy water in the possessed person. And the demons they just don't like that salty water, man. As soon as President Trump or any conservative is talking, the light, it burns. I don't know why they jump like that, man. It's like somebody's going out there with the holy water and it's just like, shh, shh, shh. Here's some truth. No! Here's some more truth. No! Liars! Oh my God, that is funny. As soon as Trump started talking, these people just jumped out of my chat. I thought it was just a couple of patrons in here, but doggone it, that was hella funny. And this is why President Trump gets the beats. You know what I'm saying? That's my evil laugh. Wait, my evil laugh is this one. That's my evil laugh. Anyways, let's continue listening to the truth here. Let's go. Oh, man, that was great.
My co-host, Kayleigh McEnany, also joining us today, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast.
We don't care about that one in yellow. She's a dumbass.
Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business, and David Asman rounding out the contention of Fox Business with us today, and we are really, really grateful to have him.
Take it over.
All right, well, the U.S. Senate voted 60-40 to pass the GOP's revised spending package overnight. And again, it's the first step in a series of procedural events, which could take days. We pray that it won't. The 8 members of the Democrat caucus who voted with Republicans are either retiring, so they basically had nothing to lose, or not facing re-election in 2026. Sunday night's Senate vote is only further exposing divisions among the Dems.
We are going to fight legislatively, fight back home, fight in the courts, and bring this fight in the elections.
I think there's going to be a lot of very angry people out there in this country. I know there will be a lot of angry people out there in this country, having watched just a handful of Democrats join with Republicans. There's no way to defend this.
What this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse.
Okay, you know why he's so angry, Chris Murphy, right? Because he didn't get what he wanted in this whole, I don't know, extortion move. Well, it doesn't stop there. Democrat politicians are voicing their concerns over X, calling last night's vote a mistake, something they will not support, even going as far as calling Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer no longer effective and saying that he should be replaced. Airlines, which have been dealing with the brunt of the fallout outside of the 42 million people who need food aid, that is. The airlines are praising the vote, but there's still a mountain to climb. Flights canceled, federal workers not getting paid, SNAP recipients still not.
There used to be a time in our country when people were ashamed of getting welfare. Not anymore. Now they demand it. I don't know why. What happened to our pride? What happened to those egos that we used to have? People are not ashamed anymore. They're beg on the streets and they think it's a job. I don't know. I know most of you guys know what I'm talking about. They should still be embarrassed to be on welfare because it's something that says, I don't have anything because I can't work. When it comes to our disabled, to our veterans, listen, there's a different kind of thing. The reason why I say that it will bring shame, and I want to clarify this because I don't want these libtards to go out there saying something that is not true. It's not a shame if a disabled person gets it, if a veteran gets it. It's not a shame because it's out of their control. The reason why it's shameful if you're getting welfare is because you are able to work. You just choose not to, and you're lazy. So try to divide, try to separate the two. That's disabled, people that actually need it, right? They should get it. But people that are able to work, they should not get it. So for example, people that come in here and say, "Oh, you don't even have a job." This is my job. I don't have to be out there with your kind of job. My wife does her job, but that's what she does. Now, if I was sitting here and I was getting food stamps and I was getting welfare and free health care and all this other stuff, right? Which technically I probably should, right? I should go that way, but I don't. See, that's the difference. So if I see that I am not making money with what I do, well, I got to find a different way to make that money. I've hustled my whole life. I've done so many jobs throughout my whole life. I've gone anywhere, as I said before. I've done anything from cleaning toilets all the way to managing companies. So, I can do a lot of things, okay? But what brings shame is to know that you are able to work and you just choose not to. That should bring you shame, okay?
Not getting their food assistance benefits. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the issues from the shutdown are not going away immediately.
It's only going to get worse. I look to, the 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, you're going to see air travel be reduced to a trickle.
The President Trump on his Truth Social today posted, "All air traffic controllers must get back to work now," 3 exclamation points. "Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked." For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and did not take any time off for the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our...
Bam! Man, what I'm talking about, man. That's our president right there. Go ahead, libtards. Talk shit about that. Man, I'm excited about that. You see that, bro? You guys see that on here? That's what I'm talking about, man. Freaking President Donald Trump. Let's go.
Is he here, kid?
Let's go.
Country. David Asman, you are nodding. Your thought on that?
Well, it's very interesting, first of all, that it is now revealed, most of us realized it was the Schumer shutdown. I mean, it was a Democratic shutdown. Even though the media, about 85% of the media was saying no, it was a Republican shutdown.
Yeah.
Now it's pretty clear to everybody that the Democrats had control over.
Bam! Another fact. I don't want to hear no stupid questions from libtards. Lies, lies, lies. 2 of them right here. Greatest president ever. And yes, it was you libtards, Democrats, who had control of that shutdown, which none of you mofos in here wanted to agree to, but that was the fact, wasn't it? And now we know it as he says it.
Whether the government opened or not. And the 8 defectors are the ones that are proving that point. First thing that was happening was the human price was just becoming too hard.
It still is. It's not over.
It's not over, but not only on the workers and the service people and everybody who is not getting paid, who should be getting paid for the work they're doing. And I would put number 1 there, the air traffic controllers, at least in terms of public safety. But the inconvenience was also a problem for Democrats. But there was also some threats from the president. The president, I think, kind of played this very well. He realized that there were certain things they were vulnerable on. First of all, the filibuster, suggesting, we know that the next time Democrats have a trifecta, they have the House, the Senate, and the White House, they're probably going to try to pull the filibuster themselves to get a couple of new states in, to get more electoral votes, et cetera. His threat to end the filibuster, I think, scared the heck out of a lot of Democrats. But also his focus on Obamacare and the incredible unaffordability of the Affordable Care Act is becoming very clear. That was the main sticking points of Democrats. They wanted at least $1 trillion, if not more, primarily to bail out a system that we were told was going to lower prices. Instead, prices have increased 96%.
They wanted that money
of
without reforming it. They just wanted
That's
more
right.
money into it because they don't want to change it. You know what was so ironic about that, though, at the time last week?
Tell me, Alanis.
Well, I'll make it quick. So Obama was speaking because he was trying to help out candidates in mayoral and gubernatorial races on the East Coast. So you had him talking, and then you had Democrats holding out in the longest in our history government shutdown over Obamacare and how broken it is and how nobody can pay for it.
So
There you
what
go.
would have happened if
There you go, Manuel. Go ahead and explain that one. Explain Obamacare for us. Go for it. You have the time. Don't worry. You can type everything you want in there. Explain, Manuel Correa, how does Obamacare has helped us and how much is it, since you know so much about that?
if Obamacare wasn't jacked up and oversubsidized during the pandemic? Would rates have skyrocketed later this year? Yes, they would have, absolutely. So that just goes to show you the program was overwrought, and that the rate hike and the pain that people are going to feel who thought that they could rely on this new government subsidy, they are now completely left in the cold by something. This was a can that was kicked. You know, Obama didn't care because he knew he wasn't going to be in office any longer. So when the pain really hit, it's like having an adjustable rate mortgage. And then all of a
Oh, dirty money is not Obamacare. It's Obama didn't care.
sudden it goes fixed rate when rates are high, and you can no longer afford it. And that's the pain that people are feeling right now. But what the Democrats are proposing is just more government. So every time we have more government in one of these horrific hybrid programs.
Thank you, Salt. Love you too, man. 914 says, Dennis, go home. I am home.
Somehow it gets more and more costly. And the only fix when you have too much government for them is more government. Hakeem Jeffries is running around saying, you know, we have an affordability crisis. People can't afford everything. Well, maybe their taxes are too damn high because they're paying for broken programs.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't like her. But she did say the truth. I don't like her, but she said the truth. Damn! And everything that I've been saying, she a Democrat, by the way. Everything that I've been saying, she just said right there.
Like the rent in New York, remember him?
Exactly right.
She is pissed.
A column in the
Good
New
for
York
you.
Times is arguing that before the Senate Dems decided to cave last night, quote, Dems were on a roll, so why stop now? The piece explains, though, Democrats were winning this one. Polls showed that most voters blamed Republicans, not Democrats, for the current shutdown. And last week's Democrats wrecked Republicans in the elections, and Trump blamed his party's losses in part on the shutdown. Democrats were riding higher than they have been in months. It's worth noting the headline, Democrats were on a roll, why stop now, was changed. It now reads, what were Democrats thinking? Cheryl!
Because they made the wrong bet. They put all of their eggs into the basket of Obamacare and ACA, and it has completely failed and powered back up against them. Look, $138 billion is what we spent on those ACA subsidies alone in fiscal 2025. By the way, President Trump has been coming up with ideas. Anybody look at True Social over the weekend? He said, let's take that money, give it back to the American people, put it in their
It's a
pockets.
great idea.
And you know what? It actually fixes the biggest thing that people like David and I were yelling about when they were trying to pass Obamacare in 2009, 2010 on Fox Business. We said there's...
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, man, for that. I watched her on Gutfeld's. No, is it The Five? I think The Five. And she is just so dumb about everything that she says on there. And she's always defending Democrats. So I thought she was a Democrat. So you say she's a liberal, huh? Okay. Well, she looks pissed, and what she said is true.
Two things that are missing from this: tort reform, and there's no competition in the health insurance market. Those two things, I believe, is what made Obamacare fail. We knew it then. It has come to fruition. Now it is a failure, and the Democrats are so misguided.
And what was so interesting were all those Dems who were pushing for single payer and getting everybody. Can you imagine if everybody were on this program? What would we do? Well, you couldn't keep your doctor.
Well, and President Obama promised that. That's probably why he has been silent. But the other thing is the real pain to the American public. You mentioned the flight delays, the cancellations.
Food.
Now, the three biggest headlines are SNAP, the flights, and air traffic controllers, and no paychecks to federal workers, not ACA. They've messed up, I think. And I think they're realizing that today.
Well, they signed something that didn't have ACA in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, a reporter asked Tim Kaine, do you wish you would have found an off-ramp sooner? Tim Kaine was one of the 8 senators who all of a sudden had, you know, an epiphany, let's open the government. Well, Tim Kaine responded to the reporter, I was so focused on the Virginia elections, I wasn't in this discussion on the health care to
Right back.
dug in they were.
Wait a minute.
So he just admits, I was so focused
So
on
nobody
the
in
Virginia
his
elections.
state is on food assistance? Nobody was
Of
suffering?
course
He's got
they are.
200,000 folks
Folks
who
are
aren't getting
suffering
paid.
across the country. And tomorrow, TSA workers are not getting their second paycheck. And tomorrow, air traffic controllers are not getting their second paycheck. And I want you to listen. This is what Tricia McLaughlin told me is the real cost of what is happening. Listen.
With each passing day, American travelers are really going to be facing increased delays and increased implications that happen because our TSA workers are going without pay. As you mentioned, we have talked to many officers who they're sleeping in their cars. They have just tens of dollars left in their bank account.
Did you hear what she said? There are TSA workers sleeping in your cars, okay? And that's great that, you know, you get the paycheck. I'm so glad that Trump is doing that, the bonus for those who came. But the reality is some people couldn't afford to come. Some people couldn't afford to sleep in their cars. Some people couldn't afford to miss a paycheck. So how do we make sure this never happens again? Number one, Senator Kennedy put up legislation about withdrawing pay from members of Congress. I know there are constitutional requirements, but he has a workaround. He says, let's put the money in an escrow account and pay them in the aftermath. That needs to be done so this never happens again. Congress shouldn't get paid if TSA workers are not. And number two, you mentioned the filibuster. Dems are going to do away with it entirely. I think it should be eliminated for spending bills.
Can I just
Those
say
are the two ways this will never happen again.
Hold on one second, David, because because you're the only one who's worked in the White House on the couch. So I want to ask you this question. Shutdowns. Okay, there was a bill that was put forth. Lankford was talking about this. Senator Lankford, can we just narrow it to when it's a spending bill that we don't need a 60% majority so this never happens? Because the president didn't he learned some lessons about shutdowns when he wanted one over the wall.
Exactly. That exact one, the second longest shutdown happened very shortly ago, President Trump's first term. The longest one, President Trump's second term. It's because Democrats have a Trump derangement syndrome problem. And in order to ensure this doesn't happen again, and I don't know, a future J.D. Vance presidency or whatever, you need to end the filibuster for spending bills. TSA workers shouldn't be sleeping in their cars. I'm sorry, it's worth nuking the filibuster so people don't sleep in their cars.
November 24th, voters, that was one of their top issues, illegal immigration. So apparently walls work.
Yeah,
so that shutdown also didn't give Dems what they wanted.
I was just going to say the healthcare industry, through all this, loves the Affordable Care Act. They're making out like bandits the amount of money, the increase in the share value of healthcare companies has gone up much greater than the S&P. And a lot of that money, guess where it goes? To a lot of Democrats. The healthcare industry, look at who's receiving some of that money.
Yeah.
Liz
Pay
Warren,
attention, libtards.
Bernie Sanders, et cetera.
Big
So
government.
follow the money. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
we always do.
Follow the money, baby. Hey, this is an homage for my libtards. Here you go. I want you to go ahead and watch this.
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Woo! Let's go! Wait, these guys don't need money, guys. They're going to tax the rich, and they're going to make sure that everybody gets free stuff.
Good morning, New York City.
Huh?
Thank you. Last night, we made history. Today, we begin the work of making a new administration. Welcome to the transition. This is a period over the next few months where we build a city hall that delivers on the promises of our campaign, to make New York City affordable and to make government accountable to the people it serves. As we prepare to govern, we'll start announcing the leaders who will help implement our agenda. People like Deputy Mayor, who oversee entire areas of government, and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. These appointments will be driven by excellence, integrity, and hunger to solve old problems with new solutions. Talking to organizers on the front lines of the fight to improve our city, government veterans with proven track records, policy experts from around the country and the world, and working people who know better than anyone what our neighborhoods deserve. And this will be a period, like the campaign we ran and the city hall to come, defined by transparency. Because
Man, that's awesome. Man, this guy's going to be awesome. He's never going to ask you guys for money. Don't worry. He's going to tax the rich.
New Yorkers deserve a government they can trust. On January 1st, I will be your mayor. New Year's Day and a new era for this city. Oh, and one more thing. Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money?
Yeah.
You can start again. This transition requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can meet this moment. And it will be made possible by the people who built and believe in this movement. So,
oh, yeah, this is definitely going to work out. You guys are so amazing, man. You guys did the right thing, man. You voted for the right guy. Blue wave, they say. Little tiny splash. Benja will donate because he's a retard. Speaking of donate, guys, we will be having a website coming here very soon, and we're going to have to start taking donations. I will not promise you free stuff. I will promise that prices will get better. I definitely can't promise free stuff because nothing is free. If I give it to you for free, somebody else has to pay the price for it. So we got to make sure everybody gets a break. Okay? That's how that works. You want to make equal, what's the word I'm looking for? Equal decisions that will result in a balance. So, big corporations get a break and poor people get more jobs. Now, the problem is when lazy people don't want to work, and then you have all this unemployment. For example, I know socialists. They complain and bitch about the money and the economy. Oh, I can't afford this. Well, what do you do for a living? I don't work. Well, no shit. No wonder you can't afford anything. And then they say, I put up about 400 applications. Nobody calls me. So I must not be qualified. 400 applications. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah. I don't think so. I really don't think that these people know what the hell they are doing. Hey, libtards, take a look at that photo. Enjoy. That's all for you guys. All for the people that are on the left crying right now that President Donald Trump is the best president ever. I know, guys, it's a tough one to swallow, but it is what it is, my friends. We follow the truth. Let me see. You know what? I missed the briefing last time. I really wish that they were doing more briefings. Press briefings. Well, thanks to the government shutdown, I guess that's probably why it didn't work. All right. If you guys don't know who Euro and Travel is, let me go ahead and give you a little preview of his channel.
The live stream, everybody. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I know that some of the Democrats are already up early morning crying about Trump, as they do every day for the last 10 months. Unfortunately, I don't know why they'd cry when the economy is doing fantastic and the whole country is doing fantastic. There's reasons they can cry for their own Democrat party, though. They just elected a socialist. A radical Islamic socialist. That would be an interesting combination in New York City. And if you're Jewish, or if you're, from Israel, or if, you're a white person, I don't know why you would want a radical Islamic socialist that literally said he wants to tax white people more money for property taxes. He wants to keep out Jewish people.
Hey, let's be clear. That's what makes Benja very excited. Right, Benjamin? You're excited that he's going to tax the white people. You racist mofos.
And all this other nonsense. It makes no sense. But I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday. Fantastic Monday. I know there will be some liberal tears in here because there was already some liberal tears going on in the Discord when I opened it up.
He gave him a thumbs up. Those
We heard about-
Liptards crying, and Benjamin is over there on his knees already because he thinks Mandani is too cute. He said, I'm gonna donate right away. The same people that really like to say that we're liars and that we hate on them. He said it's a big wave and it doesn't go past your ankles. Hey, Benjamin, there's no real big waves in a lake. That's just the small waves from the boats that are actually in the water. Let's see what they have to say here about our beautiful POTUS. You know what, guys? You can go ahead and call me names. You can go ahead and hate on me. But I'm going to tell you something, man. I truly love President Donald Trump. I never felt like this before when he was just successful. I have fell in love with him as a grandfather that he is, as the father that he is, as the president, a patriot that loves this country so much. And as damaged as I am emotionally, I think I can really appreciate it when somebody actually cares for you. And I truly believe that President Donald Trump cares for the American people. I see how he's treated us Hispanics. All business transactions, all, in person. I see how he is. I see a lot of leaders. I see a lot of rich entrepreneurs, Hispanic, Latinos that are, that hang out with Trump, that give Trump praise, give them recognition. And I see the same thing in the black communities, and I see everybody from China, Japan. I mean, everybody has learned to love him. And I think that when he is no longer with us in this world, I will probably shed some tears for him, and I will do whatever I can so that I can be at least somewhere close to give him my respects and to honor him for everything that he's done for this country. I really believe he is going to go down in history as the greatest president that ever lived in the United States of America. So I mean that, my patriots, that's just how I am. From now on, nobody can say anything bad or negative about President Trump anymore. I just don't care. I'm sick and tired of these people just throwing tantrums, whether we give them the truth, whether we show receipts, whether we show them facts, whether we show them that the things are getting better. They're just hard-headed. They have so much hate in their heart. They're just never going to change. So you know what? From now on, I'm just going to go ahead and own it. I am now an official Trumpster, and I love this president. I love everything that he's doing. And I know that he's a lot tougher and smarter than people give him credit for on the left side. But that's why they're getting their ass kicked talking about waves.
The Doge dividends. What about tariff dividends? The Treasury collected almost $200 billion in tariff revenue in the fiscal year 2025 that ended in September. Now, President Trump wants to cut Americans a check, writing on Truth Social over the weekend that low and middle income Americans will receive $2,000 payments from the tariff income, and the rest will be used to help pay down the national debt. This is pending a decision from the Supreme Court, which just days ago cast doubt on the tariff legality or the use of power to impose these tariffs. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says a dividend can come in a lot of different ways.
The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms, in lots of ways, George. It could be just the tax decreases that we are seeing on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. So, those are substantial deductions that, are being financed in the tax bill.
I love how the Treasury Secretary spun that little gem. He's like, well, it's not a check. It's just a tax cut that you already got. That was back in July.
Right. But the president does sound like he's talking about a check, if I'm not mistaken from reading that Truth Social.
Yeah.
And I think that he realizes that if you go the way of Besant and try to explain it that way, there are going to be people that aren't touched by that, and they're going to feel like they were left out of it somehow, or that they got the short end of the stick. And so all of a sudden he's coming out with these dividend checks for low and middle income. And I'm thinking to myself, this is really interesting, as we're waiting to hear what the Supreme Court's going to do on this. After we listened to oral arguments last week, I didn't really think that the court was that positive on keeping tariffs in place in the same structure and form that they currently exist in. And then we started having the conversation, well, what would we do with the money? How would you give it back to people? This, to me, sounds like a way for the president to do that before the court tells him what to do, which gives him more power and more control over the narrative as it is unfolding here. I don't know what the Supreme Court will do, how they will rule on this particular case, but I always think President Trump is a few steps ahead of what is going to happen. I think they're already thinking about plans on rewriting these tariffs under different laws to be able to keep them in play if the court says that they're not allowed to. But this, to me, sounded like, you know what, I'm going to go spend this money before they tell me. And he talks about paying down the national debt with what's left over. I think, I mean, Taylor, I know you're in this camp. I would have liked to have him take the whole $200 billion and pay down the debt.
So, and that's where I am. Super, super cold take. Everyone hates me for this. I would not be handing out more stimmy checks, especially, I mean, let's say you even argue that a tariff is a tax on a consumer, or corporations are passing on the extra cost to the consumers. We've tried this. We did this under Biden. Stimmy season has got to come to an end. I do not want government money that they're taxing to then give to me. $2,000 is tons of money and would absolutely help tons of families. But I don't want to be relying on government for a check. Even though it sounds so tangible, if you get a check in the mail with Trump's name on it, sounds great.
Inflation.
No.
Right?
Inflation.
We're going to just inject all that money. People go out. Charles Payne was talking about it the other day. They spend.
That experiment for stimmies, it doesn't work.
I agree with you 100% on the economics, but for the politics of it, I think for everyday Americans, what happens in Washington is so far removed. This makes it tangible, as you said. It brings it home, and it's a physical representation, or digital, because it comes in direct deposit, that what is happening with the trade wars. Why are we doing it? It's a patriotic refund in some way. But I agree with you 100%. We should not be spending money we collected over here when we have a big debt that we still have to pay down. Every last penny. We've talked about this. You're a saver. You know, use that to get yourself ahead. You got to do that as a country as well. We need fiscal discipline. But this could point to, you bring it up, we talked about it on the break, is it because the president's afraid of his economic approval rating, right? Affordability, that buzzword, won the Democrats a lot of seats. How do you make life sound like the Republicans are making life more affordable?
You know what the president is doing, which I like, though, is I feel like he's shifting his focus back to the economy. I'm not a huge fan of the $2,000 dividend because we are running a $1.8 trillion deficit just this year. This money that we're getting from tariffs isn't even covering interest on the debt, a point you make all the time, Dagan. But what the president is saying, what he's saying by this is, I know that I've got to deliver results for the American.
I like how our own interest is tagging onto our debt. What the hell? I never understood that part of it.
People, because that's why they voted for me. He's done a lot of great things abroad. He's done a lot of great things in other policy areas, but he knows his bread and butter is the economy and people feeling that in their wallets. And I think there's a sense that America hasn't quite felt it the way they want to or need to yet. So what I hear Scott Bessent doing, and I agree with you, Dagan, he's massaging the issue in that interview. But I think what he's trying to say is there's juice in place in the Trump agenda that people are going to start feeling as they come into 2026. And I think he's just trying to point people ahead to that. Now, does that work in politics? I don't know. I think people want to feel it now. But I do think I see an administration pivoting back to the economy after doing a lot of good things other places, and that can't come a minute too soon.
Yeah, I agree. But where do you get the most impact, right? Again, I'm not arguing for these, but are you going to get a big impact on paying down the deficit with $200 billion payment? No. Are you going to get a big impact with going to tens of millions of Americans with a $2,000 payment? I think so. And I think this is a calculated political and economic move.
I think they took stock after last Tuesday's election, and they thought about, Brian, policy-wise, how fast the spokes in the wheel are coming together for people. And they thought that a little injection like this would remind folks that, we've got your back until everything kicks in. But I still agree with you, Taylor. I don't like it.
President Trump, as of last week, was 25 points underwater on just inflation. And so there is that we need to turn the talk into the walk. And it's the talk of, oh, well, the Atlanta GDP now says how much the economy is going to grow in the third quarter. But
3.8%. Yeah.
Right. But people go, but this is the walk.
Ironically, this will lead to more inflation, though, to your point, right?
That's
right.
the problem.
Yeah, you're trying to fix the problem.
I'm not
and making
advocating
worse.
for it, but I certainly understand.
Well, and the other thing is what I've been talking about. Every time that somebody talks about the economy, inflation, and all this debt and everything, they don't hold local government accountable for anything. Inflation is not because of tariffs alone. It's people are price gouging. People are in government are keep raising taxes. Why? Because they see that people are making more money. Why they keep raising taxes? That's what I have a problem with. If the people in the government, they really believe that the inflation is getting really high, raising taxes, and what I mean by raising taxes, I don't mean raising taxes to keep up with infrastructure and all this pricing and all this schooling and all this. That's not what I mean. The problem is that they have all these NGOs that they keep pouring money into. It's untraceable and it's just gone. And nothing has happened. So who's taking this money? Where's the money going? As they say, follow the money, right? They need to find out who is taking the money because we're not seeing it. If there is money on there, the prices should not be as high. What are they doing with the taxpayers' money? It's not going to where you think it's going. It's not going to what they tell you that it's going. I want to see their receipts and see if they actually did it. They're finding out that there is so much fraud going on here in Washington State. I will assume that other states are doing the same thing since they like to find ways to cheat the system. That is a problem. And that is one of the things that these panelists never, ever, ever mention. You know, you guys bitch and complain about me saying I don't have a job, but these guys are making millions of dollars being panelists. And they don't hit that point. Why do they not ever talk about that? So when people talk about, oh, tariffs are taxes, okay, it has nothing to do with the local in-state taxes. That's an international tax. But it is put on as an import surcharge is what that is. So they never bring that up whenever they talk about tariffs. How about we stop talking about just tariffs and then you tell me what taxes have been increased in every state that has not seen a lower prices on their food, on their gas, and that they have not seen an economic rise at all. I want to hear those type of comments.
President Trump's thinking behind this.
Agreed.
But I always thought that the tariff revenue was
There we go.
brilliant from an economic perspective because it's hidden and it collects revenue from people who pay no federal income tax. Because the bottom half of federal income taxpayers in this country pay virtually nothing. They only pay $63 billion total in all of the federal. They only pay 3% of all federal income.
Now let's go to CNN, the libtards' favorite channel. Let's go.
President Trump doubling down on the economy, now claiming that there is virtually no inflation, and most recently also saying quotes like this: "I don't want to hear about the affordability," claiming that Democrats are making up numbers. But the big question is, no matter what they're saying, how do Americans feel about the economy right now and the impact of rising prices, where inflation is?
Well, we know how Manuel feels about inflation. Here, you might like this news.
paying their bills, being able to buy food at the grocery store. Harry Enton is taking a look and running the numbers on all of this. Politicians can say politician things,
yes,
but where are things with the economy right now and how people are feeling about it?
Yeah, what President Trump is trying to sell, the American folks aren't buying, and we can see it pretty simply here. Take a look here. This is consumer sentiment, the current conditions. Consumer sentiment can be the current conditions or it can be future expectations. We're looking at current conditions. And get this, according to the University of Michigan, we are dealing with the worst ever view of current conditions dating all the way back since 1951. This is record-breaking in the way you don't want to be breaking records. And get this, Kate, it is down 30%. Consumer sentiment of current conditions down 30% from January when Donald Trump took office. No bueno.
That is significant and something you can't ignore. You shouldn't ignore.
No, you should not.
Ignore to your peril. But they do not feel good about the economy. How much are they blaming this on President Trump?
Yeah, it would be one thing that President Trump could ignore it if folks weren't blaming him for it. But take a look here. Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions in America. Look at this. We're dealing with a super majority here. We're talking about more than 3 in 5 Americans, 61%, who say that Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions in America. How about worsened your own finances? Again, we're dealing with a majority here. 51% of Americans say that Trump's policies have worsened your own finances. This is double trouble for the President of the United States. When you're dealing with consumer sentiment of current conditions being record-breaking in the wrong ways, being record-breaking for the worst ever since 1951, and you're dealing with a supermajority who say that your policies have worsened economic conditions in America, and you're dealing with a majority who say your policies have worsened the folks' own finances, that is, ay caramba, no good.
Yeah, no matter what, you would prefer to not have this.
No, you would prefer not to, Kate.
What about the slice of the electorate both parties need and is what decides elections? Independence.
Yeah, okay. And oftentimes we talk about independence, and sometimes that group of voters includes folks who lean either the Republican or Democratic side. I decide to look at pure independents, those who don't lean towards either side. And look at this, disapprove of Trump on the economy among pure independents. We're talking about 4 in 5. 4 in 5, 79%. I'm laughing because you rarely ever see a number this high. 79% of pure independents disapprove of Trump on the economy. How about this? This is no outlier, Kate. This is no outlier because look at Marquette University, their law school. 76% of pure independents disapprove of Trump on the economy. When you put it all together with the approval ratings, it averages out to a net approval rating on the economy among pure independents of, get this, minus 58 points. Oy vey, as my mother used to say. This is the type of thing that is political nightmare fuel, and it is no wonder that a little bit less than a week ago, the Republicans went down to defeat in Virginia and New Jersey. If these numbers hold a year from now, the Republicans can wave adios amigos goodbye to their House majority, and they may very well be bidding adios amigos goodbye to their Senate majority as well.
Definitely numbers not to ignore at this point, for sure. Thanks, Herrera.
Thank you.
And voters just sent a clear message. They are not.
I like how happy she was about that. And there's one thing that these guys don't freaking understand is investment. These people are so moronic. You go by these stats, you can go ahead and pee in your pants right now, but let me tell you something. 2026 is going to be amazing. Remember, I said it here first. You guys can keep crying about it, but watch what happens. You guys are stupid if you don't know what that means. When you are investing money, you are losing money at first. But watch what happens next year. I guarantee you 2026 is going to be an awesome year.
Happy with the state of the economy under President Trump. Is he listening? My panel is here to discuss. And look, just as a factual matter, CNN's Daniel Dale did a fact check on the price of groceries from January to September. The price of coffee is up 15%. A lot of that's the tariffs. The price of beef is up 14%. Bananas up 7%, also the tariffs. Cakes 6%, candy 4%, salad dressing 2%. In your home state, do people think the prices are going down?
Well, I've noticed you didn't mention eggs. That was something that was a consistent talking point, obviously, with the Democrats. The price of eggs. Look, prices are going down.
I eat a lot of other things besides eggs.
The prices are going down. The president is absolutely correct on
I
this.
just read you the statistics.
Well, you're talking about candy and things like that, but you all were talking about eggs for a very long period of time and some of these other commodities. Now, a lot of that is driven by energy prices, right? Because all these things travel on rail or truck or what have you. As energy prices start to come down, as American energy gets unleashed in this country, which President Trump has been so focused on, you're going to see prices continue to come down. Now, the president is right, though. We do need to focus on affordability in this country. That's something that we need to pivot to.
That's not what he said. He said, I don't want to talk about affordability. Everybody knows it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe.
No, when he's talking about...
It was a con job by the Democrats.
Yeah, when he's talking about affordability, particularly in health care. And he did just talk about that here just recently. Instead of giving a giveaway to the insurance companies, why don't we...
Pay attention, libtards. You see how he made a mistake over there? He said Trump didn't say that. That was a lie. This is why you guys are so about these things. Pay attention.
Why don't we help the American people actually sit in on this?
I mean, it's a very difficult job. I appreciate the congressman
getting
caught in this pretzel this morning. However, like electricity prices are actually going up. Everybody will tell you, average Americans will tell you that the price of groceries are going up. I just got a text message from one of my friends in Denmark, South Carolina, who told me that he needed help because he wasn't getting SNAP benefits and prices had gone up. He wanted me to
well,
help
the reason he's not getting SNAP benefits is because the Democrats have kept the government shut.
Okay, SNAP. Listen. Listen. If you are on SNAP, you don't know what the hell you're talking about with prices. You think everything is going up and so expensive because now your food stamps is not being given to you. You got to use your own money to go pay for shit. It has been going up for decades. Every year it goes up. It's not Trump's fault, by the way, but we will make that money back regardless. The point is, you guys have been benefiting from food stamps all this time. You guys have no idea what the prices have changed, and you keep voting for the same assholes that keep raising taxes on us, which keep making prices stay up high. That's what the problem is. Local taxing.
Wanted me to help him make sure that he could put Thanksgiving items on his family's table. And so what I'm saying is that you have pressures from both sides, which most Americans are feeling. You see these prices are rising, they're steadily increasing. Congratulations on eggs, but these prices, other prices are rising, and then people don't have money in their pockets to afford to be able to buy them.
You're a pollster. What is the view of the American people on prices, on affordability, on the economy, how it affects them?
People still feel like prices are not going down yet. And there was a period of time where there was a lot of frustration with Democrats. Democrats found out the hard way that you can't just tell voters, no, we promise prices are great. We promise prices are great if they're not. Yeah. They got hit at the ballot box in 2024 pretty hard with that. Republicans may find out the same lesson in 2026 if voters have not come to a different conclusion. Now, there's still time. There's still time for that to turn around. People, I think, gave President Trump, said, okay, we're going to give you a couple of months to get your arms around this. But whether tariffs wind up helping or hurting, whether his policies on energy wind up helping or hurting, he will be held accountable for that one way or the other.
Sochi, you're a Democrat. I want to play an ad for a Republican. This is Elise Stefanik, a congresswoman from New York, who's running for governor of New York. Take a look.
Kathy Hochul made New York the most unaffordable state in the nation, crushing families with sky-high taxes, unaffordable rent, soaring energy costs, and record-high grocery bills. Elise Stefanik will make New York affordable and safe.
So some Republicans are getting the memo on affordability.
Yeah, it's smart. And I'll say that Donald Trump has not learned the lessons of Joe Biden. Joe Biden used to go out and say, our economy is great. No one felt it. That is exactly what Donald Trump is doing. And it's exactly why Joe...
Except when they say no one, there's a lot of us here in this chat that believe prices have gone down. So what did it... See, this is why I don't listen to polls. I believe there's some people here that's exactly what they believe. But see, they don't go out there and figure out what the pricing is, what's going on over there. They listen to this news, but you guys don't make the time to go watch what your government, your local government, is doing on the hearings. How many of you guys in here actually go and watch the government's actually talk their hearings when they're trying to pass a bill on taxes, on anything that happens in your state? How many of you do you actually spend hours watching these morons talking about nonsense? I guarantee not one of you in here go to your government's website and start looking about what they are doing to do something for your state. But you listen to this news and you said, oh my God, the polls are high. Everybody's this, everybody's that. Don't include me on your moronic bullshit. Nobody polled me. How many of you in here got polled? How many of you gave your information back? Probably nobody. Maybe some of these libtards have some polls done, and their answer is going to be negative. But if you don't know what your local government is doing, stop spewing what they're freaking saying, unless you already verify it with what your local government is doing. If you're saying your local government is doing a great job and you're listening to these guys and okay, maybe you have an argument, but you don't have an argument. Look at this guy. These guys hate President Trump. You already know this guy right here has not once says anything good about any Republican. The guy is hateful. You can see his face. He's like, I can't wait to lie about something new. But I'm telling you right now, Bruno Peralta, do you know why the $18 Big Mac meals have been around for that long and why they're so expensive? Because the minimum wage keeps getting raised. That has nothing to do with the tariffs, nothing to do with Trump. They keep doing this every year. It changes. You don't get to see some of that stuff. I get what they're saying, but you have to find out what's going on in your local government. They need to stop blaming the president for that bull crap. Mondani, so let me guess this straight. So when Democrats do something good in their state, right, they are looked at as, oh my God, they're doing such a great job. Do they give credit to President Trump? Of course not. Not once would they ever give credit to President Trump. Never. And then you see the Republican states, okay, some are struggling, but a lot of them are doing really good, and they give Trump praise. It's a lie. Liars. Liars. That's what I hear all the time. You see, that's why I can't give in to that BS. I have to make sure that I know exactly what is happening. So you say everywhere you go, you hear people complaining about prices. Everywhere I go, I don't hear that. So what does that mean? Prices will be bad in an area and they won't be bad in another. That's the case. So it's not what you say or what I say. Well, maybe where you're at is bad. Where I'm at, it seems to be good. The problem that I see is the taxes, the regulation taxes, the cost of doing business taxes. They're over $1 million taxes. There's a lot of taxes that you guys don't see. And of course, businesses have to raise their prices for their service and their products. You got to see everything around, man. You can't just make a decision because these guys don't know how to run business. These guys don't ever talk about how many taxes are being raised in every state. They build opinions. And look at his face. The guy, it's evil. He is planning some more lies. Everything that I have seen him talk before has been bullshit. And I call him on it every single time. This guy has not once shown a little fraction of a brain movement inside that big head of his. He just hasn't. He is hateful towards Trump, and that is my problem. If you already hate a person, you will never give them credit for what they do, and because you keep talking negative about them, well, you're making other people defend them more often, and that's why you don't see us defending any Democrats, because they are the ones that are always hating on Trump, and they never say anything good about him or acknowledge any of the good work that he has done.
Biden and Democrats have lost over the years. I will say, though, on the affordability message, Democrats, I will say there is not a lot that they're on message about, but affordability is one of them across the board where I do think that campaigns got that message. And now you're seeing Democrats win or overperform 90% of races this year because they are talking about costs, and people are feeling, just like Kristen said, they feel that costs are not coming down low enough, and that's exactly why they voted for Trump, and he just hasn't delivered.
So their logic, let me be clear, the logic for them is if the economy is not doing good, let's give raises to people. That's their solution for the economy not being good. How does, if the economy is not doing good, let's give them raises. Let's raise the minimum wage. Not today. Not today, Luis. Not today. I have a problem with that. That's not how you fix the economy, by giving raises. That's not how you fix the economy. Now, employers give raises every year. Some companies do it every 6 months. If you're getting a sort of a business accomplished raise, of course. A livable wage is what people want to have a career for, right? They want to work for that. But fast food restaurants like Mickey D's, like Burger King, that's not a job that's supposed to give you livable wages. That's a job that gives you minimum wages. You know why? Because they need to keep the price low so that everybody can afford to buy lunch, to buy dinner, so that everybody can afford to take their families to go eat. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what President Trump is doing here right now. It's supposed to be live, but I don't know what it's for.
Freely. That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental
reservation. Without any mental reservation. Or purpose of evasion. And Judge Janine, Chief Protocol. Thank
you. Don't tell Monica. She's a strong leader. She just made television.
She's tough, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be here for our friend Sergio Gore. Today we're thrilled to be in a swear-in for the next ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia, which is a big deal, and Sergio will handle it better than anybody could handle it. So I just want to congratulate Sergio. Come here a minute, Sergio. So we are honored to be joined this afternoon by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. Thank you, J.D.
Hey, guys, who is this guy right here? Who is that guy? Who's that? Is that Lindsey Graham? Remember Trump talked shit about him? Look at him. He's over here clapping. That's what it's all about, baby.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you. Secretary Scott Bessent is doing a great job. Attorney General Pam Bondi. And U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro.
Hey, New Yorkican, save that finger. You're going to need it once you feel Mandani being your mayor next year. You can use that finger on yourself all you want, my friend, because you're going to need it. Save it for yourself.
D.C. is a very safe place, Janine, right? Very safe place, and we got to keep it there. Yes. Along with Senators Lindsey Graham, Jim Risch, Tommy Tuberville, and Katie Britt, and I will give you an exemption because, you know, they're supposed to be right now in the Senate. And if you guys want to sneak out, nobody will see you leaving. Do you want to do that, Lindsey, or do you want to stay for your won't be Okay, you sneak out anytime you want. Thank you. We don't want to screw up any votes, do we? Amen. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. But we're also very honored to be joined by Mrs. A very special woman who I unfortunately have seen a lot of lately on television for the wrong reasons. A woman who is great, who Charlie said is the greatest of anybody he knew, best friends.
That's right, Rush.
Erica Kirk. So thank you very much. And as Erica knows, another special woman, Laura Ingraham. Where's Laura? She's here someplace. Thank you, Laura. And many other true American patriots, great people. 1 year ago, Sergio played a key role in helping us secure the most consequential presidential election victory in the history of our country. And from the day we won, he immediately began working to staff our new administration with the most talented team of any president, and we have had a great team. A couple of mistakes there, Sergio, but we won't mention them. They're gone. We got rid of them pretty quick. We found a couple we weren't thrilled with. We got them out of here. But as my director of office and presidential personnel from the early days of transition, Sergio's leadership was essential to fulfilling the historic mandate entrusted to us by the American people. And that's what we've done with the help here at the White House. We set new benchmarks for presidential staffing. Nobody's done it, I think, hopefully better, but certainly quicker. But I don't think anybody's done it better. We have great people, surrounded by the people that I really do love and like and respect. But we hired 4,000 appointees across every federal department in record time, including over 1,000 appointments on day one. So before we even got started, we had over 1,000 people working for us. Under Sergio's leadership, federal agencies and departments reached staffing levels of 95%, and it's faster than any administration in modern day history. And prior to his work on behalf of my 2024 campaign, Sergio had tremendous success as an entrepreneur in the publishing world. He even published my book, which went to #1. I was very happy because if it didn't, he wouldn't be here. But now I'm trusting Sergio to help strengthen one of our country's most important international relationships, and that's the strategic partnership with the Republic of India. It's a big deal. India is home to one of the world's oldest civilizations, the largest country in the world, actually, and it's got over 1.5 billion people. And we have a fantastic relationship with the Prime Minister, Modi, and Sergio has only enhanced that because he's become already friendly with the Prime Minister, knowing that Sergio is going to be the ambassador they would call constantly to say, let's get to know this man, and they like what they see. So I know you're going to have a great success over this. It's a very important relationship. But it's also the fastest growing middle class, and it's an important economic and strategic security partner in the Indo-Pacific region. It's an amazing country, actually. 1.5 billion people. China has 1.4 billion. Those are two big countries. As ambassador, Sergio will work to fortify our country's bond, promote investments in key U.S. industries and technologies, increase American energy exports, and expand our security cooperation. And you know, we're making a deal with India, a much different deal than we had in the past. So right now they don't love me, but they'll love us again. We're getting a fair deal, just a fair trade deal. We had pretty unfair trade deals. They're very good negotiators, Sergio, so you have to take a look at that, if you would, please. But we're getting close, Scott. I think we're pretty close to doing a deal that's good for everybody, right? In the old days, do you think Biden would ask that question? I don't think so. He'd say, how are we doing with India? He didn't know about India. He didn't know a damn thing. But that's okay. We had him. Likewise, in Sergio's role as special envoy to South and Central Asia, he'll be a key emissary to a very important group of nations at the crossroads between East and West. And last week, I was honored to host the leaders of 5 Central Asian countries here in the White House, and Sergio will be helping with all of that. We had an amazing meeting the other night at the White House, and I'm confident that Sergio will do an outstanding job and make our country and all of his friends very proud. But I'm very proud of Sergio. I've known him for a long time, and he's a great guy. And most people love him. Some people don't like him so much. I'll be honest with you, Sergio. Some people, when they don't like Sergio, they don't like him. But when they like him more than anybody. But most of them really are the like category. And I just want to say that I think he's going to be an outstanding representative for the United States of America. And it's a big deal. Being the ambassador to India is a big deal. So, Sergio, congratulations. I know you're going to do a fantastic job. Thank you.
You're better. You're better.
And now, Mr. Vice President, we'll swear in.
All right, okay. Swear him in here. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the assistance. We have such a crowd here, you think we're swearing in a vice president, sir. Okay. Please repeat after me. I, Sergio Gore, I, Sergio Gore, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
of the office of which I'm about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is an honor of a lifetime. I want to thank first you, what you have done for this country before you came back in, the trouble that this country was facing. I mean, frankly, we were screwed. What you have achieved in 10 months has been historic, has surpassed any other presidency, and I fully believe what you will achieve in the next 3 years will never be beaten. So it has been an honor to serve you. I've been at your side for many years. I will continue to be there. And it's just an incredible honor. And I look forward to enhancing the relationship between our two nations. But again, thank you for entrusting me with this position. And I look forward to doing a great job for you.
Thank you very much, Sergio.
Thank you, sir. First of all, congratulations, Sergio. You're going to be a great ambassador, a great representative to the country of India, which the President and I both love. As a lot of you know, Sergio was a critical piece of what made the first 10 months such a great success. Obviously, the President's leadership is the most important thing, but you can't do a whole lot unless you've got good people around you. And Sergio did as much as anybody to ensure that the White House was staffed with the very best people, people who were loyal to the President, loyal to the country, and loyal to the agenda that we're trying to implement. So thank you all for being here. I think it's a great testament to you, Sergio, that you got multiple cabinet secretaries, Erica Kirk, the President of the United States. This crowd would not turn out for just anybody, but it turned out for Sergio Gore. You're going to do a hell of a job, man.
Just to echo what Sergio said, Mr. President, you've done a lot for this country, more than any other president has in such a short period of time. And part of that is putting together a phenomenal team. And I know Sergio was instrumental in helping you achieve that. And so we think he'll do a great job. This is a very impressive collection of people. There are almost 1.5 billion people in the Oval Office right now. but Sergio's going to do a phenomenal job. Those of us who've known him, so many of his friends that are here and family as well that know how hard he works, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And that's what it takes to work in this administration because of how much you're pushing our country forward around the world and here at home. And we know Sergio will do a great job. So congratulations, Sergio. You're going to do a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Janine, please.
Well, I'm very proud to be here with Sergio. My friend has been my friend for many years. He is someone who is loyal, he is trustworthy, and he works as hard as anyone I know. And Mr. President, there is in this room a group of people who love you, who believe in you, and who are so proud to be in this Oval Office and to be part of this amazing day because you have changed the course of America. You and thank you, Sergio, for what you've done. God bless you both.
Thank you. Well, he was also very good friends with a guy named Charlie. We just knew him as Charlie, and his wife, who we love so much, is here with us. And maybe, you know how close they were together. Maybe, Erica, you could say a couple of words, please.
Honor to, sir. Charlie loved you. It's hard not to get emotional because I know that he would have been the first phone call when he found out that you were going to be taking this position. And the way that I was able to witness the two of you work together for years and to champion and support the president was absolutely humbling to witness. And I am so proud of you. And Charlie is going to be with you every single day. in spirit, and I will be praying for you every day because I know that this is just the beginning of an incredible opportunity for you. And sir, thank you for allowing Sergio to have this beautiful moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dara. And that man's watching over us right now, right? Okay. Any questions?
You mentioned senators that are here, Mr. President. Do you personally approve of the deal that's happening right now on Capitol Hill to end the government
Well, it
shutdown?
depends what deal we're talking about, but if it's a deal I heard about, that's certainly, you know, they want to change the deal a little bit, but I would say so. I think based on everything I'm hearing, they haven't changed anything, and we have support from enough Democrats, and we're going to be opening up our country. It's too bad it was slow, but we'll be opening up our country very quickly.
Mr. President, that deal does reverse the mass firings your administration put through during the shutdown. Did you sign off on that, and will you abide by that if this passes?
Well, I will be. I'll abide by the deal. The deal is very good. We're not going to be giving $1.5 trillion to people that came in from jails and from, you know, the gangs and drug dealers and all of these others that they wanted to be given health care, which would have hurt our health care system. I hope that we're going to be able to have a health care where Lindsay and I were discussing it, Jim and I were discussing it, and Katie, we discussed it. We want a health care system where we pay the money to the people instead of the insurance companies. And I tell you, we're going to be working on that very hard over the next short period of time, where the people get the money. We're talking about trillions and trillions of dollars where the people get the money. Yes, please.
The Syria president, sir, could you update us on your meeting? Did you come to any agreements?
Say it?
With the leader of Syria you had earlier, did you come to any agreements today?
Well, I had an agreement with him. He's a very strong leader. He comes from a very tough place, and he's a tough guy. I liked him. I get along with him. The president, the new president of Syria. And we'll do everything we can to make Syria successful because that's part of the Middle East. We have peace now in the Middle East, first time that anyone can remember that ever happening. And as you know, Syria is a very big part of the Middle East, very important part. If you look back at Syria for years, they had the doctors, the lawyers, they had so many of the great intellects. It's an amazing place with great people. And we want to see Syria be successful along with the rest of the Middle East. So I have confidence that he'll be able to do the job, absolutely.
President, India, how close are you to a deal on a trade deal with India? Are you willing to consider lowering the current tariff rate?
Well, right now the tariffs are very high on India because of the Russian oil, and they've stopped doing the Russian oil. It's been reduced very substantially. Yeah, we're going to be bringing the tariffs down.
What kind of level are we talking about here?
I mean, at some point we're going to be bringing them down. Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble, as they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion. And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle income people and lower income people of about $2,000. And we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing. So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly. The real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country. And nobody thinks it's going to be reversed. I think we had a very good court case. As you know, it's before the Supreme Court right now. But if that were ever reversed, you know, people are saying, oh, it's $1 billion. Some people said, oh, it's $2 billion. Well, that obviously we can handle very easily. But this is trillions of dollars we're talking about in terms of the tariff income and all the investment income that's come into our country. You know, we have more than, I would say right now, more than $18 trillion. The biggest number ever is a tiny fraction of that for any country. China, the United States, the biggest number ever. If you look at the past administration, Biden, he did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We're over $18 trillion. By the time my first year ends, we're going to have over $20 trillion of investment coming into the United States. It's unheard of. We have AI factories. We're leading China by a lot. We have cars and, you know, car plants coming in by more than we've ever had built before. All of that would go away if we lose the tariff case. So all of it would go away. So they're not giving the right numbers. It would be an economic disaster. It would be a national security disaster if we lost the case in the Supreme Court.
Daniel? Can we expect tariff
Yes.
rebate? This is an idea that you've been talking about for months. This is going to directly and positively impact millions of Americans. Why was this important for you to do, and when can Americans expect that rebate?
So I've been talking about it for a long time, the dividend to people that, have suffered under the Biden administration. So Biden had the highest inflation in history, and we now are at a very low point. We're going to be hitting 1.5% pretty soon. So we're at a low point, and he was a high point. We did that. Food prices are way down. It's all coming down. And the biggest decrease, of course, is energy. And, as goes energy, goes everything else. Because when energy comes down, the oil, the electric, but I think you're going to see $2 gasoline or something very close to that. In fact, we're already in the twos, but I think you're going to be seeing very soon $2 gasoline. That's like the equivalent of a massive tax cut. But in addition to that, the great big beautiful bill gives you a very, very big tax cut. And then you have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime for the middle income and for even, frankly.
That's a fair question. I like that. Let me address a couple of things here. When it comes to the revenue that's coming in, again, this is my opinion. This is what I believe. One of the things that people don't realize is that our investors, the ones that are investing into our country, and this is why we say that 2026 is going to be a great year. It's not going to be a great year as soon as it's 2026, but it will be a great year. There is, not only have we proven this year alone has been $170 billion in revenue. It's about 150% more than we did last year. And let's remember that the reason why we had that tariffs revenue is because of the President Trump's initial tariffs on his first term. So no credit for the last administration. The other thing that people are not that they're not paying attention to is not only are we getting tariff revenue now, it's things that people don't see. The other thing that's happening is that these investors are going to be very soon be able to start doing the work, start hiring people. And then the revenue that they make is going to be added for us. Now, we're going to lower tariffs on other countries, absolutely, but not down to zero. We still need to keep it fair. We still need to make some revenue coming in from that. And I think that is the plan. With that being said, the other question was what? 38 trillion. Okay, that's what that was. $2,000 checks. If that happens, great. If it doesn't, I'd rather have all that money go in there completely towards our debt. Let's see. Okay, working. People getting laid off, people losing work, etc. Let me tell you what I see, and this is just one of the reasons why it can happen, and it could be something else. But one of the reasons why it happens is, besides having lazy workers, let me tell you, I'm going to give you an example. I worked at this company, okay? And I was the lead in this company. We had employees that will come in, we teach them how to do the job. They know how to do the job, but they go as slow as, you know what I'm saying? They work as snails. They show up late. They call into work all the time. Oh, I went on a hike. My legs hurt. I can't come to work. I kid you not. These are the reasons. I went on a hike this weekend. My legs hurt. I can't come into work. I kid you not. And then you wonder why companies don't do good? I was doing the job in the same time that 3 people in my department were doing. How can one person do the job of 3 people? It tells me that people are lazy. When you tell them, oh, hey, man, you got to hurry. Well, why? I'll get paid by the hour. Well, because if we're not productive, then the company doesn't make money, and they're going to lay people off. And guess what? You are going to get laid off. So I know from experience that there's a lot of lazy workers. They don't want to give everything that they got for a company. So they work mediocre. And then they get laid off. They get fired. They're not consistent. They got no good working ethics. The ones that do, they keep moving up in the company. So there's a lot of factors for unemployment. Why would you go to work to make $1,600 when you can get $1,250 in food stamps and free medical? What for? You don't have to go to work at all. So the big, beautiful bill is going to force people that are body able to work, and they're going to have to go work 20 hours. That's it, part-time. They got to go work part-time work. They will get their medical, and they'll get their food stamps. That's how that works. So the big, beautiful bill is still going to give those benefits, but they got to give something back to the economy. They got to go to work. They got to pay some taxes, and that's how you make this country better, okay? Now, when we have all these investors bringing money in, actually making business in here, I believe it will be trillions of dollars. You guys may not believe that. But right now, if your energy is expensive, it's because we are cutting down on all this electrical bull crap that people had invested so much on. We are still drilling. We're still going to be producing major energy. And I believe, and don't forget, and I think probably many people probably don't remember or don't know, we are going to be building some nuclear facilities if we're not already doing that. They haven't talked about it lately, so I haven't been saying anything about it. But that is one of the ways that we are going to produce massive energy in our country. And it should bring the prices down to maybe 50% of where they're at now. Now, don't quote me on that. That's just what I believe that's going to happen. The other thing that I want to address on here, because you guys are talking about EBT affects the economy, it's not just EBT. It's NGOs. That is the biggest thing. That is where all the waste is going. NGOs. That's where all the waste is going to go through. Okay? So I wanted to address those. I think that was the questions that you had. The last question was what? Blah, 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 blah. Where'd it go? Dennis, somebody asked me a question. How far did this thing go? Somebody asked me a question in here. I think the question was, I don't see it, sorry. I think the question was, would I be okay with President Trump signing that document that they're going to bring to his desk or nuke it? That's a tough one because not really. I mean, I think that if they nuke it, I think President Trump, if they nuke it, President Trump is going to be a hero. And that's why we had those 8 Democrats come and sign with us and voted yes. Because if President Trump nukes the filibuster, all the policies that we want to put in place, they will never be able to argue about it. It will just pass. All they got to do is, nope, no filibuster, get your ass in there and vote. And that's mandatory. So if they nuke it, no more filibuster, just pass the bill, sign, bada bing, bada boom, done. And I think that the government will work more efficiently without the filibuster. That's what I believe. I could be stupid. I could be wrong. But that's what I believe. I hope I answered those questions correctly. Non-government organization. An NGO would be USAID. Organizations that are nonprofit, that the government. See, to have an NGO, so let's say, for example, I need to use some funds that I'm going to put here. Normally, the taxpayers will say, that's our money. Okay, well, we voted for that, so I guess. And they'll tell you where that money went. NGOs, they don't need permission to use NGO. Non-government organizations, they can just, here's a couple $100 million, do this, do that. And then nobody knows where that money went. And this is why I am saying that we need DOGE. We need to have an audit done in every single government in every single state. and find out where all this money is going. Now, somebody told me, you guys remember Adam? Adam is one of our members. He was telling me that because I'm going to run for governor here in Washington State, in a blue state, just so you guys know, I need at least 2,000 signatures or $2,000 to be able to put my name on the ballot, okay? And then from there, we can work on raising money for campaign, etc. But what Adam is telling me is something that I already expect and, suspect and expect. I am running in a blue state, meaning that they are going to try to audit me 10 times more than any other Democratic representative running for the same position. And so I want to find people that are honest, that really care about serving. So there's going to be a lot of volunteering. And, you know what happens with that, with volunteers? Eventually, once the government, that candidate wins, well, we have to fill up positions to be able to run our agenda of what we actually ran for. Like Mandani. Mandani is asking for money already. He's asking for donations. And see, the problem is that if you have no money, you can't do anything, right? So you have to run honestly. Otherwise, you're going to be making false promises and you're not going to be able to keep them. Now, I will have a list that I am working on of things that I think that I can change or make a difference on. As a commander-in-chief, as a governor, you get to veto bills. And those bills don't pass unless I say so. I believe there's some stuff that does get passed besides without the government signature. But for the most part, I will do my best to veto a bunch of things that are going to NGOs and are not going to actual infrastructural or anything that has to do with to help our citizens, our Washingtonians, with our economy. For example, food stamps, that there is a federal and there is a state. The medical part, there is a federal and there is a state. The difference for that is there will be no blue city. There will be no, what's the name of this? No more sanctuary city. This is not going to be a blue city no more. So there will be no sanctuary city in Washington State. And all the benefits will be concentrated for Americans and residents. I'm sure there's still going to be some subsidies for some real asylum seekers. If the only people that can claim asylum in our country here are Mexicans and Canadians, we can go a little bit farther depending on the situation. But that's something that needs to be worked out at the entry ports. It has to be worked out at the American embassy, etc. And so, I mean, those are things that we can work something out on. We do know that we have to tackle illegal immigration. 100%. The federal government has the authority over state government, so they should be allowed to come in here. We are going to do a lot of audits. I'm going to recommend a lot of audits. I'm going to recommend a lot of inspections. And I'm going to recommend that all documentation pertaining to elections is released to the federal government so that they know exactly what's going on. You have to understand this. In order for me to trust the mayor or to trust anybody that works under me, I got to make sure that I can also work under my commander-in-chief, and that is the president. If there is something that I feel that is not really for the American people, then I'm going to go ahead and argue about it, and there's something to be said. But if it's something for illegal immigrants, nope, there's nothing about that. The only exception, as you guys know already, if you've been on my feed before, it's any illegal or undocumented people that have been here from 2000 and under, most likely will get their papers in order. There will be no sanctuary city. All criminal activity better move south or somewhere else, because I will deport every single one of them out of here. You commit a crime, you better leave my city before I find out. You better leave my state before I find out, because I will make you do time in jail and then you will be deported. And that's exactly how that's going to work. I support the big, beautiful bill. I think we needed that $1.2 trillion for our military people. I believe that everything that is in there is a good thing. Tax cuts for the millionaires, corporations, and stuff that are giving thousands of jobs to the American people. I think they need that break. We're going to be doing deregulations and tax cuts here in Washington State. And watch how this state flourishes. You got to clean up the drain. You see, there is a great flow of water in your shower. But when you have a lot of long hair clogging that drain, you got to remove that drain. Once you remove the hair, once you remove the hair, that water is going to start flowing down the drain. Now that you have the water flowing down the drain, now you can clean up. And after you're done cleaning up, that bathroom is going to look amazing. That is how it works. This is a country for American citizens. One thing on the side that I would love to use or love to do, I would like to meet with the Tribal Indian Association here of Washington, and I would like to see if there is anything that we can work out together so that we can better our Indian reservations, and that also we can work something to help them, and then we can also help those who do not have a tribal association but that are also natives here in Washington State. There will be no reparations. We have reparations here in Washington. I need to go down and cut that shit out. We cannot have equality if we keep assuming that the white people are racist. That doesn't work. I will not tolerate any type of racism in government. If we do a good job, I believe that other cities, other states will follow. And by the time we get to 2030, I believe California will also change. I got friends over there that are doing the same thing that we're trying to do here, and hopefully that is something that we're going to be able to accomplish. There is a lot of Latinos for Trump. There's a lot of Hispanics that support me. There's a lot of Polynesians that support me. There's a lot of Native Americans that support me. And I think that we can get it done. Now, what I need is actually people here in Washington State. The people, I want you to know something, please. If you think that Latinos are the only illegals in this country, you're borderline racist. Illegal immigrants can be of any country, not just Hispanic. I'm not going to lie. I am Hispanic, so I will favor my Hispanic people amongst all immigrants. That's for sure. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. But I will be very fair all across the board with everybody. So even if I can favor somebody, like for example, I can love my brother, but if he commits a crime, I'll put his ass in jail. That's just how it goes. I don't play this little gang bull crap. Don't snitch, sort of stuff. No. You commit a crime, your ass is going to jail. I don't care if you're my brother. We don't play games like that. And so that's how I feel about it. But let's go ahead. I think I answered all the questions that you guys had. I didn't want you to think that I'm ignoring you. Hey, Tanya, how are you? Welcome. Let's see. What else we got? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Latinos for Dennis says, Ken, let's go, baby. Let's go. He was attack a widow. As a widow, you are. Wow. Marvin, are you being an asshole in here? Rush, are you admin? Marvin, if I hear a complaint from you, bro, you're out of here, bro. Be respectful, please. You can go ahead and yell at me and cuss me and all this stuff, but don't touch the people in the chat, okay? All right, have some respect. The man is almost done here. Let's go, boss. Sorry about that. Continue.
Anybody, but you have no tax, and the no tax on tips has turned out to be a tremendous thing. But when you think no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors, it's the great big beautiful bill, which has been mischaracterized, but now people they don't want to talk about it because it's so good, the enemy, because it's so good for everybody. It's the greatest piece of legislation ever passed in the history of our country in terms of size. And hence they call it the big beautiful bill, or the one big beautiful, I call it the great big beautiful bill. It's an amazing bill for the middle class. It's an amazing bill for jobs. We've never passed anything like it. And in my first administration, so we had the greatest economy. Everything was good, but we're really outdoing it this time because we have investments coming in largely because of tariffs, and I think because of November 5th, the election result. But we have investments coming in like we've never had before.
The deal in the shutdown, Mr. President, includes a vote.
Please, behind you, Caitlin, behind you. Thank you, Caitlin.
On Syria, can we expect an announcement on a pact between Syria and Israel, or an announcement on them joining the anti-ISIS
Yeah, you can
coalition?
expect some announcements on Syria. We want to see Syria become a country.
Somebody asked what district? I am on the 1st district. It's Nahomish.
That's very successful, and I think this leader can do it. I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts, but he has had a rough past. And I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He gets along very well with Turkey, with President Erdogan, who's a great leader. Erdogan's a great leader, and very much in favor of what's happening in Syria. We have to make Syria work. Syria is a big part of the Middle East. And I will tell you, I think it is working and really well. We're working also with Israel on, getting along with Syria, getting along with everybody. And that's working amazingly. As you know, Hamas has given us back numerous bodies. It sounds pretty gruesome, but it's something the parents want more than if their son had been living. Hard to believe. I've seen all of the parents, so many of the parents, and getting back the body of their son, their dead son, is as vital to them, as important to them, as if the boy was generally the boy was alive. And as you know, over the last 4 or 5 days, we've gotten a lot of the additional bodies that they said they were going to. They've worked very hard to do that. So we have peace in the Middle East. It's a great thing, and nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
After your meeting with the Syrian president today, Mr.
You posted
President.
last week about your talks with Switzerland. We're reporting that you're near a deal that would lower their rate to
With
50.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
We're working on a deal to get their tariffs a little bit lower because
15% is what we're hearing?
no, I haven't said any number, but we're going to be working on something to help Switzerland along. We hit Switzerland very hard. We want Switzerland to remain successful, and we're a part of Switzerland in the sense that they've been a very good ally. Yeah, we're working on them and some others, and we're working on others to increase them a little bit too.
How close is it with Switzerland?
Switzerland? What, do you have something to do with Switzerland?
No, I'm just
He wants to buy a watch.
He wants to buy a watch.
He wants to buy a nice Rolex. We need Rolex some publicity. Because Rolex has they've been very nice, No, look, it's a beautiful country. It's a small country, but economically very big. So we're working on something. Caitlin?
After a meeting with the Syrian president earlier today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a big ally of yours, said that she would rather see you focused on nonstop domestic policy meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings. What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way. I think.
We lost Marjorie.
But, I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible president, and we ended up with Russia-Ukraine, and we ended up with other disasters, too. Don't forget, I put out 8 wars, 9 to come. I think I'll get the other one taken care of. But I put out 8 wars. And look at the damage that Russia-Ukraine has done to us as a country. I mean, we spent $350 billion. We're not spending any money anymore. Now they pay us through NATO. I got NATO to go from 2% to 5%. Well, that's very important. When you're president, you really sort of have to watch over the world because you're going to be dragged into it otherwise. You're going to be dragged into a world war. I think if I weren't president, first of all, that war would have never happened if I was president. And if I weren't president, that war could have led to World War III. It won't. It's not going to anymore. But when I first got in, I said, wow, this situation could lead to World War III. And I got NATO together. I got everybody together. But with all of that, I passed a great, big, beautiful bill, which is the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. So when somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's now catering to the other side, I don't know what, I guess she's, got some kind of an act going, but I'm surprised at her. But when somebody like Marjorie goes over and starts making statements like that, it shows she doesn't know. I don't devote a lot of my time. Let me give you another example. China. China was going to hit us with rare earth. Now, everybody says, oh, what does that mean? Magnets. If China refused to give magnets, because they have a monopoly on magnets, because they were allowed to happen over a 32-year period, there wouldn't be a car made in the entire world. There wouldn't be a radio. There wouldn't be a television. There wouldn't be internet. There wouldn't be anything, because magnets are such a part. Now, nobody knows what magnets are, and not overly sophisticated, but to build a magnet system would take 2 years. So if I weren't able to say to China, look, if you're going to do that to us, we're going to charge you 158% tariff. It was 100% on top of 58%. And China called up immediately and said, we will make peace. And we made peace. We made a great deal. We made an unbelievable deal. China's paying tariffs to the United States, not the United States paying tariffs to China, which has always been the way it was. Nobody can believe these deals. But so when somebody makes a statement about he's devoting time to the world, well, the world is the United States, because if the world's in trouble or if the world is ripping us off, you know, the world was ripping us off before I came here. Europe was getting massive tariffs. They were sending us 9-10 million cars a year. We were sending them none. They were not taking our agriculture. We were taking massive amounts of their. It was so unfair. Now we have a deal where $950 billion is coming into the United States because of me and because of tariffs. So if I don't do all these things, our country is doing very poorly. So, you know, it's easy to say, oh, don't worry about the world. But the world is turning out to be our biggest customer. The world was on fire. And we could have been in that fire very easily if you didn't have a president that knew what he was doing.
Can you guarantee to Americans that travel is going to go back to normal once the government all the air
It'll
travel
go better
delays,
than normal.
that
You know
when-
why?
When the government reopens.
Yeah, sure. It'll be much better than normal because we're buying the most sophisticated avionics and, you know, technology for our control towers. And we didn't have that. We had a guy named Buttigieg. Edge, they say is the best way. Just say two edges, like off the edge of a cliff, which is where they were taking us, by the way. Edge was the Secretary of Transportation, and he spent billions of dollars trying to patch together our air traffic control system, which was a conglomeration of all different systems in all different cities. They had hundreds of companies working on it, and they were spending billions of dollars. And when they turned it on, it didn't work. It didn't even work a little bit. That's why you had a helicopter crashing into an airplane, that if we had a great system, bells and whistles would have started going off. So we are now in the process. We're in final bids of getting the finest system anywhere in the world. I've analyzed it. Sean Duffy has been working really hard on it, doing a fantastic job, by the way. And over the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be handing out the finest air traffic control system anywhere in the world. All the towers will be equipped. They were going copper wire into glass wire into other types of wire. And if you do anything, you know copper wire doesn't work with glass. You know glass doesn't work with other substances. And they spent billions of dollars, and when they turned it on, nothing happened. Okay? We're getting the most sophisticated, all brand new. Every control tower will have the same exact system. It'll be the most sophisticated system by far in the world. And what we've done is we've looked around other countries and we've taken the absolute best systems in every different form, because there are different. You have lots of different companies like IBM and Raytheon and a lot of great companies. They're all bidding, and we're going to pick the best one, and it'll get built relatively quickly. And we are going to have the greatest air traffic control system anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Like a boss. Fantastic, man. I don't know about you guys. I love listening to Donald Trump. He's gone through so much. He's done so much for our country. And it doesn't matter how many times he's proven to be right. People are still going to fight him no matter what. Well, that is for a lot of you. For a lot of you libtards that don't like President Trump, that picture is for you. All right, guys, let me see. I think we already finished our lunch hour here together. We have been here for 6.5 hours, my friends. I don't go to work. This is all I do, just have fun on this channel. There's my big brother, Cool Cat Renee. ¿Cómo está, compadre? Saludos. Salutations and blessings to you, my friend. You are a breath of fresh air to my life, and I appreciate you, Cool Cat. Cool Cat Renee says, all patriots of the United States of America, protect your country. DC illegal aliens don't respect our country. Donate. Country, respect our flag. The only one money. Man, I don't know about the autocorrect there, brother. But I love it. And I know Rush Babe loves the Boss song. I think everybody agrees. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody knows that the Boss beat is the best one out there. Let's see. Candyman says, happy 250th birthday, U.S. Marines. That's right. That is right. We do celebrate that. And bam, we're going to go ahead and throw this picture out there. There you go. Special thank you to all of our veterans. Thank you for your service. Much love from us to you. Oh, my God. I need to get a new mouse, guys. I struggle with this mouse. I'm trying to get stuff done faster for you, but then I think I have to change the sensitivity. That's what it is. Güero, love these. Toma, way. Let's see. Tanya, 6.5 hours. That is solid work. Nah, I don't work. I'm just here having fun playing video games. No need to work. Why work when I can just sit here and just chat amongst friends and once in a while cuss somebody out? Just because they ask for it, guys. Just because they ask for it. No, I do need to take a break because I do have to eat. I'm not a machine. Plus, I am not Donald Trump. That guy, I don't know if he's real. I think he's a machine as well. But he actually does do a lot of work. All right, well, he mentioned a couple of things for the big, beautiful bill. And, well, the reason why he doesn't talk about it anymore is because it doesn't matter what he says. Again, I said to you guys already, 2026 is going to be a great year. Amy says, thanks bunches, Dennis. Too bad I had tardiness. God bless and have a marvelous Monday. No problem. Be blessed, Amy. Thank you for that. Is there any people in here that lives in a high population area know how easy it is to lose a job? I think that if you don't do a good job, see, there is companies that can lay people off. One, the company made mistakes. Two, there's not enough work. Three, lazy employees are not making the companies look good, and that will get you laid off. Okay? So the other thing why people will get laid off is because the government put too many damn regulation and taxes on them, and that is also a reason of why they will lay people off. All right? Those are just options. Let me see. I think Mike might be this veteran back here. Is it? I don't know. If you are here, you can tell us. Is it? I don't know if it's Mike or what, but I don't think it's not this Mike that I have in here, but it's somebody else. This veteran right here, it's actually one of our members, and we appreciate his service. There you go. Enjoy your evening, Dennis. Thank you for streaming. Absolutely. I will be back later tonight. Don't worry. Let's hope that we can have some more Trump to share. I don't have the I song, but I'll go ahead and play the bus song on the way out so everybody can enjoy that. First, though, I will say I want to give thanks to my members and to my subscribers. I really thank you guys for your support. So we are going to play the boss song to that. And with that, my friends, I will leave you for the day. Thank you so much. You all be blessed. We'll see you later this afternoon. God willing, we are able to talk again. Thank you all, members. Ken, have a good night. Everybody, well, no, have a good night. Have a good afternoon. I got to go grab a bite to eat. Got to make some eggs or something. And then I got to go pick up the wife. And then I can get back on the streaming again. Be blessed. Peace.
Is he here, kid?